Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Shape-Shifting Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hi. Firstly, this story is inspired by two of my favorite fics, Between by Sister and Amorphi by Nivet. Be sure to check them out next. This story will have no consistent update schedule. My school obviously takes priority, so writing this happens during what little free time I have. This is my first fanfic, so don't expect anything quality. I had one good idea and ran with it. As such, if you have any advice, criticism, or corrections, please don't hesitate to voice them in the comment section. I want to improve, so feedback is appreciated. I have the entirety of the plot down in writing, so I intend to see this story to completion eventually. This story is the brainchild of a person who knows Latin grammar better than English, so don't expect perfect grammar. English is my first language, but I suck at grammar. Studying Latin is one of my hobbies, so I know a lot of how the language works. There will be a little bit of Latin text in this story itself, but I will make sure what it means isn't important and that Google Translate mostly works. That if you know any Latin and notice a mistake, please point it out to me. I'm not an expert at English to Latin translation. Foramini spectaculum. Enjoy the show. Izuku was basically over the moon today from sheer excitement. He was sitting in the back seat of his mother's car, bouncing up and down excitedly on the seat. He had been looking forward to this day for a very long time. A few minutes ago, he had just been picked up by his mama from preschool. From his perspective, it was a regular, run-of-the-mill day, in which he spent coloring, playing on the playground, and learning about things like addition or the solar system. Eventually, it was time to go home. Just like every other day, he ran over to her car and hopped in the back seat. As he was buckling his seatbelt, his mother asked him an unexpected question. Izuku, are you excited? Today's the big day. Inko said with anticipation. He could see she had a smile by looking up at the rearview mirror. No. What happens today? Izuku curiously asked his mama. She never asked him this kind of question. Had he forgotten something important? Was today the day they went to the dentist? Did he have a playdate with Katsuki today? He hoped it was that. He loved playing with Kakin. You remember what we have today, don't you? Today is your appointment with the quirk doctor. We're gonna find out what your quirk is. Inko happily said. Our appointment is in 20 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened. A second later, a piercing scream of pure joy was heard. He couldn't believe it. He would finally know what his quirk is. Izuku had practically been waiting for this day his whole life. He heard his mom chuckle at his visible excitement. She made a mental note to be extra careful driving because she was feeling so much secondhand excitement that she might accidentally start speeding on the way to the doctor. Just like her son, Inko had been anticipating this day for months, albeit for different reasons. She was hoping he would get a quirk similar to hers because although she loved him, she only had enough brain power to handle only so many questions about her own quirk. Izuku, still grinning from ear to ear, truly hoped that his quirk would be cool. Although, no matter what kind of quirk he got, he knew that he could become a hero. This mindset, dear reader, is crucial for Izuku's journey. Because in about 20 minutes, his life would be changed forever. Izuku was seated atop the examination table in the small pediatrics office. The smell of cleaning chemicals and LTX attacked his nose as he waited for the doctor to enter the room, but he didn't care. He knew that in a few short minutes, he would learn all about his future quirk. The anticipation was killing him. After the dawn of quirks, quirkology was quickly added into the medical field, with pediatricians, doctors who specialize in children, being required to study quirks. Because of his innate talent for analyzing quirks, Izuku considered quirkology a backup career if heroics didn't work out. However unlikely that was, he thought. He was simply too determined to settle for anything less than the #1 hero spot. Earlier, a nurse had entered the room. She told Izuku that they needed a small blood sample to analyze his future quirk. I know this seems scary, but you have to be brave. Who is your favorite hero? She asked Izuku. All Might, he exclaimed. He always gets up when the villains hit him. He never loses. I love watching his fights on TV. The nurse nodded with a warm smile on her face. Can you tell me about his last fight? Izuku was happy to oblige. He started to talk about the fight, the villain's quirk, all the civilians All Might had saved. All done, the nurse said with a mischievous smile on her face. Done with what? Izuku asked, confused. She still had to draw his blood, right? This was quickly disproven when the nurse held up a vial full of a crimson liquid. He looked down at his arm, seeing a very small puncture wound. He didn't even feel it. He looked up at the nurse as she was leaving the room, syringe in hand. The doctor will be with you shortly. You were so brave, little hero. Just as Izuku felt that he would dissolve from the anticipation, the door opened and a man in a white lab coat walked in holding a clipboard. He introduced himself as their doctor. So, your blood results just finished processing. Congratulations, young man. You have a very versatile quirk. We can tell that it is transformation type, but it won't fully manifest until later in your life. Usually around the ages of 12, however, you still have some mutation traits right now. How can you tell all of that from one vial of blood? I thought quirkology was mostly guesswork, Inko said with a look of confusion on her face. Well, during the dawn of quirks, determining a child's future quirk was a field of interest among many geneticists. They developed a series of tests designed to analyze patterns from gene sequences, the doctor said. It would just be unrealistic for the progression of technology to stagnate after the dawn. Quirks greatly enable the pursuit of science, especially the medical field. Yeah, I can't imagine that happening. How unrealistic, said Inko with a chuckle. The doctor turned toward Izuku. Well, little buddy, your blood doesn't match any known blood types. It's also darker in color than other types of blood. In fact, it has a completely different structure than regular blood. Most blood is made up of cells, but yours is a chemical fluid that you will get to name. Izuku stared at him, wide-eyed and excited. Part of what I can tell of your quirk is that you have a healing factor. That means that because of your unique blood, you can heal from wounds faster than most people, the doctor informed. Izuku glanced down at his arm, where the nurse had drawn his blood. To his surprise, the tiny puncture had already returned completely back to normal. I also detected some mutations with your senses. If you'll follow me, I can determine what else you can do. The next day, Izuku returned to his preschool. He was so excited to tell Kakin all about his new quirk. When some of his older classmates had gotten their quirks, they had come into the classroom with proud eyes and metaphorical guns blazing as they gladly demonstrated their newfound powers to anyone who would listen. Izuku intended to do the opposite and only show his quirk to his friends. He was a little worried about demonstrating it, though. He had thought long and hard about how he would show it to Kakin. He couldn't just heal on command, he needed to be injured first. Just in case, he had snuck a needle from his mom's sewing kit. He knew that she would be angry with him if she found out, so Izuku just would make sure she never found out. Simple. As soon as he caught sight of Kakin in the classroom, he made a beeline toward him and pulled up a chair. Leaning in, he quietly whispered in his best friend's ear, Kakin, I got my quirk. It's really strong. He said this with a wide grin across his face, excited about his future in heroics. Kakin looked back at him with eager eyes and a small grin on his face. Meet me at recess. Later that day, Izuku and Katsuki, along with their classmates, ran out to the playground. All the other kids hurried to the playground, swing set, sandbox, or whatever they could get their hands on. Izuku and Katsuki, however, went to the far corner of the playground, where no one else could overhear their conversation if they kept their voices down. Izuku was nearly vibrating with glee. He could barely contain himself. He was about to get to show his brand new quirk to his best friend. Izuku, calm down already, I'm not going anywhere. What does a healing factor mean? Katsuki said with a confused expression. It means I can heal really quickly. Look, watch this. Keen-eyed readers will remember Izuku had stolen a needle from his mother. He had taken care to not snap it or blunt it as it waited in his pocket all day. It was finally time for the needle to complete its true purpose in life. Stabbing a little kid. With that said, Izuku pulled out the needle from his pocket with a gleam in his eye. He raised it up in his right hand, preparing to drive it down into his left palm. Izuku, wait. You don't need to prove it to me. One of these extras could tell a teacher and get us in trouble. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Shink. Dear readers, you may have already come to the conclusion that stabbing oneself with a needle is generally a bad idea. However, for our favorite green child, this is not the case. Previously, you may have come to the conclusion that the reason why Izuku didn't feel the syringe as his blood was drawn is because the nurse was distracting him. In a normal story, this would be the case. However, my dear readers, this is not a normal story. See, Kaken. I'm fine, Izuku said with a smug look on his face. He quickly pulled the needle out of his left hand. The two boys watched starry-eyed as the hole quickly closed up. This, my dear readers, is the beginning of a wondrous journey. As many of you may have deduced, there is more to our favorite green-headed child's quirk. This, however, must wait until a later day. Illi Paulo temporis abis durunt. Literally, they will be being absent for a little of time. Naturally, they will be gone for a little while. Chapter text. Illi Paulo temporis abis furunt. Literally, they have been being absent for a little of time. Naturally, they have been gone for a little while. Several years later. Izuku is now in 8th grade, 13 years old. Izuku was having a good day. He was walking home after a long day of school. The algebra test he had taken a few hours ago was a breeze, and his physics teacher had assigned 2 pages of homework. It was a pretty normal day. Overall, school wasn't challenging for Izuku because of all the time he spends studying. He wouldn't have it any other way, because a UA hopeful needed top-notch grades to even be considered. Normally, he walks home with his best friend Katsuki because they live near each other, but today Katsuki was staying after school for a little while, so Izuku was walking alone. It was broad daylight out and he was on a busy street, so he wasn't worried about muggers or kidnappers. His walk to and from school was so routine he could practically do it in his sleep. Any student will agree that this is usually a good thing, because after a long day of school, it is better to simply put your brain in battery saver mode until you can get home and relax. Izuku was thinking about his quirk. Or rather, the lack thereof, because it had still yet to properly manifest. He still had his healing factor, but it hadn't gotten any faster. His quirk doctor said it would come in around the age of 12 to 13, but he had heard nothing from his non-existent, powerful transformation type. He anxiously waited for it to come in every day, but he was steadily growing more worried that the test was a fluke and it wasn't going to come. He knew it was impossible for him to be a hero without a quirk. Firstly, passing the entrance exam of any hero school would be near impossible without a physical ability. Mental and non-physical quirk users could still enter through other means, but public perception played a huge factor in heroics. Nowadays, a hero was basically a celebrity who fought villains as a side gig. All heroes, save All Might, had some sort of brand deal or company associated with them. A quirkless hero would have to constantly fight an uphill battle to counteract the discrimination. Since he didn't have Katsuki to keep him company and distract him, the doubt continued to fester the whole way home. A few minutes later, he arrived at his house. As he was walking through his house to return to his room, he passed his mom in the kitchen making dinner. "Hey sweetie, how was school today?" Inko happily asked. She always makes a point of asking Izuku how his day went as soon as he comes home from school. Her love for him was evident, so Izuku made sure to return it. "It went good, Mom. I'm pretty sure I aced my math test. I have a little bit of physics homework though, so I'll do that later today," he replied. "I expected nothing less with how hard you've been working. I'm making katsudon for dinner, so that may lighten the blow from the homework," said his mom with a smirk. "Thanks, Mama, I love you. I'm gonna go take a nap, it's been a long day," said Izuku. Green eyes stared at green eyes as Izuku looked at himself in his bathroom mirror. He firmly grasped the edge of the counter. The headache that had pained him all day started to swell. Izuku had been patient his whole life. Him and Katsuki had spent hours theorizing on what Izuku's healing factor might evolve into when the whole quirk awakens. Although now, it seems like that may never happen. His headache began to crescendo. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Maybe his quirk doctor's test was a false positive. Maybe the doctor had just not wanted to crush the dreams of a kid with a weak quirk. Maybe his quirk had already evolved and it was just so weak he hadn't noticed. His headache continued to crescendo. I'm sorry, Kakin, he thought to himself. Their promise to become heroes together would have to wait until the next life. His headache's crescendo intensified, as if the great cosmic orchestra, directed by God himself, was playing directly into his skull. Dear reader, this may seem like an odd comparison. In most cases, I might agree with you. However, as I have previously stated, this is no ordinary story. It's about to get a lot less ordinary. Izuku continued to squeeze his eyes shut in an attempt to stifle out all his senses. All his ears could hear was static. There was a strange feeling on his face. He could barely feel the bathroom floor on his bare feet. Wait a minute. What was on his face? He definitely wasn't crying, and this strange semi-liquid wasn't warm like tears normally are. Izuku opened his eyes and looked at himself again in the mirror. Instead of green eyes meeting green eyes, a molten white scara met a molten white scara. Instead of tears streaming down his face, his eyes seemingly began to dissolve and drip out of his sockets. Izuku, ironically, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this his quirk? Was it finally evolving? He wondered what good would melty eyes do him for heroics. His headache began to lessen, little by little. He blinks at himself in the mirror, expecting this strange sight to go away, as if it was an apparition caused by his stress or lack of sleep. However, instead of the ice slime disappearing, the rest of the world around him seemed to disappear. Everything began to disintegrate and dissipate around him as if he had just hit a loading screen in a video game. In response to this, Izuku had but one word. Whoa! Izuku's eyes were now completely dissolved. His bathroom, his house, Earth, all of reality had vanished, leaving Izuku floating in the void of space. Now that his human eyes were gone, he could now see the void for what it really was. It felt cold and wet on his skin, as if he had jumped in a murky lake and sank to the bottom. Trillions of stars winked into existence near him. Every single one burning with enough energy to vaporize the universe with one supernova. As he spun around to observe the vast sea of stars around him, Izuku noticed a few start to grow brighter. Although his headache was starting to fade, it suddenly spiked into an excruciating migraine. He could feel something in the front of his head shifting. He squeezed his eyes shut again to help with the pain. My eyes must be growing back. What kind of crazy quirk is this? He thought. What kind of quirk melted its user's eyes? He had heard of bizarre quirk awakenings, but never any like this. After what felt like an eternity, but in reality was a handful of seconds, Izuku was finally able to open his eyes. The sky was now completely empty. Izuku blinked. Maybe his new eyes just needed a few seconds to dilate their pupils. The world reappeared back around him. There, right in front of Izuku, was his bathroom counter. There, a few steps to his right, was his shower. There, immediately on his left, was the door to his closet. Green eyes met green eyes in the mirror. However, dear reader, these green eyes didn't stay green for long. Just like the diagram of cell division his biology teacher had shown him last year, his iris seemed to stretch, then split into two irises, each one a different color. Izuku watched with a sense of wonder as this process continued until his 4 irises became countless more. While he was watching his eyes, he also noticed that he doesn't have white sclera anymore. Instead, they were pitch black, almost transparent, with tiny bright flecks on them. Wait, no. Those weren't flecks. Those are stars, Izuku thought with amazement. Looking into his eyes was like looking through a window into a night sky filled with stars. It was as if every star that had disappeared in the sky now resided in his eyes. Dear reader, I am probably correct in assuming that none of you have ever had your eyes melt out of your heads before. Speaking from my own personal experience, it is a very tiring venture. As such, Izuku's reaction is definitely warranted. His knees buckled and he passed out. Hic residential iter mirum erit. Literally, this thing will be a journey of extraordinary. Naturally, this will be an extraordinary journey chapter text. HMO alias rem tibi narrabit. Literally, another man will tell the thing to you. Naturally, someone else will tell you the story. Izuku Midoriya was having a good day. Izuku should be coming home from school any minute now. She always looked forward to this part of the day for that particular reason. He always had some good news to share about his day, whether it be his performance on a test or him seeing a particularly interesting quirk on the way home from school. On the subject of quirks, Izuku was beginning to worry about Izuku. Ever since that fateful day at the quirk doctor 9 years ago, Izuku had waited patiently for his quirk to come in. Ever since that day, Izuku had installed combination locks on every drawer that contained a potentially dangerous item because Izuku always would try to test the limits of his healing factor. He had yet to retain a permanent injury from anything, but Izuku didn't want to take her chances. He was her one and only son after all. However, despite all the experimentation and training Izuku did every day, Izuku's half-quirk had yet to emerge as a full one. She could see his training growing more and more discontent every day. I should do something to cheer him up, Izuku thought. She quickly decided that fixing his favorite food for dinner would do nicely. A little while later, she hears keys clinking as the bolt on the front door was unlocked. A few seconds later, her green-haired son walked past her. His trademark grin was brightly shown across his face. However, her motherly instincts told her something was wrong, but she decided not to press him. He knew that if something was wrong, he would talk to her. "Hey, sweetie. How was school today?" she happily asked. Hopefully, her cheerful tone would rub off on him. "It went good, Mom. I'm pretty sure I aced my math test. I have a little bit of physics homework though, so I'll do that later today," he responded with a tired voice. She could tell that he was absolutely exhausted, for good reason. He had been working very hard to ensure his grades were top-notch to secure a spot at UA. "I expected nothing less with how hard you've been working," she said, with a tinge of pride. "I'm making katsudon for dinner, so that may lighten the blow from the homework." "Thanks, Mama. I love you. I'm gonna go take a nap. It's been a long day," said Izuku. Izuku watched as Izuku walked off towards his room to first shower and then go to sleep. A few minutes passed. Coming from the bathroom, Izuku could hear a noise that sounded similar to the static that an untuned radio makes. That must be the shower running. I'll need to look into the faucet and the water softener. I've never heard a shower head that sounds like that before, she thought. She continued to prepare dinner, unfazed. A few minutes later, she hears a loud thud come from the bathroom. Since Izuku had never before been teleported into outer space, Izuku reasonably assumed that the thud was not a sonic boom but in fact, Izuku slipping and falling in the shower. To reiterate, this is not a normal story. Not even a little bit. Mama Bear instincts ran at 110%. Izuku put down the pot she was holding and ran to the bathroom to check on Izuku. "Izuku, are you okay?" she shouted through the door. In her panic, she hadn't yet realized that the static sound had disappeared. She jiggled the doorknob, realizing that it was locked. Izuku had yet to respond after a few seconds, so she pounded on the door with her hand and shouted again, "Izuku, what happened? Answer me." Still, no answer. She slowly began to move the locking mechanisms with her quirk. Picking a lock with her telekinesis was slow, precise, and tedious. How Izuku learned to pick a lock is considerably outside the scope of this story, so it will have to wait for a later date to be told. After a few agonizing seconds, she finally got the lock to click into the open position. She threw open the door as fast as she could. It was sheer luck that saved her from stepping through and falling forever. The door seemed to be a portal into outer space. The entire bathroom had disappeared, leaving only a view of the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Stars were sprinkled throughout the sky. The strangest part, however, was her son floating in the center. Izuku stared at the strange sight with astonishment. Is this his quirk? What kind of quirk is this? Izuku had never heard of a quirk that did anything remotely close to teleporting its user to outer space. She reflexively clutched the doorframe even harder to avoid falling out of the door. Slowly, the stars in the sky began to wink out, but their light seemed to travel toward Izuku. His body absorbed it and began to glow with a blinding light. As this happened, Izuku's head exploded with a migraine the likes of which she had never experienced before. She unintentionally took 2 steps back, with the door swinging itself shut behind her. By this point, Inko's motherly panic had flooded her body with so much adrenaline that she could barely even feel the headache at all. All that mattered to her was making sure her son was all right. She was nearly in hysterics from how unexpected and confusing this was. She stepped forward and opened the door again. Instead of seeing the view of outer space, Inko saw the ordinary bathroom, just as it has always been. One small issue though. Izuku was currently slumped, unconscious, on the floor. Inko called to men, omnia licet erit. However, everything will be all right. Denique, ego fabulum re gaudii convertum. Literally, at last, I will convert the story to a story of joy. Naturally, at last, I will turn the story to one of light-hearted tone. After Izuku's rather unique quirk awakening, his mother was rushing him to the quirk doctor as quickly as possible. Since their hospital of choice doubled as both a regular hospital and a quirk doctor, they only had to head to one place. Inko loaded Izuku into the back of her small car. Izuku typically chose to walk to and from school, and she only had to go to her job, so she rarely used her car nowadays. She nervously chuckled to herself as she thought about the last time she took Izuku to the quirk doctor. The last time, she was trying not to speed from Izuku's contagious excitement. This time, she's trying not to speed because of her encroaching panic about whatever the heck was wrong with her son. However, despite her better judgment advising against it, she was driving 20 miles per hour over the speed limit. Izuku was still lying completely unconscious in the back seat. Inko thought she saw him stir, but she would worry about that later. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. The bright lights were blinding. He blinked owlishly as his eyes acclimated to the white light emanating from the ceiling. He could hear two distinct voices next to him. And when I opened the door again, everything was back to normal, and my son was unconscious on the floor. I've never heard of anything like that ever happening during a quirk awakening before. Rest assured we will find out what happened. Izuku slowly sat up, looking around to see himself in a hospital room. Two people sat in chairs next to his bed, talking. One was his mother, the other was wearing a lab coat with a stethoscope around their neck. He recognized this person as his quirk doctor. "Oh, he's awake," Izuku heard the doctor say. Both the doctor and his mother turned to look at him. "Do you remember me? I was the doctor who analyzed your quirk 9 years ago. I had never seen such an advanced quirk before. I've been anticipating your quirk fully awakening ever since then so I can study it." A few minutes later, Izuku's examination was in full swing. Firstly, the doctor began the examination with Izuku's eyes. To summarize what was previously stated, looking into Izuku's eyes was like looking through a window into the cosmos. Galaxies upon galaxies were visible inside his eyes. As for his irises, he has multiple in each eye, all swimming around the void of space contained within his sockets. Each one was a different color, but Izuku's original green ones remained front and center as the ones Izuku saw out of. The doctor was amazed as he shined a light into Izuku's eyes. "Fascinating," the doctor said. "It also appears you also no longer have eyelids. You don't need to blink, and I assume any debris that gets in your eye will disappear into your space." Next, the doctor grabbed his stethoscope, put it in his ears, and pressed the end to Izuku's chest. "Take a deep breath, then release it whenever you need to," the doctor said, following standard procedure for the examination. A few seconds passed, while the doctor anticipated Izuku to exhale. A little while longer passed. The doctor looked up at Izuku expectantly, only to see Izuku looking completely fine. "Do you need to breathe?" the doctor asked impatiently. He had never had a patient hold their breath for more than a few seconds before. "No, not yet. I don't feel out of breath at all," Izuku responded, confused. Previously, he could hold his breath for about a minute, but by now, he should have at least felt the lack of oxygen. "That's odd. Try to hold your breath for as long as you can," said the doctor as he pulled out a stopwatch from within the many pockets of his lab coat. And with that, Izuku took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to wait. 10 minutes later, Izuku still sat on the examination table, motionless. The doctor had long foregone the stopwatch and was now furiously scribbling on his clipboard. Izuku was still holding his breath. "All right, as much as I would like to see how long you can hold your breath, We have to continue with the rest of the examination. Go ahead and stop. Okay, said Izuku excitedly and distinctly not out of breath. I feel like I could have gone for a while longer, though. Again, the doctor pressed his stethoscope against Izuku's chest. Both the doctor and him stared at it for a few seconds, before the doctor removed it, muttering. Fascinating. You don't have any heartbeat at all, young man, the doctor said with amazement. This coupled with your lack of need for breathing has some incredible implications. Follow me to the X-ray room. After Izuku finished his X-ray, the doctor showed him the printouts of the results. However, something was different about them. This is your spine, the doctor said. Wait, what? Put it back in. Izuku said, worried. A beat of silence passed. Unfortunately, I can't do that, young man. He tapped a point on the X-ray printout with a pen. Right here is where your spine should be. You don't seem to have any bones. The doctor continued to stare at the X-ray printouts a few times before he visibly had an idea. He rushed out of the room, only to return a few seconds later with another doctor. This is my colleague. He has a quirk that allows him to reattach limbs within 1 minute of dismemberment. I would like to cut off one of your arms. Izuku stared at the doctor, wide-eyed. Inko, who had been watching from the corner of the room, fainted in her chair. Really? You will? Izuku said excitedly. I've been wanting to test out my healing factor by doing this for so long. Izuku reclined on the examination table, watching the doctor slowly approach with a comically large knife. Honestly, it was so big that it bordered on a machete in size. The second doctor, the one with the limb reattachment quirk, was standing off to the side holding a clipboard. He seemed to share the first doctor's passion for annotation because he was writing with a vigor comparable only to Izuku when he saw an interesting hero or quirk. For science, the doctor cried, raising the knife above his head and swinging it down. It cut off Izuku's arm in one clean cut. Both Izuku and the doctor looked at where the arm was attached, expecting to see blood. However, instead of blood, the hole was filled entirely with a thick black substance. In fact, there was no muscle or bone at all, proving the X-ray results to be accurate. Young man, it seems like the entirety of the inside of your body is made up of this black fluid. This explains why you could hold your breath for so long because you literally don't have lungs, the doctor explained. He took a glance at the arm, which was flopped on the floor. It began to dissipate and fade away, while Izuku and the two doctors watched in amazement. Before long, it was completely gone. Doctor, I feel a weird itchy feeling on my arm stump, Izuku said. That quickly drew the attention of both doctors away from the now disappeared arm. A half-second later, a new arm sprouted out of Izuku's shoulder, but instead of skin, it was made completely out of the black liquid. I wonder if I'll get to name it, Izuku thought to himself. Only Izuku would wonder about naming a potentially new chemical while his arm is literally regrowing itself. After the arm completely emerged, the black liquid seemed to melt off of it, vaporizing into the air and revealing a layer of skin underneath identical to Izuku's previously lost arm. Both doctors, who had been watching the previous process with wide eyes, were writing even faster than ever before on clipboards. Do I get to name the black liquid? Izuku asked, silently hoping they would say yes. I guess so. I've never seen anything like it. Sweet. Quirk Registry, Izuku Midoriya. Anomaly. Type, Transformation. Explanation. The user has various properties that would be considered liminal or anomalous. The user's abilities are including but not limited to limb regeneration. The user has a powerful healing factor that can even regenerate lost limbs. Lack of bodily internals. The user has no organs, muscles, or bones. Instead, the user's body is comprised of a black, formless liquid. This also results in them not showing up on X-rays or thermal cameras. Addendum. The user has decided this liquid should be called nihilium. Starry eyes. The user does not have eyes. Instead, the user's eye sockets seem to be a window into outer space. The user also has an uncounted number of multicolored irises in each eye. Doctor's note. We honestly have no actual idea what the hell this kid's entire quirk is and how the hell it mutated from his parents. We're just making something up. Sorry in advance to any future employers looking at his quirk records. Is aliquid oblitus est. Literally, something has been forgotten by him. Naturally, he forgot something. Izuku was exhausted. For the entire car ride home after his examination, he had fantasized about how he was going to discover the new limits of his quirk. The doctors obviously hadn't tested everything about his new quirk, so he was itching to devise and execute some tests of his own. However, regardless of how much he thought about it, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Izuku, now at his house, stood outside his bathroom door. His mind wandered back to how his quirk awakened, with the world around him dissolving and him being teleported into outer space. His memory after being transported into outer space was a bit spotty, and he has no memory of what happened between the stars fading and him waking up at the doctor's office. He slowly unlocked the door. The bathroom looked exactly as it has always looked. He still felt as if he was forgetting something. He approached the mirror. He looked at his eyes in the mirror, inspecting their vast emptiness. As he leaned in, more irises flicked around to the edges of his eyes, leaving only his original green ones in the middle. The stars inside his eyes glimmered brightly. Wow, was all Izuku had to say. Izuku wanted to stay there and examine his eyes for hours. However, he couldn't focus because he just knew he was forgetting something. Katsuki was sitting at his desk, working on homework. His physics teacher had decided to assign him 2 whole pages of homework. The keys on Katsuki's calculator clicked as he tapped away to solve the equations, finding velocities, accelerations, and distance traveled. A few minutes later, his concentration was broken by his phone vibrating. He flipped it over to see an incoming call from Izuku. Katsuki hesitantly tapped the accept call button. Hello. Kaken, guess what? My quirk evolved. Izuku's voice came in crystal clear through the phone. Katsuki was astonished. What? You better not be pranking me again, Izuku, he responded, annoyed. Have you done the physics homework yet? No, it's real, I promise. Meet me at the usual spot in 15 minutes. Katsuki sat motionless for a few seconds in complete disbelief at his friend. Eventually, after his brain finally finished processing what happened, he leaned back in his desk chair. Izuku seemed pretty excited. He probably wasn't joking. If he is, I'll explode him into next week, Katsuki thought to himself. Dear reader, in a world of superpowered humans, the rule, boys will be boys, still applies. However, instead of harmless insults, most dynamics of quirked boys revolves around sparring with quirks allowed. Katsuki and Izuku, as such, would frequently meet up at Dagoba Beach, a hidden area of sorts for them to exercise and practice their quirks. The beach was covered in trash from illegal dumping, but the duo had cleared out a small area for them to hang out in. Having left his house, Katsuki soon arrived at the beach. In the center of the area was Izuku, facing away from Katsuki. Oi, Izuku, Katsuki greeted in his normal fashion. So your quirk finally fully came in. Show me. Katsuki half expected Izuku to turn around and show off some flashy, damage-dealing quirk like his own. However, he was astonished to see Izuku turn around at all. Izuku's eyes had changed. Dear reader, seeing that I have already described Izuku's eyes 2 separate times, I will spare you the trouble of hearing Katsuki's description of them. Look at my eyes, Kaken. Don't they look super cool? Izuku said, clearly overjoyed to share his excitement with his best friend. They look just like outer space. I have to hand it to you, Izuku, those do look pretty cool. But that better not be all your quirk can do, Katsuki responded. Oh yeah. Well, my healing factor now works way stronger. The doctor chopped off my entire arm and it grew back, good as new, Izuku said with a grin across his face. Katsuki took a moment to mourn Izuku's mother, who surely fainted upon seeing her son get his arm get cut off. He was completely confused at how happy Izuku was about this, though. The duo spent the rest of the day showcasing Izuku's new abilities. Of course, it wouldn't be much fun for me to reveal them all to you now, would it? You'll have to wait. Ego non dolio. They also made their mutual promise to attend UA together and become heroes. Because attending UA was no easy feat, they also devised a foolproof training plan to build muscle before the exams in 2 years. They decided to clean the entirety of the beach. Every day, the two would also take breaks to spar with each other, and they each took up other martial arts and sports for additional training. The duo collectively worked hard, each one pushing the other to work harder. The UA entrance exams are 2 years away. Izuku and Katsuki would make every second count. Iti sic, iter quorum progredier copit. Literally, and thus, the journey of them is beginning to advance. Naturally, and so, their journey is beginning chapter text. Juvenibus somnium progressento, multi-residential illis exciderant. Literally, with the boys progressing their dream, to them many affairs happened. Naturally, while the boys were achieving their dream, much happened to them. Ever since that day, Izuku and Katsuki committed themselves to becoming students at UA and achieving their shared dream of becoming heroes. However, they were currently middle schoolers. Because of this, they were unable to legally get jobs to pay for a gym membership to train. However, they didn't let this stop them. They were simply too determined. "Zuku, help me with this car door. I can't get a good grip on it," called Katsuki. Both boys were currently out on Dagoba Beach cleaning up the larger pieces of scrap and trash. They would grab a piece out of a pile, haul it to a conveniently placed nearby dumpster, and repeat. "One is to see," Izuku called back from the other side of the mountain. "I just have to finish with this microwave." The mountain was the massive pile of trash situated in the middle of the beach. Standing at about 20 feet, 6 meters, tall with a width to match, it was so large that neither boy could see each other from the other side. Complete with hundreds of rusty hunks of scrap metal, dozens of kitchen appliances and tin and aluminum cans sprinkled throughout it like a massive ice cream sundae, but with rust instead of chocolate. It even had an entire refrigerator on top, like a cherry. After Izuku lugged his broken microwave to the dumpster, he returned to Katsuki to help him with the car door. One notable aspect of Izuku's quirk is immunity to infections such as tetanus. Tetanus, which spreads via bacteria, targets the muscles, causing spasms. However, because Izuku's entire body is comprised of nihilium, there's nowhere for the bacteria to target and spread. Instead of multiplying, it just floats around harmlessly until it dies. As such, this allowed Izuku to touch rust without worrying about it. The two both grabbed onto the car door. "On 3, we yank it out." "Okay," said Katsuki. Izuku nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. They both grunted as they tugged in unison. The car door dislodged without a hitch. They heard the mountain groan as the trash shifted, but nothing fell. Now that the car door was free, the two began to drag it off to the dumpster. They made a great team. In addition to cleaning the beach, they both took up sports to gain additional muscle. They each picked their own sport because neither could agree on one to do together. Because they were both brothers in all but blood, they still fought as siblings do. Izuku loved the rhythm of swimming. As the sound of the water splashing rang in his ears, Izuku swung his arms in strokes with practiced precision. He was currently at a public pool, swimming freestyle up and down repeatedly. There was something about the rhythm of swimming that allowed Izuku to completely shut off his brain and let his muscle memory carry him across the pool. His legs continued to kick up and down behind him. As Izuku reached the wall of the pool, he tucked and turned to do a flip turn. His knees bent on the wall, and like a spring, he shot forward. With his arms held above his head in streamline, Izuku crossed a section of the pool underwater before falling back into the rhythm. While his brain was absorbed, not a single thought crossed his head. Swimming was one of the few ways that Izuku relaxed nowadays. Izuku loved swimming. Katsuki loved the rhythm of boxing. As the sound of his fists striking the punching bag echoed off the walls, he swung his arms in blows with practiced precision. He was in his garage at home, using his dad's old punching bag and gloves. There was something about the rhythm of fighting an imaginary opponent that allowed Katsuki to completely lose himself and let his muscle memory lead him through his set. He ducked and weaved around blows from his imaginary opponent. As a bead of sweat dripped down his forehead, he stepped back for a moment to wipe himself off. Grabbing his towel, he dried the sweat off his face as best he could. Because of his quirk, getting too sweaty was dangerous for Katsuki. After his break was over, Katsuki returned to the bag and returned to the rhythm. While his brain was absorbed, not a single thought crossed his head. Boxing was one of the few ways that Katsuki relaxed nowadays. Katsuki loved boxing. One day, while the sun beat down on the two boys cleaning the beach, an unidentified stranger came across them. He was thin, with two long tufts of blonde hair laying limp in front of his face. Since it was close to the end of their session, Izuku and Katsuki were finishing up their work. Their voices echoed off of the piles of trash, reaching the eavesdropping man. "Mankaken, we're really improving. At this rate, the beach will be completely clean in a few more months. Yeah. Those two spots at UA's hero course have our names written all over them." The stranger chuckled to himself. He'd have his successor before the month was over. One particular morning, Izuku and Katsuki had just finished their run. The two got up at the crack of dawn, put on workout clothes, and hit the streets. Besides swimming and boxing, it's one of the best ways for them to train on the cheap. After their run, they stopped at a breakfast place to get something to eat. Since both had eaten almost nothing before the run, they were both extremely hungry. The place was almost completely empty, so they ordered immediately. Izuku ordered a stack of pancakes and Katsuki ordered scrambled eggs. They both went to sit down at their table. A little while after they reached their table, a rather suspicious man walked in. He was wearing a trench coat fully buttoned up and his dark hair was barely visible beneath his hat. He clearly stuck out inside the room. However, Izuku and Katsuki's attention was quickly brought away from him as their food arrived at the table, prompting them both to start to eat as fast as possible. The man dramatically tore off his trench coat to reveal two machine guns concealed beneath. Interestingly enough, he didn't seem to have arms to hold up the guns. Because of his quirk, the man had two machine guns instead of arms, complete with an ammunition belt hanging from each one. "People, do not be alarmed. You are being held hostage," the man shouted loudly, quickly drawing the attention of Izuku and Katsuki. Notably, the underpaid employee dressed in bright colors stared at the villain, uncaring. They pressed a button underneath the counter, labeled "Villain." Though, the label on the button was almost completely worn off due to the sheer amount of times it was pressed. "I'm not here to rob you. I just want revenge," he exclaimed, even louder. Dear reader, you have probably heard the saying villains aren't born, they're made, before. For this particular villain, this isn't the case. He was in fact, born into villainy. "It all began on the day of my birth. Both of my parents failed to show up, and the nurse had to take care of me," the villain said, with a tear running down his face. She proceeded to take her lunch break at this very breakfast diner. After she finished eating, she forgot about me and left me behind at the table. Ever since that day, I strove to be a menacing villain so that I could take my revenge on this diner. As you have probably figured out by now, the villain was incredibly absorbed in his monologue. So absorbed, in fact, that Izuku and Katsuki were able to duck behind a booth to formulate a plan. The man continued to spout out more monologue about his tragic backstory and whatnot. After what felt like an eternity, but in reality, was only 5 minutes, Izuku and Katsuki broke their huddle. Katsuki silently crept behind the villain, before standing up and raising his hands. "Hey, this flashbang," Katsuki yelled, launching his new special move that he had developed during his sparring sessions on the beach. As the name implies, it's an explosion that is very bright and loud, while lacking in damage power. The man stumbled back, blinded by the flashbang. Unfortunately, due to having a gun mutation, the man had a natural resistance to concussive sounds. He swung around to face Katsuki, raising his gun arms and preparing to fire. However, he failed to realize that Katsuki was only one half of a greater whole. Just before the first bullet was launched from the chamber, Izuku ran from his cover, straight toward the villain. He swung his fist, punching the gunman directly on the back of the head. With this, The gunman dropped like a sack of rocks, completely unconscious. Izuku and Katsuki stared at each other. The underpaid cashier still continued to zone out. They hadn't seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary, as if villain fights were an everyday occurrence inside this diner. Katsuki shrugged, then the two walked back to their table. Something was different. A plate was broken. Izuku and Katsuki's heads snapped back up to stare at each other, wide-eyed with fear. "What do we do?" Izuku asked, panicked. "I've never broken a plate at a restaurant before." "Me neither," responded Katsuki. "Let's get out of here before we find out what they do to people who break plates." "Okay," Izuku said, his worry evident from his tone. As someone who has broken a plate multiple times at a restaurant, it honestly is not that bad of an experience. Sometimes nothing happens, sometimes you get it added to your bill, and sometimes you are doomed to work in the kitchens forever to pay for your crime. 010 would not do again. Izuku and Katsuki sprinted out the back door. Because this was a fast food place, they had paid for their food before they sat down. They continued to run until they were about 2 blocks away from the restaurant. They stopped to catch their breath. However, they weren't expecting someone to drop from a rooftop to land in front of them. "I am here," someone shouted, startling the two. "All Might?" Izuku asked, wide-eyed and astonished. "We promise we didn't mean to break that plate. It was an accident. Please don't take us to jail." Permitto, Fabula Tashinori in sequens part fabuli explicabit. Literally, I promise, the story of Tashinori will be explained in the following part of the story. Naturally, I promise, Tashinori's perspective will be explained in the next chapter. Yagi Tashinori, also known as the number 1 pro hero All Might, was out on patrol. He also had a secret. After a particularly fierce battle with his nemesis, he suffered a debilitating wound on his side. Now, he could only use his power, one for all, for 3 hours every day. He had already used it for 2 hours and 45 minutes today. Luckily, his patrol was about to end in a few minutes. One notable aspect of One for All was its innate ability to be transferred to another person. He hadn't been born with it, his sensei had given it to him. He was the 8th holder of the quirk, and he was seeking a 9th. Because of his wound, the urgency of finding a proper successor was becoming more urgent by the day. His former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, had been grooming a successor, Mirio, for him. However, Tashinori didn't think Mirio was the best candidate. His earpiece crackled to life and began to relay information about a hostage situation at a nearby diner. The police were already on the scene, but no heroes, save Tashinori, could get there quickly enough. Tashinori grinned. It's time to save some citizens, he thought, before breaking out into a sprint. Despite his best efforts, his commute to the diner was interrupted multiple times. A shout of, "Gimme your wallet," and "Somebody help me," rang out in his ears as he leaped over an alley. Looking down, a masked person holding up another person at gunpoint. Dropping down into the alley with his signature battle cry of, "I am here," Tashinori quickly incapacitated the mugger and returned the stolen wallet to the victim. He didn't stay for long, because the hostage situation was still ongoing. The whole situation only lasted about 15 seconds. As he continued to the diner, he heard many more accidents happen near him, each one taking up precious time and resources. He stopped a car from running a red light and crashing, he saved a construction worker falling off a building, he rescued a cat from a tree, and he even prevented a jaywalker from crossing the street. There was so much happening around Tashinori, it might as well be comedically timed. After all of this heroism, Tashinori had roughly 10 seconds left of his power to stop the hostage situation. I'll only be able to hold my muscle form for long enough to fight the gunman, he thought. He formulated a plan in his mind. Finally reaching the diner, Tashinori, in his small form, entered through the back door. He planned to sneak closer, then power up and take down the gunman. Speaking of the gunman, he was in the middle of a long villain origin story monologue. Because Tashinori had been a professional hero for several years now, he knew better than to rudely interrupt a perfectly good monologue. Out of the corner of his eye, Tashinori saw 2 civilian teenagers sneaking behind the tables. They were the only 2 in the otherwise empty restaurant. Tashinori watched, too surprised to move, as they both took down the villain together, with one stunning the villain and distracting him while the other delivered a strong blow to his head. Wait a minute. These were the two kids who were cleaning the beach. This was a fantastic opportunity for Toshinori to introduce himself to them and start to train them to inherit his quirk. Toshinori watched as the two calmly went back to what he assumed was their table, only to rush out of the building. I have to follow them, Toshinori thought to himself, before turning around and rushing out of the diner, still in his small form. He followed behind the two boys as they ran away from the diner. Eventually, after they had gone a good distance, they stopped to catch their breath. Toshinori unintentionally eavesdropped on their conversation. We just took down an actual villain. Wait, would that be considered vigilantism? Crap, now we won't be able to get into UA's hero course, the green-haired one said. No, nobody in there saw our faces. We'll be fine, replied the blonde-haired teen. I'm kinda jealous of you, you know. You used your quirk to stop the villain, the green-haired one said with a disappointed tone. We've been training hard, but my weak quirk still isn't good in combat. At that very moment, Toshinori's mind was made up. This green-haired kid would be his successor. He quickly powered up into his muscle form, inexplicably growing to about twice his original height. Immediately, Toshinori felt the strain on his muscles. He would have to explain everything to the boys quickly. He then jumped high into the air, landing directly in front of the boys with his trademark grin and slogan, I am here. All might? Izuku asked, wide-eyed and astonished. We promise we didn't mean to break that plate. It was an accident. Please don't take us to jail. Now, Toshinori wasn't expecting this. This threw a massive wrench in his plans. Because of his surprise, his entire game plan quickly vaporized inside his head. Plate? I'm not here about an unimportant plate. I'm here dash. He shrunk back to his normal size. To discuss one of your becoming my successor. Both boys stared at him in shock. Neither one seemed to be able to move a muscle. Toshinori took this as his cue to explain his situation. 5 years ago, I was gravely injured in a fight against an extremely dangerous villain, the likes of which the public has never heard of. Ever since then, I have only been able to use my quirk for a few hours every day. I've wanted to find a proper successor since then, to pass the torch of the symbol of peace. I have seen the two of you cleaning the beach, and I think you are perfect successor material. Izuku blinked. Katsuki blinked. Both boys stared at Toshinori in awe. Finally, Toshinori got a good look at the green-haired kid's face. He saw the boy's astral eye mutations. He had never seen a night sky as radiant as this kid's eyes. To this day, Toshinori swears that he saw a shooting star cross Izuku's eyes. You want us to be your successor? All Might wants us to be his successor? But wait, All Might just admitted to stalking us, the starry-eyed kid said with hesitancy. Especially for a pro-hero, this was a serious offense. I promise my intentions have been only to find a successor, my boy, Toshinori assured. He was quickly realizing he hadn't really thought this whole thing through. I would like to train the both of you to become the finest heroes Japan has ever seen. Zuku, this is All Might. I'm sure we'd be completely safe mentoring under him. My name is Katsuki Bakugu, by the way, and this is Izuku Midoriya. We call each other Zuku and Kaken. I see. My name is Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori now prepared to drop the biggest secret these two boys had ever heard. The secret of a transferable quirk. One more thing. Young Midoriya, I heard you complaining about your quirk and how it isn't good for combat. Can you tell me what it does? Oh yeah, sure. In addition to my eyes, my quirk is that the inside of my body is made up of a black fluid I call nihilium. It lets me heal pretty fast from wounds, but it's useless on the offensive. Well, I have one more secret that can help with that. You see, my quirk, One for All, is transferable. I inherited it from my sensei, she inherited it from hers, and so on back until the dawn of quirks centuries ago. I would like to make you the 9th holder. Silence. The rustling of paper is faintly heard, alongside faint cursing. I was so close, Izuku muttered under his breath, now holding a notebook he got from who knows where. I almost guessed All Might's quirk. I never considered that it's a transferable stockpile quirk. After the conversation was finished, Toshinori, Katsuki, and Izuku all exchanged phone numbers and agreed to meet on the beach the next morning. After the two latter were sworn to never reveal the secrets they had just been told, they each then departed for their respective homes. On his way home, Toshinori was carefully creating the torture workout plan he would put those boys through. "I'll make spectacular heroes out of you yet, just wait and see," he said under his breath. End of Act 1. Hic Toshinorinum non elegens unis favoris ius vidir possumus. Literally, here we are able to see Toshinori not choosing the one of the favor of him. Naturally, here we can see Toshinori not choosing a favorite. Iocum naro, unis favoris ius est Izuku. Literally, I am telling a joke, the one of the favor of him is Izuku. Naturally, just kidding, his favorite is Izuku. This chapter used to have everything in a bulleted list, but that made it impossible to read on mobile, so the bullets have been removed and the formatting has been reorganized. The following is an excerpt from Izuku's hero analysis for the future notebooks. Kaken Katsuki Kaken. Quirk Explosion allows him to secrete nitroglycerin from his hands. Chemical compound actually nitro? C3 compound of nitroglycerin. Maybe something similar but still explosive? Unable to test WO expensive chemistry equipment. Also can create sparks from his palms resulting in explosions. Why can he control the size of his explosions? The size of the spark doesn't matter, only the volume of combustible material. Because his sweat is what explodes, their size should be determined by their frequency. This has been disproven by testing. His explosions are probably him simultaneously creating an explosion and releasing the necessary amount of sweat from his glands. This explanation makes the normal function of sweat, cooling the body, impossible. Potential additional moves. Flashbang? Flashbangs are a mix of magnesium and nitrate. If he takes magnesium supplements, it should be possible. Focus shot? His hands have increased durability and rough skin to resist explosions. He could clasp his hands and create a powerful explosion, with the force all coming out a hole like a gun barrel. Could also launch a projectile like a bullet. Quirk, Small Object Attraction, allows her to telekinetically attract small objects directly toward her. What defines a small object? Not likely, as she can lift relatively heavy objects with the same speed and control as light ones. Size? Also not likely, as she can control light but large objects such as a roll of paper towels. Cognition? Most likely, her limit depends on what she sees as a small object. She can lift me with her quirk as she sees me as her little baby, regardless of my size. Potential for evolution. General telekinesis. Repel objects. Attract larger objects. Needs further testing. Bracerhead. My favorite hero. Quirk Erasure allows him to erase quirks of others by looking at them. Works on emitters and transformers, but not mutants. Basically allows him to fight quirkless. Typically specializes in ambushes and solo takedowns, but can still fight against a group. I think he has some kind of binding cloth from the few pictures I have dug up of him. His quirk is cancelled if he blinks. He already uses eye drops to lengthen his erasures. He uses goggles with a slit in them. Potential support item, humidifying goggles. Goggles made of a clear material, glass, plexiglass, plastic. Also automatically release water vapor on the inside to moisturize his eyes, rather than eye drops. Also removes vulnerability and reduced field of view from the eye slit. The following is an excerpt from one of Izuku's school essays on the Quirk singularity theory. Additionally, the Quirk singularity theory is false because quirks automatically adapt to grant their users additional control over them. For example, the flame hero, Endeavor, is naturally resistant to his flames, even his flaming beard. On the surface, this may seem like a natural evolution of his quirk, but upon closer inspection, there are many more additional protections provided to him by his quirk. Notably, he is never harmed by the lack of oxygen as a result of his flames. He likely has some sort of mutation that either makes it easier for him to breathe or that reduces the amount of oxygen which any naturally needs. However, his flames could burn off of another substance instead of oxygen, but his flames are completely similar to that of a normal gas fire, heroes2d.org. This is an example of a quirk that additionally provides its user many other factors that counteract the surface-level drawbacks of the quirk itself. The protections would naturally have to be as strong as the quirk itself to function. Therefore, the quirk singularity theory is false because a quirk's protections evolve alongside the quirk itself. Now, for all of the time that Izuku and Katsuki spent training to become heroes, they also spent an equal amount of time relaxing and having fun. They were teenagers, after all. On this particular occasion, they decided to spend it doing something new. They decided to play Dungeons and Dragons. They decided to do this at Katsuki's insistence. One of his favorite MyTubers had just started a D&D podcast, and he wanted to try out this new experience for himself. So, he asked his parents if they had ever played before. To his surprise, his dad, Masaru, was part of a D&D campaign in college. He quickly agreed to be the DM for the two boys. Ithar, a dragonborn rogue, and Karst, a tiefling wizard, were adventurers in the small village of Mizuder. One night, they decided to visit their local tavern to see what information they could find. As they arrived, they quickly noticed that the tavern was completely empty, save for a few tough-looking people in the back corner. Ithar approached the barman. Back in the real world, Izuku rolls high for his persuasion check. He flips the barman a coin. "Have you heard of anything of interest recently? My friend here and I were just passing by and we seek an adventure." The barman chucked. "You don't often see dragonborn and tieflings around these parts." "As a matter of fact, I have." He gave Ithar and Karst a cursory glance. "You two wouldn't be able to handle it." Ithar takes a step back. Karst is astonished, rushing forward. Back in reality, Katsuki proceeds to roll very, very low for his intimidation check. "We're tougher than we look," he says angrily. "How hard can it be?" Once again, the barman chuckles. The town's best warriors were bested by this quest. "What makes you any different?" This time, the gods of the dice decide to bless Katsuki, giving him a high roll. "We're the #1 fiercest warriors in all the land," he said, red eyes gleaming in the firelight. And that was a mistake. Katsuki, one of the suspicious men in the back of the tavern, punches you in the back of the head. You take 4 points of damage. Masaru, Katsuki's dad, said with a grin. "Roll initiative." Both boys toss their D20s. Izuku gets a 4, Katsuki gets an unfortunately, these rolls were both slightly too low. Another one of the barmen approaches and kicks Ithar in the side before he can react. "You say you are the fiercest warriors in the land," one of them says, clearly drunk. Being an orc, his tusks made his slurred words sound even more garbled. "I am the strongest. Fight me for the title." Karst quickly falls into a battle stance. Repeatedly claiming to be the strongest in the land often meant he had to face glory-seeking adventurers. He channels his magic into his hands, drawing the fire from the fireplace. It swirls around him, illuminating his red skin. A booming voice rings out. "No fighting inside my bar. Take it outside or else," the barman said, with one of the fiercest expressions Karst had ever seen. Suddenly, he really wanted to take it outside. This barman was terrifying. Now outside, Karst and Ithar square off against the 3 orcs. Karst again summons flames, swirling them around himself for dramatic effect before shooting them in bolts at the orcs. One of them gets blasted back, slamming into a tree and falling unconscious. The other 2 are barely singed. Now, the second orc takes his turn. He charges forth, reaching out to grab Ithar. Being a rogue, Ithar simply rolls away. Taking advantage of the orc's bad position, he whips out his knife and drives it right into the orc's back. Not quite being down, the orc turns around and swings his fists at Ithar. However, he had already vanished into a nearby shadow. The exchange lasted only a little while longer, with Karst blasting the third and final orc with his flames. Seeing this, the second orc decided to cut his losses and run. The 2 high-fived and, having proven their skill, proceeded back into the bar to get their quest. As with the nature of Dungeons and Dragons, the session, unfortunately, ends here. The quest, however, keeps going. And just like Ithar and Karst are fighting to complete their quest, back in reality, Izuku and Katsuki are fighting to complete their own quest to become heroes. End of interludes. The UA entrance exams were 6 months away. Izuku and Katsuki had trained under the number 1 hero, All Might, for some time now. Under his tutelage, both Izuku and Katsuki had grown considerably stronger. They both had much more muscular figures and great endurance. Both boys had also greatly improved their control over their quirks. Izuku hadn't developed any new facets of his quirk, but he had developed his own fighting style regarding his regeneration. On the other hand, Katsuki had developed a few new moves in addition to training his quirk. He could now sustain a very limited flight sustained by his explosions, albeit for only a few seconds. He could also create powerful focused explosions by clasping his hands. Both were on about equal footing in terms of strength and power. These new ideas for Katsuki's moves had come directly from Izuku's hero analysis notebooks, where he broke down the quirks of his family, friends, and favorite heroes to a fundamental level. Katsuki had been shocked when Izuku had first shown his analysis to him. One night, Izuku was lying awake in bed. He had tossed and turned for hours, unable to find sleep. This typically wasn't an issue for him because he was very busy throughout his days, with activities such as school, studying, and cleaning the beach. This particular night, he felt his mind running at 1,000 miles per hour. He stared up at the ceiling of his bedroom, unable to shut off his brain. He couldn't help but mutter to himself to express his thoughts. "We've almost finished cleaning the beach. I'm gonna receive All Might's quirk soon." He couldn't believe that he was this close to accomplishing his dream. It was almost surreal, being so close to achieving a huge step in the goal he had striven for since childhood. He rolled over to his side and looked at his bedside clock. 1:54 a.m. Izuku slowly tossed the covers off himself. He sat on the edge of his bed for a second, before standing up and walking to his window. Thanks to his natural night vision, he didn't stub his toe on anything else in his room. After he reached the glass, he pulled open his curtains and tied up the blinds. Through the glass, all the stars in the night sky shined down upon him. The night sky was a sight that he didn't often get to see because he and Katsuki had very careful sleep schedules that they followed carefully. They made a point to never stay up too late studying or exercising. However, he couldn't help breaking that rule tonight. The sight of the thousands upon thousands of stars peppering the sky filled him with a sense of awe and determination. Of course, seeing himself compared to the trillions of stars made him feel small, like a speck of dust compared to a skyscraper. "Universe, I may be small compared to you, but watch me make a difference. Watch me change history." He bent down and picked up his phone from the charger and called a very familiar number. After a few rings, it picked up. "Oi, Izuku, it's 2 a.m. What do you want?" Dear reader, do you ever get that sudden feeling of motivation in the middle of the night? The feeling to leap out of bed, run to your desk, and work on whatever hobby or projects you may have. Well, Izuku is no different. Today, however, the feeling was particularly strong. 20 minutes later, having snuck out of his house, Izuku arrived on the beach. There was only a little bit of trash remaining. The full moon shined brightly on the waves of the water, illuminating the beach barely enough for him to see. A little bit later, Katsuki arrived as well. "Hey, let's finish this DMN beach." Izuku beamed at his friend. "Let's do this." Tashinori slowly awoke. It was a beautiful Saturday morning, 7 a.m. The rays of sunrise flowed through his window, illuminating the room through his open curtains. He could hear a few birds faintly chirping just outside his window. It was a picturesque, perfect morning. He checked his phone as he does every morning, to see if anything had come up or if his patrol was any different. Instead, he saw a text message. Group chat W future successor number 1, future successor number 2, Yagi Tashinori. Future successor number 1554 a.m. Come to beaches. We have something to show you. As Tashinori made his way to the beach in his civilian attire, he wondered what his two sons' successors had done. The beach was nearing completion, but they had left it unfinished the previous day before heading home for the night. Tashinori nervously wondered what happened. Maybe another refrigerator fell on Izuku again? Maybe Katsuki got crushed this time, without a healing quirk to protect him, Toshinori worried to himself. Of course, one didn't make it to the number 1 hero spot without being a bit paranoid. However, he was off the clock, so he pushed these thoughts to the back of his head. No matter what happens, he thought, I am extremely proud of those two. They both embody the spirit of a true hero. His only regret was that he could only give one for all to one of them. He had already decided on Izuku, but both were fantastic candidates. Arriving at the beach, Toshinori was yanked out of his peaceful train of thought. Maybe I'm at the wrong beach, he worried. This beach is completely clean. But wait, there aren't any other beaches in Mizudafu. What's going on? Was this a trap? Had a villain with an illusion-making quirk kidnapped his successors, texted him, and planned to jump him? His razor-sharp battle instincts were humming just beneath his fingertips. Surprise! Toshinori, transformed into All Might, turned around as fast as he could, ready to fight. However, instead of a villain like he had thought, it was just his two successors. My boys, what happened to the beach? And why are you both here so early? He asked, successfully trying to downplay the fact that he thought he was about to get jumped. Izuku had an ecstatic grin across his face. He was basically vibrating with excitement, staring at Toshinori with his iconic galaxy eyes. Again, Toshinori swears to this day that he saw a shooting star cross the boy's eyes. It looked like he could barely contain his excitement. Katsuki, on the other hand, stood a little off to the side with a smug grin on his face. It was not a condescending type of smug, but more of a satisfied and proud grin. Internally, he was just as excited as Izuku. He was just less inclined to vibration than Izuku was. Izuku paused for a second, before launching into a rapid-fire, barely audible stream of words. I got up in the middle of the night last night because I couldn't sleep and I got motivated and I called Kakin and we went down here to the beach and we wanted you to be proud of us and we wanted to finish as fast as possible and we cleaned the whole beach and… Keep in mind, dear reader, that Izuku does not have lungs. He didn't take a breath throughout this entire spew of words. Of course, Katsuki and Toshinori knew this already, but they were slightly unsettled, nonetheless. What he said, Katsuki finally said after Izuku ran out of explanation. That's fantastic, my boys. You both have the work ethic of true heroes. I'm so proud of both of you, and I'm glad I got to be a part of your origin stories. Now, it's the time that you all have been waiting for. The quirk transfer. I wasn't expecting you to be finished today, or this week for that matter, so I'm not prepared to have you inherit my quirk, Midoriya. Why don't you come to my house for a celebratory breakfast and I can transfer the quirk afterward? Now, Izuku and Katsuki had no idea how a transferable quirk was supposed to work. Being teenagers, their minds wandered considerably away from the actual way, DNA consumption. Izuku was afraid that it might require some kind of blood ritual. Before he knew it, he was climbing into the back seat of Toshinori's car. All right, we're here. Izuku and Katsuki both looked out of the window of the back seat of their mentor's car. They both saw a rather regular-looking house. They both internally hid their disappointment because they both expected All Might, the number 1 hero, to live in a house that was a bit more interesting. However, All Might wasn't alone in heroes that chose to live in apartments or plain-looking houses to be inconspicuous. They both climbed out of the car and began to follow Toshinori into the house. As they approached his porch, they saw that his doormat was an American flag pattern, with some English writing on it that none of them could read. It said, live, laugh, love, in loopy, cursive lettering. Izuku and Katsuki knew Toshinori was a fan of all things West from their many conversations with him. However, they were about to find out that their mentor's taste in decoration favored the West far more than they previously thought. The first thing that they noticed upon entering the room was the wall covered in movie posters. There was Top Gun, Star Wars, Titanic, The Shining, and other famous American movies that Izuku and Katsuki had watched, with Japanese subtitles of course. Basically, the house was very stereotypically American. During his time training as a hero in the US, Toshinori clearly took a liking to their customs. Let me fix you two some tea, Toshinori said. Make yourselves at home. Here's the living room, the TV remote is on the table, and the bathroom is down the hall to the left. Izuku and Katsuki both walked over to the couch and sat down. They were both a little shaken, due to their lack of sleep and from the apparent shock of being inside the house of the #1 hero. After a few minutes, Toshinori returned to the room carrying 3 cups of tea. He carefully set down 2 cups in front of Katsuki and himself before setting down the 3rd cup in front of Izuku. The cup was clearly hot, with a plume of smoke coming off of it. He slowly raised the cup to his lips before taking a sip, noting its unexpected bitter taste. So my boys, the UA entrance exam is in 6 months. Midoriya, you'll be challenged to learn an entirely new quirk in such a short time, but I am an excellent teacher. You'll be throwing Detroit smashes in no time. I'm excited, Mr. Yagi. I'm excited to finally make good on my promise to be a hero. One thing I've been wondering, how exactly is One for All transferred? Well, previously, you may remember Izuku and Katsuki's prank on Toshinori on the beach. They were both wearing their own versions of a mischievous smile. Now, however, Toshinori was demonstrating his own version of a mischievous smile. Despite the warmth of the now fully drank tea, Izuku shivered in his seat. The transfer has already happened. Big reveal, massive payoff. What? Since Izuku and Katsuki were clearly speechless, Toshinori began to explain. My boy, the transfer is done through the consumption of DNA. Since the only easy ways to get DNA are through hair and blood, I wanted to make the process as painless as possible. I boiled a few strands of my hair inside your cup of tea. One for all is yours. Wow, that was all fine and dandy. However, Izuku felt exactly nothing. He was so shocked by everything that he could only wordlessly stare at Toshinori. It should make itself known to you within a few hours. Why don't we have breakfast now, and then you and Katsuki can have the rest of the day off? After their meal at their mentor's house, the boys went over to Katsuki's house to hang out. When spending time together, they typically alternated between each other's houses unless they wanted to do something specific at one of their houses. Today was one of those days. Just like regular teenage boys, they both had a particular interest in a retro pre-Quirk video game called Minecraft. They had found an old Xbox at a yard sale alongside a copy of the game and quickly fell in love with it. They had built a massive base together in their survival world. Several hours went by, with both boys occasionally chatting about what they were currently working on or getting up to grab a snack. While they were playing, Izuku was down in their mine looking for resources. Katsuki, on the other hand, was working on another addition to their base. They had played together, in this specific world, for hours on end, creating many massive buildings. This specific play session saw Izuku down in a deep cave. He was running around, looking for more resources to grow their already large hoard of valuables. The two were overall having fun, and they didn't realize how fast time was passing while they played. Finally finishing filling his character's pockets with as many precious stones and metals as he could, Izuku began the arduous journey of returning to their base. With his character journeying through biome after biome, Izuku finally began to see his home on the horizon. One small detail, one tiny little tidbit that makes this entire situation infinitely less desirable. One minuscule bit of information that quickly turned Izuku's smile directly upside down. A hissing sound was heard behind him. Izuku screamed. The creeper exploded. His character died. Izuku exploded. Dear reader, you are probably thinking, wait, what? That must be a typo. Izuku wouldn't explode, it was his character in the game that did the exploding. However, I assure you that nothing of the sort has happened. Do I need to remind you that this story is extremely unordinary? Back to what I was saying. Izuku exploded. Katsuki, completely focused on his half of the screen, wasn't paying attention to what was happening on Izuku's half. However, Izuku's scream and his peripheral vision suddenly being filled with a black liquid quickly drew his attention. What he saw terrified him. What he saw looked similar to that time Izuku was crushed by the refrigerator, but instead of a pair of eyes, there were hundreds. The nihilium, in a greater quantity than Katsuki had ever seen, was coating the floor and the walls due to the force of Izuku's explosion. The eyes covered almost all of it, swimming around like small fish in a pond. Each one was looking in a different direction and had a different colored iris. To this day, Katsuki swears that there were a few colors that he had never seen before. Izuku? Can you hear me? Dear reader, now would be a good time to remind you that this story takes place in Japan. For your convenience, all of the Japanese has been translated into English. However, this doesn't include any other languages spoken. Before, this wasn't an issue because none of the characters spoke any other languages. But this time, Katsuki heard foreign words coming from somewhere within Izuku's mass. A handful of the eyes stopped moving and snapped to look directly at Katsuki. Quid mihi accidit? Est me quirk? Est unus ad omnia? Fic id quirk me mutatus est. Vidicen quicquam varius. What happened? Is it my quirk? Is it one for all? Kakan, my quirk evolved. Do you see anything different? Every noun in Latin has different forms depending on context, so kakan becomes catch because Izuku is speaking directly to him, which is called the vocative case. Latin also doesn't have a word for, so I had to improvise. Now that was strange, Katsuki thought. He thought he heard something that sounded like his name in that garbled mess of words, so Izuku must be speaking coherently, but in a different language. Izuku's quirk was called anomaly, after all, so speaking in eldritch language must be part of it. Izuku, you're in your puddle form again. I can't understand a word you're saying right now. Can you understand me? Katsuki shouted. Quid? Ego tu optimi intelligere possum. Forma conlectus me lunge patinere sentit. What? I can understand you fine. My puddle form feels far more powerful. Katsuki's panic was growing. What if his friend was stuck like this, forever speaking in some language of the elder gods, never to be understood again? Izuku, I can't understand you at all. Try to calm down and focus on speaking Japanese, Katsuki said with a calm tone, as if he was speaking to a small child having a tantrum. Izuku, I can't understand you at all. Try to calm down and focus on speaking Japanese. Izuku could do that. He closed his many eyes and began to concentrate on speaking Japanese. Ego dicens in Latine desistim. Ego dicens in Japanese commit team. I will stop speaking in Latin. I will start speaking in Japanese. He repeated this in his head a few times, before opening his hundreds of eyes and carefully sounding out a few words. Can you understand me now? He said, with a hint of caution in his words. Yes, thank goodness Izuku. I thought you were going to be stuck talking like that forever. Katsuki said frustratedly. Now let's focus on getting your body back. Simple enough. Izuku pictured the first body part that came to his mind. His hand. Slowly, a hand began to emerge from the inky depths of the nihilium. It was reaching straight up, like movie characters drowning in quicksand. It was still pitch black, but forming skin on top would have to wait until later. Katsuki leaned forward and grabbed the hand and pulled on it. As he pulled, the nihilium all over the room seemed to magnetize toward the base of the hand. An arm soon emerged attached to the hand, with a shoulder to follow. Before long, all of the nihilium was condensed back into a body. A body covered with eyes, but a body nonetheless. Izuku quickly realized this and began to focus on closing all of his eyes except for two on his face. His body quickly complied. He then focused on reforming his skin and hair, causing his body to immediately revert to exactly how it looked before. Izuku and Katsuki locked eyes. It was Katsuki who broke the silence. He turned to the TV and picked up his controller. Well, Izuku, that creeper explosion hole isn't going to fill itself. Inko awoke to another beautiful Saturday morning. She checked her clock on her bedside table to find that it was 7. The sunlight from the rising sun was barely peeking through the small crack between her bedroom curtains. Inko slowly stood up out of bed to begin her morning routine. Although today was Saturday, Izuku had training with his mentor Toshinori, so she wanted to catch him before he left the house that morning. She walked into the kitchen, expecting to see him cooking or eating breakfast. However, all the lights were off and the kitchen was empty. The sink was empty too, so there was no sign of him even eating breakfast. That's not too strange, Inko thought. He probably slept through his alarm. She walked over to his bedroom, expecting to see her son calmly asleep in his bed. However, this is not what she saw. Instead, she saw an empty bed. Slightly panicking, Inko entered the room. She threw off the covers, only to find absolutely nothing beneath them. "Izuku, where are you?" she shouted, expecting an answer from somewhere else in the house. Dead silence was her reply. As she turned around to leave the room, her eye caught on something. She saw Izuku's curtains were pulled back and the window was wide open. "You can't scare me like that. Don't sneak out of the house ever again, young man. Next time it happens, you're grounded for a month straight," Inko shouted into her phone. After about 5 minutes of panicking, she finally had the rational thought to call her son. To her luck, he answered. He was currently in the car with Katsuki and his mentor Toshinori. Apparently, he had snuck out to finish cleaning the beach and Toshinori was going to make them breakfast to celebrate. "I'm also planning on going over to Kaken's house afterward to hang out," Izuku said through the phone. "Oh, how fun. I haven't seen Mitsuki in a while," Inko replied, leaving no room for argument. Despite how chaotic her son was, she needed to remind him who was in charge every so often. And after the stunt he had just pulled, Inko knew she would have to start reminding him more often. "Anyways, Inko, what do you think about their dream to be heroes? I'm a bit worried about my son. Heroics can be a dangerous business, you know. They spend all day fighting dangerous villains." Inko was sitting in the Bakugo family's living room, chatting with Mitsuki, her friend. Both of their sons were playing upstairs. They had been talking about whatever mothers talk about. After she found out about Izuku's sneaking out, she had leisurely gone to Mitsuki's house to drop in. When both boys came in through the back door, she and Mitsuki were waiting to question them. Both quickly swore to never sneak out again before retreating upstairs to go hang out. Both moms had been hanging out for about a few hours now, discussing whatever moms typically do. Occasionally they heard a shout from upstairs coming from one of the two boys, but their conversation was otherwise undeterred. "Oh yeah, I totally agree. I always worry about my baby going and picking a fight with a villain that's too strong for him," Inko said with a nervous tone. As a matter of fact, she was underselling the amount of stress Izuku's dream gave her. She often lost sleep wondering about what dangers he would face. "You don't have to worry about Izuku. I think it would take a very dangerous villain to permanently hurt him. It's my son that I'm worried about. With his anger tendencies, I'm worried about him pissing off a villain and getting into a fight he can't win." Later, Katsuki's loud nature manifested in the form of incoherent shouting coming from upstairs. It seemed like both boys were involved in it too because Inko could barely pick out Izuku's voice, but she couldn't tell what he was saying. Inko began to sit up to go glance in on the room where they were playing, only to be stopped by Mitsuki. "Don't worry about it, they're just being boys. Izuku can't get hurt and Katsuki needs to learn to take a hit," she said nonchalantly. However, this did nothing to settle the small amount of mama bear instinct budding in Inko's chest. "I guess you're right. What were you saying?" Inko asked, trying to distract herself from worrying. Mitsuki nods and continues the story Yeah, so all of a sudden his brake lights flash on, and I'm giving him plenty of distance so I'm able to slow down in time, but the moron behind me, he's been tailgating me for 2 exits now by the way." Explosion. Even louder screaming. Suddenly, all of Inko's budding stress exploded like Vesuvius on Pompeii. All of her rationality was buried under a sea of ash as her volcano of mama bear instincts caused her to immediately stand up and rush upstairs. She takes the stairs 2 at a time, trying to see what happened to both of her children, her son. "You know what, screw it," Inko thought. "Katsuki is basically my son in everything but blood, and Izuku already basically considers him a brother. Anyways." Reaching the doorway and out of breath from the sudden movement, Inko saw both of her sons. Well, only one of them. The other was a puddle of black darkness on the floor. What? Dear reader, having witnessed a situation like the one Inko is in several times myself, I can personally attest that her reaction is completely warranted. She stared on in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Not even a single thought crossed her mind as she stared forward at the black puddle that is her biological son. "Izuku, I can't understand you at all. Try to calm down and focus on speaking Japanese," she heard Katsuki say. Some strange sounds issued forth from Izuku, completely foreign to her. Then, she heard both boys speaking Japanese, but not a word actually registered in her mind. Slowly, a hand, then an arm began to form from the puddle. It all seemed to coalesce into a body that soon after was covered in tan skin and sprouted green hair. Inko knew that hair anywhere. Her son's green hair. She watched as her baby boy slowly stood up and blinked slowly. His galaxy eyes were just as starry as they always have been. More English that simply slides right off her brain that is currently trying to process everything that just happened. By now, Mitsuki is standing behind her, just as shocked. Both boys sit back down on the couch and pick up their controllers. The sheer absurdity of it all knocks Inko back into reality. Dear reader, Inko, being a mom, has an extremely strict filter on the type of language she uses. Ever since the birth of her son, she hasn't said anything that could remotely be considered a swear word. Obviously, being high schoolers, Izuku and Katsuki had been exposed eventually, so Inko chose not to worry too much about what happens next. She still looks back and gets embarrassed. Her no-swearing streak finally broke. About 3 months ago. Now under the tutelage of the #1 pro hero, All Might, Izuku and Katsuki trained hard. Previously, their routines were challenging. Now, however, their routine was supercharged by All Might's infectious enthusiasm and their collective determination. Examining their current routine, All Might decided to make some small changes. I like the idea of cleaning the beach, he said, voice booming. It will help build muscle as well as teach you the importance of public service. As such, the duo continued to clean the beach, which was currently just under halfway done. The other changes will be discussed later. Absolutely not. There is no way I'm hitting you with a Detroit smash so you can test out your healing factor, young man. All Might stared at Izuku shocked. His new pupil had just asked to be hit by one of the strongest super moves to ever be performed on Earth. In fact, based on his ecstatic expression, he was excited to do so. But it's for science. Izuku shouted. Ever since his quirk, and by extension his healing factor, had evolved, he had theorized of thousands of ways in which to test out its limits. So far, he had yet to find said limit. This was part of the reason why Izuku kept his hair as unkempt as it was. He physically could not cut it. Every time he tried, the clippings would dissolve into nihilium and evaporate. His hair would then regrow exactly how it was before. It was a miracle his hair decided to stop growing where it was, or his hair would easily be to his ankles by now. Needless to say, Izuku never got All Might, nor anyone else of note, to hit him with a powerful enough super move to kill him. Sweat dripped down Izuku's forehead. Since they had begun, the great monument had shrunk about 5 feet, leaving only 15 feet, 4.5 meters, of trash. Because all the biggest trash was stacked on the outside, they were about halfway through with the mountain itself. The giant refrigerator on top still rested ominously. Izuku was currently in the middle of rolling a massive truck tire to the dumpster. His hands were covered in grease and his face was caked in sweat and sand. He was wearing a tank top and shorts, which he had specifically bought for working out here on the beach. Heaving the tire into the dumpster, he rejoined Katsuki and Toshinori back at the trash pile. Toshinori was supervising the two as they chipped away at the massive pile. He was currently occupied in giving Katsuki advice on proper form to lift a washing machine. Now that Izuku's hands were free, he wordlessly approached the other side of the washing machine and lifted with practiced form. Since both boys had been working on this beach for about a year now, they were in such complete sync that they didn't need to communicate anything, they just knew what to do. As such, they carried the washing machine over to the dumpster to be properly disposed of. Now that all of the trash was being moved slowly to a recycling center, it could be properly disposed of, instead of ruining the beach. The two, both utterly exhausted, wordlessly walked back to the pile again. Because it was the middle of summer, and the sun was swelteringly hot, neither boy's mind was firing on all cylinders at that particular moment. As such, they were considerably more likely to make decisions not entirely based on thought. And do that they did. Running completely on autopilot, Izuku forgot to check the structural integrity of the microwave he decided to pluck from the mountain. As previously mentioned, the mountain was growing smaller. However, since both boys were only removing trash from its base, its balance was growing steadily worse, day by day. They had noticed it wobbling from time to time, but no one decided to take any kind of precautions. However, today that poor decision would come back around to bite them. Izuku tugged on the microwave, dislodging it from its position in the mountain. Now that it was gone, it let out its loudest groan yet as its massive weight shifted. This time, its center of mass was a little too far to the side, so the massive refrigerator on the top began to lose its purchase. Izuku looked up, expecting to see the mountain not having moved. He was quickly proven wrong as the refrigerator fell toward him in the blink of an eye, growing faster by the second. Toshinori's head snapped up whenever he heard the sound of the mountain creaking ominously. Normally, he would have paid it no heed, but this time it was way louder than he had ever heard it before. He quickly began looking for Izuku and Katsuki nearby, when his eyes were drawn to motion at the top of the mountain. The refrigerator was falling. Toshinori, whose instincts had been carefully honed by decades of heroism, was already springing into action. One small problem. He was still in his small form. Since he knew the refrigerator would be heavy, he decided to take the time to transform into his strong form. After he reached the other side, he saw Izuku standing there, astonished and looking straight up. The refrigerator was falling straight for him. Unfortunately, Toshinori wasn't fast enough to jump and catch the refrigerator. Splat, splat. Katsuki heard a comically loud splat sound ring out a few seconds after he watched the refrigerator fall to the opposite side of the mountain. Sand shouldn't make that sound, he thought. I should go check out what it hit when it fell. Unfortunately, what it hit just so happened to be his best friend. Toshinori, in his all-might form, stood next to the refrigerator. Some black liquid, which Katsuki quickly recognized to be nihilium, had splat out into a puddle around the base of the refrigerator. All Might looked absolutely traumatized. Katsuki, on the other hand, had listened in on Izuku's muttering sessions. Izuku had theorized that his quirk would be able to regenerate him from almost nothing, as exemplified by him asking All Might to Detroit smash him. Are you gonna lift the fridge or what? Katsuki asked impatiently. He wanted to see Izuku's nihilium reform. All Might stared at him with a completely disturbed expression. He had expected Katsuki to be at least a little bit shaken by what had happened. However, he did what was asked. Beneath the fridge, like bugs hiding under a rock, were two pupils floating in a mass of darkness. Just like Izuku's normal eyes, the entirety of the darkness seemed like a window into outer space. The eyes seemed to blink a few times, before looking around and seeing Katsuki and Toshinori standing nearby. Again, speaking from personal experience, seeing your future successor reduced to a puddle is a traumatizing sight to behold. Additionally, Toshinori was already low on blood, having lacked proper blood pressure since his injury. All this together caused him to faint where he stood. He fell backward and hit the sand, not to awake for about an hour. Katsuki stood above his friend. However, said friend wasn't nearly as recognizable as he normally is. For one, his iconic green hair was nowhere to be seen. Same with his freckles. As a matter of fact, his entire body had also vanished. Izuku was currently nothing more than a puddle of nihilium, with only two eyes. Katsuki, in seeing this, immediately recognized that his friend was absolutely fine. You see, he had been forced to sit in on hours of muttering sessions about Izuku's quirk, anomaly. To Katsuki, instead of seeing his friend potentially dead, he merely saw Izuku's theory proven correct. In fact, Izuku can completely regenerate his entire body. He decided to take his lunch break. 15 minutes later, he was joined by Izuku, who wordlessly sat down next to him and opened his own lunchbox. Clearly, neither boy wanted to talk, so Izuku pulled out his sandwich and took a large bite. Regenerating one's own body takes a considerable amount of calories, after all. Almost an hour has passed. Toshinori slowly began to regain consciousness. He felt a sharp headache as he slowly sat up and looked around. He saw a refrigerator off to his side. This quickly jogged his memory as to what had happened that caused him to faint. His future successor had been crushed by a refrigerator and was reduced to a black puddle of eyes. Now, Toshinori was no stranger to weird quirks. He saves civilians every day who have weird quirks, not to mention all of the villains he has apprehended across his career who also had weird quirks. However, now that he had seen the full extent of his future successor's quirk, he was pretty sure that it trumps all of them. However, there was one small problem. Where were both of his successors? He slowly stood up and walked around, trying to find Katsuki. He was only out for a few minutes. How far could he have gone? Luckily, Katsuki wasn't very far. And next to him sat Izuku, completely fine. They were sitting down, silently eating their food. A little voice in the back of Toshinori's mind questioned his choice of successor. However, he knew that despite his successor's strangeness, he couldn't have picked a successor with more passion and drive for heroics. Present day. 15 minutes after Izuku's quirk awakened. Izuku stood alongside Katsuki in his backyard after receiving a scolding from both his actual mom and Katsuki's mom, who was his mom in all but blood by this point. Since this particular time neither boy had broken any rules, they were both able to get off without any punishment. But Mom, exploding into a mass of eldritch darkness isn't explicitly against your rules. Yeah, what he said. Zuku and I technically did nothing wrong. Well boys, if heroics fails you, at least you both have potential careers in law. They were, however, banished to the backyard so their mothers could cool off. This was basically a blessing, because both boys wanted to experiment with Izuku's new powered-up quirk now. Izuku's body quickly disappeared before reappearing just as fast. Katsuki stood slightly off to the side, watching the process. They had found that Izuku can dissolve and reform his entire body into nihilium extremely fast. This also led them to the assumption that Izuku's healing factor accelerated in turn, which they were correct in but had no means of currently testing. Izuku wanted to practice this in case it became useful in combat. All he had to do was picture his body changing into its puddle form, and it happened. His skin darkened, alongside his hair and strangely enough, his clothes. They became completely pitch black in about a quarter of a second, before melting down into a puddle. Just like before, Izuku's eyes floated in the puddle. Just like up in the game room, Izuku pictured his normal body in his mind, and a second later, it was completely reformed, clothes and all. I wonder why I keep reforming my clothes, Izuku pondered aloud. As previously demonstrated in the interlude chapter of Izuku's quirk analysis, he was quite the expert at studying quirks and their potential functions. He prided himself on his ability to fundamentally break down a quirk in seconds. Oftentimes, his thoughts ran so fast through his head that they couldn't help but leak out through his mouth. Since he and Katsuki were basically inseparable, this trait often rubbed off on Katsuki too. This time, he got a chance to demonstrate his vicarious analysis ability. Zuku, try reforming with different clothes on. You may be making the clothes out of your nihilium, Katsuki helpfully supplied. He internally patted himself on the back for coming up with such a good idea. "'Kay, I'll give that a shot," Izuku responded, nodding. He closed his eyes and once again focused on dissolving himself, which happened nearly instantaneously, of course. This time, when he focused on his mental image of himself, he pictured himself with different clothes. Naturally, his mind automatically latched onto what was most recently on his memory, Katsuki's gray tank top, black shorts, and bright orange running shoes. Izuku felt his body shifting as it condensed from his puddle form back into his human form. Except this time, he felt a little bit different. Instead of the soft, blue fabric covering his shoulders that he was previously wearing, he instead felt a cool summer breeze. When he opened his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised to see his clothes looking completely identical to Katsuki's. He inspected one of the seams of the tank top, to find it was even a little threadbare, just like Katsuki's version of the shirt. Wow, I can make my own clothes. That's kinda useless for heroics, Zuku. You can probably do more than just clothes. Yeah, you're probably right. It wouldn't make sense for the most powerful quirk of all time to just allow me to make clothes. What are your grandparents' quirks? We already know Auntie Inko's had nothing to do with yours, and unless you can turn into fire, your dad's isn't there either. Izuku raised his hand to his chin in thought for a second. Well, I don't remember anything on my dad's side of the family, because he left Mom and me soon after I was born. I do remember my grandma's quirk was that she had a very, very good memory, and that my grandpa's quirk allowed him to change the color of his hair. Having quirk genes that skip generations must run in the family, because one of my great-grandparents had a telekinesis quirk like Mom's. Oh yeah, I bet you can change the color of your hair too, Katsuki said excitedly. Even though his quirk hadn't changed at all, he was still very happy for his brother best friend to be getting such a strong one. Maybe Izuku can finally beat him in a quirked spar. Everything about Anomaly must have come from my dad's side. Maybe one of his parents was a shapeshifter or something, Izuku wondered. Katsuki nodded in agreement. Izuku closed his eyes, again picturing his body but with his hair missing. In its place, his memory supplied another head of hair that he was very familiar with. One that he had seen almost every day for as long as he could remember, Katsuki's spiky, blonde hair. Katsuki watched in awe as Izuku's thick, green tufts of hair seemed to morph into something different. He was just expecting Izuku to change the color of his hair, but it was pretty cool that he could change the style of it too. It seemed to shoot upwards and outwards, before settling on a very distinct, spiky shape, all the while its color shifting from Izuku's trademark green to a very familiar blonde. After a second, Izuku opened his eyes to see a very astonished Katsuki. "Izuku, you're ripping off my style. Change it back," he said with a grin. "I didn't expect you to be able to change the style of it too, much less imitate others." "It's cool, isn't it?" asked Izuku. "I don't know, maybe I'll keep it like this. Forever." The boys shared a second of laughter before returning to the task at hand. "I don't know. My entire body feels a bit more fluid. Like everything is just really malleable." They then set out on experimenting what else Izuku could change. With just a thought, Izuku felt his back shift a little, before seeing that he was now seeing from a perspective a bit above his old one. He had grown about 4 inches taller, now making him 6 feet 3 inches, 190 centimeters. "I'm keeping this for sure." Just for experimentation's sake, he imagined himself shorter than normal, and his body responded by dropping him down to a much shorter stature. He quickly reversed the change, though. "That's pretty cool," Katsuki supplied. "You could use that to infiltrate enemy bases or lose pursuers by changing your height and hair color, just like the stealthy hero, Chameleon." "Yeah, that's awesome. I can't blend into my surroundings like Chameleon can, but I can be a master of disguise." Izuku had heard of the many types of heroes before. Naturally, there was Limelight, which was the most popular one. These were the heroes that stopped huge heists and fought villains during the day, out in the open. They typically received the most fame. There were also underground heroes, like the Erasure hero, Eraserhead. They stuck to the shadows, ambushing villains at night. Infiltration heroes didn't specialize in combat, but they were very sneaky and typically worked undercover to gather information on big gangs and the like. Lastly, there were rescue heroes, who did the least amount of combat and specialized in saving civilians from natural disasters and the wake of villain attacks. Being an infiltration hero would be pretty cool. I wonder if I can completely transform into someone else. And with that, Izuku's face subconsciously began to warp. Katsuki stared on in amazement as Izuku's face contorted as his facial structure became that of someone else. It was a face he saw in the mirror every single day. In combination with Izuku's previous imitation of Katsuki's clothes, hairstyle, and height change, he was now the spitting image of Katsuki. However, he didn't seem to notice anything. "I bet I can transform my face too. Want to see me try?" Izuku asked happily. Katsuki was trying to hold back laughter. He had no idea how his friend hadn't noticed his transformation yet. "Nah, let's take a break," he said. "I'm feeling a little thirsty. I bet my mom will make us some lemonade." Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, was forever scarred that day. The day she thought her son had somehow discovered how to clone himself. She would never have a moment of quiet again. The boys did later reveal to her Izuku's new shape-shifting power, but the fear of seeing 2 of her son walk into the kitchen has never left her. The boys continued to make minor discoveries regarding Izuku's awakened quirk. Firstly, he couldn't copy the quirks of the people he transformed into. This was easily tested by having him transform into Katsuki and his mother, and attempting to use their quirks to no avail. Even though he knew exactly how Katsuki's quirk worked, no amount of concentration would allow him to be able to secrete Katsuki's nitroglycerin-like substance or create sparks from his hands. Second, he wasn't limited by what he has previously seen before. He discovered this by trying to shift his hair to a darker shade of green. Izuku didn't picture any one specific hair in his mind, just the color. He decided to keep his hair at this dark forest green, but then added a streak of purple across the front as his new permanent hairstyle. Both boys agreed it looked extremely cool. His mom probably wouldn't like it, but she would absolutely come around eventually. Kaken, I could probably shapeshift myself into having a tattoo. Mom would really flip if she saw that. Bro, that's hilarious. Try it right now. What should I get? A massive skull right on your face. That way she's sure to notice it. Izuku Midoriya saw her son walk past the living room, where she was sitting. He was probably headed for the kitchen or the bathroom. However, she was a little unnerved by the black skull shape present on his face. Say, Mitsuki, do you have any temporary tattoos? No, why? And now, Mitsuki wasn't the only one traumatized by their children's antics. Now satisfied with their experiments, the boys decided to go play something else. Hey Katsuki, I bet we could convince your dad to do our next DnD session. Want to go do that? You may remember the second interlude chapter, where the duo played Dungeons and Dragons and went on an adventure. If you skip the chapter, the actual story of the session doesn't matter, you just have to know that they played D&D and their characters were a Dragonborn and an Infernal. Yeah, that sounds fun. I'll ask him if he's free, you go grab some snacks. I'll start getting into character. Dear reader, I anticipate the author is planning something, senses are going off right now. They are absolutely correct. I am up to no good. Masaru, Katsuki's dad, sat down at his coffee table. In front of him were his plans for the D&D session he was giving his two sons' son and his best friend. Both boys were seated in front of him, holding their special dice. Previously, he was doing work for his job at his computer. When his son had walked in and asked to play, he dropped work and went to go prepare the session. Masaru loved spending time with his sons. Now, with his plans in front of him, they began the session. Okay boys, he said. Roll for initiative. One of Izuku's favorite parts of playing a role-playing game such as D&D was getting into character. When he sat down at the table, held his 20-sided dice, and looked at his character sheet, in his mind he no longer was Izuku the human. He was Ithar the Dragonborn rogue. Today was no different. After all of the excitement from his quirk awakening and the subsequent experimentation, he just wanted to chill. He pictured his character in his mind, just like he had always done at every prior session. In his mind's eye, he saw his character's dragonborn form, forest green scales, black horns, and a long tail that trailed behind him. Okay boys, he said. Roll for initiative. As previously established, Izuku's quirk almost has a comedic factor to it, subconsciously transforming him into a form that would set him up for a joke. For him, simply the act of getting into character was enough for that part of his quirk factor to light up into overdrive. Izuku felt a slight itch along his skin, like the pins and needles feeling you get after a long car trip. He ignored it. He tossed his dice, not noticing that his hand looked completely different. Okay Izuku, you gotta the enemy attacks first, dealing. Katsuki's father's speech slowly trailed off as he looked up from his booklet to make eye contact with Izuku. Instead of standard green eyes, Masaru's gaze was met with scarlet-slitted eyes. What? Am I that unlucky? How much damage do I take? Izuku asked, oblivious. Fascinating. So Izuku's quirk allows him to even turn into non-human forms. He can probably even mimic mutant types. We should test the limits of this, said Masaru. Both boys nodded to this, Izuku still in his dragonborn form. Having a tail was just too much fun for him to give up. So, the dragonborn race seems to have a natural increase in strength, according to this version of the rulebook. Since you subconsciously turned into one, see if you are any stronger. Izuku nodded again. He had been feeling a bit stronger in his new form. He walked over to Katsuki, wrapped his arms around his waist, and promptly lifted him up. This was a feat that he previously would have struggled to do, but this time he barely broke a sweat. Whoa, at least warn me next time. Sorry Kaken, you were closest. Masaru then turned a few pages in the rulebook. Here are some other races from this rulebook. This is the one that Katsuki's character is, the Infernal. "'Kay, let me try that," Izuku said, looking at the picture of a red-skinned man with long horns and a thin tail with a spade point on the end. He felt his body shift just like before. The three continued to test Izuku's transformation abilities on the various fantasy races listed throughout the rulebook. Each time, Izuku seemed to inherit the special traits of each one. When he turned into an infernal, he could see in the dark. When he turned into a fairy, he could hover for a very short time with his wings. Curiously, his previous dragonborn form also had wings, but that wasn't listed in the rulebook. The three decided to ignore this because of how cool it was for Izuku to fly around like a dragon. Lastly, he turned into one of the new races introduced in that edition of the rulebook, the Catkin. It was basically a normal human, but with cat ears, a tail, and slitted eyes that could see in the dark. It granted him great mobility and flexibility, as demonstrated by Izuku climbing up the side of Katsuki's house onto the roof. "Hey Kaken, I see the frisbee we lost up here last week. Want me to get it down?" "Yeah." "Do you see the tennis ball up there too?" Now having successfully removed all the ball, toys, and other assorted items from the Bakuga's roof, Izuku jumped down and landed smoothly on his feet. His catkin form melted, turning back into his human form. "Oh my god! What's that on the floor?" Izuku spun around, quickly looking down at the grass beneath him, to try to see what Katsuki was pointing at. "What is it?" he said anxiously. "I don't see anything." "There look. Your shadow." "What about my shadow?" "It's on the floor. Your floor shadowing." The next day, Izuku's form vanished in front of Toshinori's eyes, before reappearing as a 7-foot-tall dragon-like creature with dark green scales, horns, and wings. Toshinori watched, dumbfounded, as his pupil now matched him in height. "That's impressive, my boy. One for All has been known to boost its holder's quirk, just as it did for my sensei. Now then, go ahead and try the strength aspect of One for All." Izuku nodded and shifted back to his human form. Toshinori led him out to the surf, facing the ocean. "Take a deep breath, clench your butt cheeks, and yell smash. With all your might." Izuku planted his feet in the combat stance drilled into him during his martial arts lessons. He faced the ocean, feeling the sea air wash against his face and ruffle his hair. He closed his eyes and let the world fade around him as he began to concentrate. Just like how he felt the nihilium envelop his body when he wanted to shapeshift, he felt the immense, earth-shattering power of One for All settle over his arm. It felt almost like a weighted blanket, but if the blanket weighed hundreds of tons and was also on fire. Before he could convince himself to stop, he moved his arm back, took a step forward, and threw the strongest punch the world had ever seen, shouting, "Smash!" at the top of his non-existent lungs. The ocean in front of him parted before his eyes, like Moses leading the Israelites across the Red Sea. He could see the movement of the wind continue for miles upon miles in front of him, as the immense power of his punch created a shockwave. One small problem, though. He looked down at his arm. Or rather, where his arm should have been. Apparently, the force of One for All exploded his arm clean off his torso. "Huh," Izuku said. "I guess One for All is way too strong for me to handle yet." "I can see that," said Toshinori, surprised. He expected Izuku's strength from cleaning the beach to be plenty to allow him to use One for All to its fullest extent. "At least it gave me an opportunity to test out my healing," Izuku shrugged. One right arm coming up. With a thought, a black tornado of nihilium quickly formed at the base of his shoulder, expanding before condensing into a perfect right arm on Izuku's body. This whole process happened in about half a second. "I'll focus on building more muscle, but for now, I'll just let my arm keep exploding every time I use the quirk, since reforming my arm doesn't take any energy or anything." Time continued to press forward as the duo kept training under Toshinori. The boy's schedule was rather monotonous. School, homework, training, and sleep, all while following a rigorous meal plan. However, there were a few moments that broke routine. Izuku awoke to the blaring of his alarm clock at exactly 6:30 a.m. It was a cool Thursday afternoon in the month of April. Izuku desperately wanted to stay in bed and savor the warm feeling of the covers on his body, but he knew that he needed to go to school today. He reluctantly rolled out of bed and felt the bottoms of his feet hit the carpeted floor. He had an extremely simple morning routine. Get out of bed, take a shower, eat breakfast, say goodbye to his mom and leave. The warm water of the shower helped a little bit to alleviate the pain of getting out of his warm bed. However, its main benefit was that the water washed away any remnant of sleep left on Izuku's body, leaving him completely awoken and ready for the day. After he finished washing himself off, Izuku looked at himself in his bathroom mirror. This was the very same bathroom where his quirk awoke several months ago, where his eyes melted out of his head and he realized that his life will never be ordinary again. He quickly imagined some clothes, a dark gray t-shirt and a pair of jeans, and his body quickly responded by forming them out of his nihilium. Just like that, he was fully clothed. He also didn't have to worry about brushing his teeth, as he just imagined his teeth being pristine white and cavity-free. The news of his new quirk spread like wildfire at his school. He wasn't sure how it originated, but within a day of the weekend ending and Izuku returning to school, almost everyone knew something had happened to him. Changing my hair color probably isn't doing me any favors, Izuku thought to himself. No one knew the full nature of his quirk yet, that being his newfound ability to shapeshift. Katsuki and him had decided to keep it an informal secret until the day of the entrance exam. "Are you sure you don't want to tell anyone about your quirk?" Katsuki asked. "Pretty sure. If everyone finds out, I won't be able to go a day without anyone asking me to turn into something for them." "That's true. I guess it would be pretty annoying for you to have to demonstrate your quirk constantly. I'm glad everyone got that out of their systems back in kindergarten when everyone first manifested their quirks." Later that day, Izuku was sitting inside his math classroom. He was taking a test, and he had already studied plenty on this particular subject. His hand was flying across his paper, barely able to keep up with the speed of his brain. He coasted through the front side of the test, being the first one in the class to flip their paper to the backside. Katsuki was second to do so, but Izuku still beat him by about a minute. On the backside of the test was but a single problem. Usually when this happens, it's just an easy problem with a word problem twist or really long numbers to make the math harder. Wait a minute. What was that formula again? I don't remember it. Izuku could barely believe it. He was doing so well on the test, only to be bested by one problem. He stared at the problem in vain for a few minutes, hoping that the formula would emerge from the depths of his brain. He heard the person sitting behind him turn his paper over and begin to write. "If only I had eyes on the back of my head," Izuku thought. Suddenly, Izuku felt an itchy feeling on the back of his head. Izuku quickly realized that he shouldn't think about things like that now that his body is easily capable of transforming to do just that. Grow a pair of eyes on the back of his head. Through them, he could see the person behind him and the entire back of the room. Luckily, his new eyes were completely hidden by his large mass of hair, so he didn't have to worry about accidentally making eye contact with anyone else in the room. The temptation to look down and see the paper of the kid behind him entered Izuku's mind. It would be unheroic to use my quirk to cheat like this, Izuku thought. He quickly dissolved his new eyes and returned his focus to his paper, noting how useful this ability could be in the future. That math class was Izuku's last PRD of the day. After he came up with his best guess for the problem and handed his paper in, Izuku returned to his desk to wait for the bell. As he sat down, he turned his head up toward the clock on the classroom's wall. 2:49 p.m. 11 minutes before the bell that signaled the end of the school day. Izuku reached into his backpack, which rested beside him on the floor, and pulled out his laptop. He quickly opened it, typed in his password, and opened his internet browser. Izuku's favorite pastime in class was going onto the news and checking out whatever he could regarding heroes. The news was a treasure trove of data regarding all sorts of heroes in Japan. Most of them even had video footage so he could watch the hero in action. Izuku loved to take notes on the hero's fighting style, public persona, super moves, and everything else there was to know. Izuku pulled out his earbuds, plugged them into his laptop, and clicked play on his video. It was only 13 minutes long. What's the worst that could happen? Izuku's video ended and he looked up abruptly. Around him was an empty classroom. Not even the teacher was seated at his desk at the front of the room. Looks like I lost track of time, Izuku muttered to himself. Even Katsuki left without me. I need to start paying attention to my surroundings more. Heroes can't get lost in thought like that. He quickly packed all his things into his backpack and headed out of the room. As he turned the corner of the classroom into the hallway, a tiny sliver of movement caught his eye. Well, it was only tiny for long. It quickly grew closer. As previously established, Izuku's situational awareness was not that great. However, this time, his brain decided to react fast enough to deal with this incoming threat. "Ra!" shouted Katsuki as he lunged toward Izuku, with intent to scare him. Izuku's brain reacted in the only logical way. Exploding. "Ei!" was the only sound that escaped Izuku's lips before his entire body exploded back into its natural form. "I" doesn't have an exact translation, it's just an exclamation of surprise or shock. This is a case where Google Translate is completely wrong. He would later receive a detention slip for using his quirk in class. Katsuki got off scot-free, but he showed up to the detention room and no one told him to leave to keep Izuku company. The empty space above Chapter 15, in which various UA hopefuls make a fateful encounter. Day of the UA entrance exam. Ochako Uraraka was absolutely terrified. She sat on the train on her way to the entrance exam of the school of her dreams. She was as prepared as she possibly could be, having gotten plenty of sleep the night before, eaten a nutritious breakfast, and studied as much as possible for the past several weeks. She also spent countless hours training her body and quirk for the practical exam. She was ready for anything the exam might throw at her. Then why was she still so nervous? She could feel the butterflies in her stomach swell as her train approached her stop. Each passing minute was another minute closer to her being judged by UA's grueling tests. Maybe I should have studied more, Ochako thought. If I can't become a hero because I didn't work hard enough, I'll never forgive myself. The voice over the train intercom broke her from her thought process, prompting her to realize that this is her stop. "It's now or never. Your destination is on the right," rang out from Ochako's phone as she walked down the sidewalk. She had used the map app on her phone to make her way to UA and not get lost. As such, she spent the whole walk with her head down, looking at the map on her phone screen. Getting lost was another one of her worries. Showing up late to the written portion of the exam would disqualify her completely. Now that her phone indicated that her walk is over, she looked up, only to see a massive skyscraper. She internally face-bombed, realizing that she never could have gotten lost, with her destination being the tallest skyscraper she had ever seen. The sheer absurdity of this situation completely distracted her from her nervousness, and for a short minute she felt relief from her worries. As she turned onto the entrance and walked through the massive front gate, she melded into a massive crowd of people all headed to sign in and take the written exam. She assumed that most of these people were here for the heroics course exam, as most people, even those seeking general education, tried out for heroics. Because everyone took the same written exam, UA allowed people to fall back onto Gen Ed if they failed the practical portion of the heroics exam. She took in everyone in the crowd, noting their diverse appearances and quirks. She saw many mutation quirk users, alongside others with unique hair colors. It was very common, especially in Japan, for people to have abnormal hair colors as part of their quirks. Walking next to her was a boy about her height, with forest green hair with a dark purple streak down the front. He was looking up at the tall building as he walked. As such, the boy didn't see the road in front of him. More specifically, the pebble that was directly in his way. As Ochako had grown up on a construction site, where everyone wears heavy-duty boots and walks on tough terrain, she thought nothing of this minuscule obstacle in the boy's path. Because of this, she didn't think to warn him. She assumed that he would simply step over it. However, this assumption was quickly proven wrong as she watched the front of the boy's foot catch on the pebble. Before her eyes, his whole body began to pitch forward, directly toward the concrete on the path in front of him. She extended a hand out, in an attempt to save the boy with her quirk. Ochako's quirk allowed her to manipulate the effects of gravity on any object she touched. One particular use of this was to make something float. She intended to do this to the boy, to save him from tasting the floor. However, her hand seemed to slide through the boy. As she reached out to touch him, her hand seemed to pass right through his body, as if she was trying to grab onto flowing water. The boy's semi-solid form continued to fall forward onto the pavement, before splattering all over the concrete path. Ochako was stunned, and even completely stopped walking to stare at the puddle of blackness that was now the boy's body. Ochako watched in shock as the boy's body began to coalesce from the puddle of darkness. After about a second, but what seemed like an eternity, the boy fully stood up. He turned to look at her and said something unintelligible. Gracie ad temptans mihi servire. Quirk tibi esten? Nobis festinandum est fortas, certum in brevi. Thanks for trying to save me. Was that your quirk? We should probably hurry, the test is in a few minutes. And with that, he turned and walked into the building, leaving Ochako behind, with a moment that she will never forget. Hitoshi Shinso was absolutely exhausted. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. Go! He pushed and shoved through the horde of bodies as all of the people taking the practical exam charged forward in an attempt to score as many points as possible. Hitoshi wished he could use his quirk to make the job a bit easier, but his parents had expressly forbidden him from doing so. It didn't matter, though. Hitoshi didn't need it. You see, his quirk was rather simple. It was called Siren, and it allowed him to mimic voices and other sounds. On its own, that barely gave him any advantage in combat whatsoever, but that wasn't all it could do. Anyone who verbally responded to Hitoshi's sounds would be hypnotized into following his orders. I'm sure you can imagine what challenges this may cause for him. But back to the present. Hitoshi bolted forward, now moving ahead of the crowd. His mental quirk may initially seem like a curse, but he liked to look at it as a blessing. Instead of leaning on his quirk like a crutch, Hitoshi learned to be versatile and not depend on his quirk for combat. As such, due to his extensive training, he had more than enough muscle to pull ahead of the crowd and reach the first wave of robots before anyone else. He made the split-second decision to pass the group of robots at the front end of the examination zone because he was very likely to get his kills stolen by others. As he rounded a corner, he noticed a particular robot standing in front of him. This was a three-pointer robot. Guess how many points he would get if he took it down. Anyways, the robot hadn't noticed him yet. It was facing away from him, giving him a perfect window of opportunity to destroy the integral components on the robot's back. Of course, Hitoshi thought. UA would obviously leave weak spots on all of the robots so they could be taken down easier. This is just an entrance exam. Regardless, he still made sure to tread quietly so that he wouldn't have to waste his energy fighting it. Hitoshi quietly crept closer, the natural noise of combat helping to mask the few sounds he did make. However, right before he was about to reach the robot's back, it suddenly began to whir and turned around to face him. The green LED lights on its face quickly changed to red. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? It asked in a monotonous voice. Shinso sighed. Yes. He readied his fists. Only a few seconds have passed. Hitoshi is now looking for another robot. A bit later on in the exam, Hitoshi is liking his chances of passing. He's ahead of the pace he set for himself, having obtained a total of 47 points so far. However, he has no idea where the threshold for points is for admittance into UA, so he continues to scrounge for every last point that he can. Running around a corner, he caught sight of a robot down the road. Just like every other robot he had fought, it also had a number painted on it, signifying how many points it awarded when defeated. This one had 4 written on the back. Unlike its peers, the 4-pointer had massive treads instead of feet beneath it. In fact, its bottom half seemed to be built closer to that of a tank rather than a humanoid shape. There was one more major difference. Instead of arms, it had Gatling guns. Hitoshi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. At that moment, It never occurred to him that there was absolutely no way UA would ever give actual bullets to their robots. Not only would that be very illegal, but tedious to clean up after each exam. Trust me, if cleaning blood out of a city landscape is anything like getting it out of a shirt, then it's harder than it looks. Especially when it's from different sources, none of which are your own. As the robot's Gatling guns started to spin, Hitoshi could only stand petrified. None of his previous training had ever prepared him for this moment. None of the martial arts he had learned would help him against the rapid-fire bullets that were soon to be speeding toward him. Just like last time and all the previous times, the green LED on the robot's face turned red. Hitoshi closed his eyes, expecting to hear the booming of the guns letting loose. However, this is not what he heard. Hitoshi warily opened his eyes, only to see something completely different than the four-pointers staring him down. Instead, he saw a 7-foot-tall humanoid dragon standing over the wreckage of the robot. The dragon seemed to be smiling triumphantly over his kill. Hitoshi had seen all sorts of people with mutation quirks throughout his life. He had seen people with each color of the rainbow as their hair or skin color, with a few people having the entire rainbow. He had seen people with 4 arms, 2 heads, and all sorts of other special traits. But he had never seen someone with such extreme mutations as this. In fact, the only thing that defined the draconic person as human was that he was bipedal. The dragon turned to face Hitoshi and looked straight at him. He saw the dragon's jade-green eyes. "Sorry for stealing your kill, bro. Here, I'll fly up and look for another robot for ya." He certainly didn't expect the dragon to say that. He could barely muster up a nod before the dragon spread its mighty wings and launched itself upward. Eijiro Kirishima was absolutely hyped. Covered in sweat, he sat on the bus about to head away from the UA testing site back to the locker rooms. Overall, Eijiro was very happy with his performance on the practical exam. While the written exam didn't exactly go perfectly, he was still holding on to his hope of riding his good performance on the practical. Well, he hoped it was good. He certainly destroyed what he thought were enough robots to get him a spot. He even got to help out a few of his fellow examinees by weakening a robot for them or distracting one so they could take it out easier. Eijiro knew that technically enabling his competition was a bad thing to do, but his burning heroic spirit just couldn't resist helping others. He could feel the lactic acid in his muscles beginning to settle in, and he anticipated the soreness he was going to feel tomorrow. Also, his quirk was just as exhausted as his body from the extreme overuse he put it through. Eijiro knew that his quirk wasn't as flashy as some others, so he had decided to train extra hard, focusing on brute strength. He knew his stamina regarding his quirk was lacking, but he would just have to rely on his muscles instead of his boring quirk if he wanted to make it as a hero. People were filing down the aisle of the bus, and all the people sitting alone were now getting a partner to sit next to them. Eijiro was hyped by this too because he had a chance to make a friend who might be going to UA with him. Along the aisle came a tall kid with green hair. It seemed fate had decided that these two must sit together. Eijiro smiled brightly at the kid as he sat down and greeted him. "Hey there. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet ya. How do you think you did?" Eijiro's eyes brightened. This new person sounded like friend material already. "Yeah, I did great. I think I got about 40 points, mostly from one-pointers though. What about you?" The boy, now having been introduced as Midoriya, said, "Nice man. I lost count at around 50, but I probably ended up at about 60 or 70 at the end. I did occasionally stop to help some people out." "I did the same thing. But you really got that many points? Your quirk must be crazy strong." "Yeah, I guess it is. If you don't mind me asking, what's your quirk?" "Oh, I don't mind," Eijiro said. "My quirk allows me to harden my skin like a rock. It's not great on offense, but I can take plenty of hits. I even blocked rubber bullets from the four-pointers." "Big mistake there, Eijiro." Of course, having just seen Izuku for the first time, Eijiro has no idea what he's getting into by telling him about his quirk. Midoriya's eyes lit up like stars. "No way! That quirk is so cool." And this right here was the moment Eijiro decided that Midoriya would be his best friend. He could feel the levels of hype radiating off of him, And Ijiro loved being around people that were passionate about things and not afraid to show it. Midoriya continued, "You probably can't show me a demonstration right now because of the exam. Have you ever tried to harden specific parts of your body? How do you fare on the Mohs scale of hardness? Does your density increase? What happens when you shatter?" Ijiro grinned even wider. Now this was hype. Later, after a lengthy discussion on the potential mechanics of Ijiro's quirk, and a lot of deflected questions about Midoriya's, Ijiro swapped phone numbers with Midoriya and promised to hang out some other time. As he stepped off the bus and said goodbye to his new friend, Ijiro couldn't help but smile and think forward to all the fun he might have at UA. Shota Aizawa was absolutely ready. He stood over the smoldering wreckage of the zero-pointer. It had several dents that looked like they were caused by a nuclear missile because of their size and the flames around them. Shota had a tradition of sorts during the start of the school year at UA. Just like how some people like to avoid learning who won the Super Bowl, an American football game, for months after, Shota liked to avoid watching any footage or reading any files regarding the students. He told people that it was so that he could properly judge their skill for himself, but he secretly really liked the chaos it caused in his life. Because what's life without a little chaos? Because of this, he had no idea that a 7-foot-tall dragon shapeshifter was the cause of the zero-pointer's current condition. He was left guessing about what exactly caused it, and knowing his boss, that agent of mass destruction, would end up in his class. Shota smiled. He turned on his heel and began to walk away, with a smirk sharper than a razor blade hidden beneath his scarf. This year was going to be fun. Shota Aizawa was a simple man who enjoyed a simple life. He enjoys the little things, like spending time with his husband, petting his cats, and beating up thugs in back alleys at nighttime. You know, the normal, simple, everyday pleasures in life. Well, there was one more. Among his peers, Shota was said to be sustained by chaos. His default tired demeanor quickly vanished in the face of some good shenanigans, trickery, or miscellaneous tomfoolery. He could physically feel the sleep deprivation leave his body as soon as the opportunity to cause chaos presented itself. This is why the beginning of the school year was Shota's favorite time. The time when 20 fresh, bright-eyed students were delivered right to his classroom, ready to be the butt of his jokes. And that time was right now. Shota sat on the roof rafters above his classroom. His feet dangled down above the 15-foot drop to the floor below. He never really questioned why all the ceilings at UA were so tall, but he wasn't about to complain. Today was orientation day, basically a template day where the students came to learn their way around campus before actual classes started. As such, none of the students had moved into the dorms just yet. He slightly shifted to check his watch. It was 1 minute until the doors opened. Shota took a deep breath. In practiced efficiency, he got into character. In his mind, he was no longer Shota. He was Mr. Aizawa, the teacher of heroics at UA. His deadpan and monotonous voice remained, but his nonchalant nature and uninterested stare were quickly replaced by a gaze that could pierce one's soul. First PRD started at 7:30 sharp. For half of the heroics course students, this would be their class with him. The other half would have him immediately after. The rest of their day would be filled with the other subjects that UA requires, from math to science to history. Out of the 44 heroic students, half fell to Aizawa. The other half fell to his coworker and fellow pro hero, Vlad King. To make things easier on him, his 22 students were split into 2 PRDS of 12 each. The door swung open, with a creak reminiscent of the doors in horror movies. Aizawa had specifically messed with the hinges on the door to make it as creaky as possible to set the tone for his students. Nothing instilled fear into a student quite like a good old-fashioned creaky door. Inside the doorframe stood 2 boys, one with spiky blonde hair and the other with messy green hair. They both walked in while chatting about who knows what and picked 2 seats in the middle of the classroom. Immediately, something was off. Very rarely did Aizawa see students who weren't at all nervous on their first day. Internally, he chuckled to not give away his position. He knew that cocky brats like these would be the first to be expelled by him. If a student was arrogant enough to come into their first day at UA without any hint of nervousness, they were very quick to go. Aizawa could tell a great deal about a student from their choice of seating. Firstly, if a student chose the first row, then they were a more calm and collected type. Although, some students sat in front if they had bad hearing or eyesight. Those that chose the very back row were typically more quiet and reserved. They didn't like talking or being talked to. But these two that chose the center were clearly extroverts. They went out of their way to pick seats that had the most number of seats surrounding them, meaning more classmates to talk to. The green-haired one was looking straight at Aizawa. Aizawa was quickly snapped out of his train of thought by the boy staring directly up at him, his inky black eyes staring into Aizawa's soul. Because of the distance between the two, Aizawa didn't yet see Izuku's galaxy eyes. How did he notice me up here? Aizawa thought. Normally, none of his students had the spatial awareness or the luck to glance upward and notice him. Aizawa quietly moved his finger over his mouth, making the gesture to the boy, who immediately broke into a grin and nodded. He turned back to his blonde friend and continued their conversation. Immediately, Aizawa got another important insight into this boy's personality. He was a fellow demon of chaos. Aizawa silently grinned. Izuku was so excited. It was his first day of school at UA. He had never gotten out of bed in the morning with more vigor. He quickly rushed through his morning routine and ate breakfast so that he and Kaken could walk to school together. Of course, Inko, Izuku's mother, was crying the whole time. She simply couldn't bear the thought of her sweet baby going off to a big hero school. She was crying both for her sadness of her son leaving the nest and also her pure joy of seeing how happy Izuku is from accomplishing his dream. After taking enough pictures to fill an entire photo album, Izuku was finally allowed to leave the house. So, I wonder what our heroics teacher will be like, Katsuki said as the two rode the early morning train to UA. The two had already compared schedules and had found that they both were identical. I don't know. I hope we get a cool limelight hero to be our heroics teacher. It'd be sick to learn how to fight from a professional, Izuku responded happily. No way, an underground hero would be way cooler, Katsuki disagreed. We'll learn stealth fighting like a ninja. Yeah, I guess that'd be pretty cool too. People slowly filed into the classroom. Having arrived as early as possible, Izuku and Katsuki were the first two to get to the classroom. For some reason, their teacher was sitting up on the ceiling. The teacher seemed to be hiding up there, so Izuku grinned at him and played along. Katsuki had yet to notice. As people started to arrive, Izuku had fun greeting the people that he had already met from the entrance exam and congratulating them, especially Kirishima, the red-headed boy from the bus. The two shared a moment of mutual hype of each other achieving their goals. He also got to see the purple-haired kid whom he saved from the four-pointer. Hey Purple, great to see you made it in. Izuku greeted. He ran up to the boy with a wide smile on his face. The boy, unceremoniously dubbed Purple, stared at Izuku confused. He had no idea who this person was, let alone where they had ever met before. Have we met? Purple asked with a deadpan tone. Wait a minute. Izuku internally face-bombed. Of course, Purple had no idea who he was because they had met during the entrance exam, where Izuku was shapeshifted into his dragon form the entire time. But this presented a unique opportunity for Izuku. A light bulb illuminated itself in his head. What do you mean, you don't remember me? I saved your life, Izuku said, faking a surprised tone. He was trying to convey as much hurt as possible, however, he wasn't the best actor. Bro, I got like 20 minutes of sleep last night, Purple deadpanned. Now is definitely not the time to ask me to think too hard. Not wanting to annoy him needlessly, Izuku decided that this was enough for Purple. But still, the sheer ungratefulness. Oh well, you'll remember me eventually. Izuku turned on his heel and walked away, still not realizing that he had yet to ask for Purple's name. Hopefully, the name Purple doesn't stick too hard. Several minutes later, Izuku, Katsuki, and the few other students that had arrived were chilling in the classroom. The room was calm, with a few people having conversations with each other, mostly the students that knew each other from their previous schools, like the pink-skinned girl and the yellow-haired boy. Izuku had already introduced himself to everyone else, so he was sitting at his desk waiting for more people to arrive. In addition to becoming a hero, Izuku also was looking forward to making friends with so many new people. Whether or not he was going to analyze the crap out of their quirks was still up in the air. The door opened as a new student entered the classroom. Everyone turned to look at who it was, including Izuku. The extrovertedness evaporated straight out of Izuku's body. Oh no, he thought. There, in the doorway, stood the girl that tried to help him at the entrance exam. The girl that watched him faceplant, dissolve, then speak gibberish. Dang it. You see, this wouldn't be a problem normally. Previously, Izuku had found that dissolving and speaking gibberish was an extremely effective method of making a good first impression. However, Izuku had found that there were 3 specific types of people that this trick didn't work on. Fast food cashiers, traffic cops, and girls that he has a crush on. Dang it. Just like his physical form, Izuku's extroverted personality quickly dissolves when he is faced with any kind of nervousness. Naturally, embarrassing himself as hard as he did brings a lot of nervousness. He quickly turned around so that she wouldn't recognize his face or something. Honestly, he was kinda panicking right now. Not too much, but just enough to throw off his rhythm. He took a quick glance up at where his teacher was hiding. He seemed to be able to tell exactly what Izuku was going through, evidenced by him nearly falling off the beam he was sitting on in silent laughter. Well, he would have to talk to her eventually, just to introduce himself or explain his quirk. Might as well get it over with. He reluctantly turned back to face the door, intending to eventually introduce himself. Unfortunately, the two locked eyes after he finished turning. Immediately, Izuku could tell that she recognized him. Both quickly looked away with embarrassed expressions. Dang it. Wanting the awkwardness to end, he hesitantly approached her and introduced himself. Hi, my name's Izuku Midoriya. Thanks for trying to save me out front, he said with a nervous laugh. The girl looked at him for a second, seemingly trying to think of something to say, before responding. No problem, she said, also with a nervous tone. She hesitated for a second, then curiously said, My name's Ochako Uraraka. Was that your quirk that made my hand phase through you? Need I continue to stress that this is a very awkward conversation for both participants? That's my quirk. It's very weird. At this point, Katsuki, who was watching Izuku repeatedly fail to exhibit any social ability for talking to the opposite SEC, finally decided to step in and save his friend from further embarrassment. He grabbed Izuku by the back of the collar and pulled him away from the girl that he clearly had a crush on. Izuku, just happy for respite, just let it happen. A few minutes later, after everyone had enough conversation, they all found their way to their seats. Katsuki leaned over to whisper to Izuku. When do you think our teacher will get here? He's, like, 15 minutes late. Just as Izuku was about to lean over to reply, he saw a purple-headed girl startle and slowly turn around in her desk, seemingly to check something behind her. Normally, Izuku would pay this no heed, but he was pretty sure that her quirk, which gave her headphone jacks for ears, also gave her sharper hearing. But before he could turn around to check what she was looking at, a deep voice rang out. He got here before all of you, and nobody save one noticed him. Izuku, alongside the other 10 students, all turned around to see who said that. As he expected, it was the teacher that he had seen hiding up in the ceiling earlier. He took silent satisfaction that he was the only one. The teacher was dressed extremely casually, wearing jeans and a black hoodie. I'm Shota Aizawa, your heroics teacher. It is my job to make your lives a living hell for the next 2 semesters. In the locker rooms are gym clothes for all of you. Meet me out on the field in 10 minutes or you're expelled. Izuku snorted to himself, before getting up and following the herd of panicking people. He quickly decided he liked this teacher. He could already tell that Mr. Aizawa wasn't the type to mince words. Of course, Izuku didn't actually need the gym clothes he found in the locker room inside the locker with his name on it. Curiously, it had a fingerprint scanner that was already calibrated to his exact fingerprint. What made it so strange was that he had never given his prints to Yue. However, he still made sure to hide his shapeshifting. Even though he could have perfectly mimicked the clothes after a passing glance, he still pulled the shirt and shorts on. Heading back out onto the field, he saw a small crowd of the students that he had met back in the classroom. The few that were already there were seemingly preparing for something, judging by their stretching and warming up. After everyone had come out, Mr. Aizawa spoke up again. This will be a quirk apprehension test for you all. Since you were never allowed to use your quirks for previous athletic tests, UA gets no data on your actual abilities. First, we will be doing a 100-meter sprint. Don't get last. It's about anywhere else in the US, but I've only ever seen track events listed in metric. I just mean one straight on the track. Aizawa's words of, "don't get last," stuck with everyone. Of course, they would try to win, but hearing this implanted the fear of punishment or penalty for whoever gets last. Every student felt a bead of sweat fall down their backs in fear and anticipation. Izuku, Katsuki, and 2 others lined up at the starting line. The blue-haired boy with engines for legs, introduced as Ida, and the green-haired girl, introduced as Tsu, crouched down on the starting blocks. Izuku could hear Ida's engines revving, and Tsu's starting stance looked extremely unusual. Izuku, immediately after being told about the apprehension test, began formulating plans for as many tests as he could think of. Luckily, he managed to prepare one for the 100-meter sprint. Previously, Izuku had walked over to the finish line of the track. He wasn't set to go for another few rounds, so he had plenty of time. He willed small droplets of nihilium to drip down from his hand as he walked across the finish line. Each one was so small that they were basically imperceptible. Luckily, no one saw him do this. Izuku closed his eyes and mentally reached out. There, just at the finish line, he could feel the small puddles of nihilium on the floor. He opened his eyes again. Aizawa, off to the side, began to count down to start the race. Just as he said, "Go," Izuku willed his body to dispel and reform at the end of the track, using the small droplet as a base. He felt his stomach lurch during the brief second when his physical body didn't exist. It was extremely disorienting to go from having 7 octillion atoms in his body all the way down to just a few thousand. However, his quirk in combination with One for All equipped him perfectly. This all resulted in him seemingly teleporting from one end of the track to another in exactly 0.84 seconds. To the outside observer, Izuku's body began to rapidly melt while a new one simultaneously grew from the ground at the end of the track. He turned around to see Ida, Katsuki, and Tsu barreling toward him. He could already see the furious sneer on Katsuki's face. Next was a grip strength test. One by one, each student would approach a machine and grip a handle on it as hard as they could. So far, the record fell to the kid with a bizarre mutation, named Shoji. He had 6 arms with strange nubs at the end of each one, with webbing in between each arm. His expressions were hard for Izuku to judge because he was wearing a mask, for some reason. Izuku hereby made it a goal to find out why Shoji was wearing that mask. After watching Katsuki desperately attempt to use his quirk to bolster his score to no avail, it was Izuku's turn. He stepped up to the machine and let his form dissolve. He heard everyone audibly gasp as his body quickly dissolved. Where it was now stood a 7-foot-tall dragon. "Midoriya, is that you?" "Whoa, I thought his quirk was teleportation. He's so big." Izuku heard exclamations of surprise arise from the crowd of his peers. He turned around and grinned happily at them, notably taking in the speechless expression of Shinso, the purple-haired kid he helped at the entrance exam. With that, Izuku turned back around and grabbed the machine's handle. With his dragon form's naturally stronger build and almost indestructible scales, channeling about 10% of One for All's power was a piece of cake. Just using one hand, he squeezed as hard as he could. That day, Katsuki, Aizawa, Shinso, and the rest of the class quickly learned exactly what a dragon's face looks like surprised. "Oops, sorry," Izuku said sheepishly. "I didn't think it would break." Don't worry about it," Aizawa sighed. "UA has a comically large amount of money anyways." Next up was the long jump. Izuku knew he totally could just ask Uraraka to use her quirk on him, but his flair for dramatics kept him from doing so. He was randomly picked to be first for this one, so he once again let his form dissolve. A half-second later, where he was hovered a fairy, just like Izuku remembered seeing in Masaru's book. Naturally, with wings and the endurance to fly for miles, Izuku just flew over the sand pit. At the end, still not touching the ground, he shot a mischievous grin toward his teacher. At least I didn't break this one, right? Now it was time to do a flexibility test. Aizawa instructed his students to sit down and touch their toes. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't just measuring the students' strength but their other capabilities too, such as flexibility. Izuku, having done a few warm-up stretches, prepared to sit down. He just had one more stretch to do. He planted his feet and twisted his upper body to the right as far as it would go. Normally, this specific stretch is good for stretching the spine and popping the back. However, for Izuku, who can simply choose to not have bones, this stretch did a lot more for him. His back twisted fully around 10 times over, looking like a wet rag getting wrung out. He looked Aizawa, who looked very tired, right in the eye, before letting himself straighten back out. Izuku's upper body spun 10 times around again, before snapping back into normal place like a rubber band. Aizawa sighed and gave Izuku an obligatory score of infinity for that exercise. Finally came the ball throw test. For some reason, Izuku's name hadn't been called yet while all of his peers took turns throwing the ball. Some, mostly those with non-physical quirks, only got an average distance of about 20 to 30 meters. Izuku looked up just in time to see a baseball, tossed underhanded to him by Aizawa. He raised his arm to catch it. "Midoriya, you've got first place in every test so far. Let's see if you can beat everyone else." Now Izuku realized what was happening. He had fallen victim to one of the classic blunders. If he didn't take first place here, he would look like an arrogant fool in front of all his peers. Truly one of the most dastardly schemes of the generation. He nervously stepped up to the plate, doing arm circles to warm up. He closed his eyes and decided to experiment on the fly with a form that he had little training with. Again, he felt his form melt and be replaced with another familiar one. Instead of the green scales of his dragon form, he instead now had scarlet bulging muscles. He was now an infernal, basically a demon. This time, he chose it against his dragon form because it seemingly was stronger. For choosing each one, there was a trade-off. His dragon form had wings and tougher skin, but his demon form was about twice as strong. Like this, he was basically a glass cannon. Again, he heard the class gasp behind him. He was trying to concentrate, so he didn't react. Despite his best efforts, his tail still happily flicked behind him. A bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. He took a step back, feeling the power of one for all flow through him. Just like a pitcher at a baseball game, Izuku wound up his arm behind him. He took a bounding step forward and flung the ball with all his might. Aizawa had a plan from the very moment that he called Midoriya up first to do the ball throw. You see, Aizawa's quirk was called Erasure. It allowed him to nullify the quirks of anyone in his field of view. However, it also allowed him to see a small amount of information about someone's quirk when he looked at them. From the moment he saw Midoriya walk into the classroom, Aizawa knew that he had some kind of shape-shifting quirk. By this point in the test, Midoriya was blowing all the other scores out of the water. He had dealt with problem children like this before. The type of kids that were naturally very powerful and were told their whole lives that they are the best. Aizawa really didn't want to deal with another. So he planned to stop Midoriya right in his tracks. Being a naturally scheming person, Aizawa tends to get lost in his thoughts a lot. By doing this, he failed to notice Izuku notably not being arrogant after every test, congratulating his classmates and even offering advice. If he had known that, Aizawa would have called off the plan. But alas, he didn't. Midoriya, you've got first place in every test so far. Let's see if you can beat everyone else, Aizawa said with a grin sharper than a knife. A bead of sweat dripped down Midoriya's forehead. He took a step back, feeling the power of one for all flow through him. Just like a pitcher at a baseball game, Izuku wound up his arm behind him. He took a bounding step forward and flung the ball with all his might. Right before he saw Midoriya throw the ball, Aizawa activated Erasure and focused it directly onto Midoriya. Normally, when people had their quirks erased, they panicked or otherwise reacted with fear. If you have had your quirk for your whole life, getting it erased is like having a limb chopped off. But Midoriya didn't react like that at all. He didn't even react. The massive red-skinned monster flung the ball, leaving a deafening boom echoing through everyone's ears. The ball soared on, getting farther and farther, smaller and smaller, before it disappeared as a speck on the horizon. Aizawa stood, bewildered. How had Midoriya, clearly a transformation-type user, still used his quirk? The demon turned towards Aizawa with a wide grin. How'd I do? I'd say that probably puts me in the top 5. But how'd I manage to beat Uraraka's score? Izuku asked, confused. The challenge was clear: get first place or suffer the consequences. His teacher was more than happy to reply. When you think about it, it's not that odd. When you apply force to an object not affected by gravity, it still is slowed down by wind resistance and the natural air pressure of the atmosphere. As such, it is highly unlikely that it ever actually left the Earth's atmosphere. The ball will eventually return to rest and hover until Uraraka releases her quirk. Oh, that makes sense. It's basic physics. It should. After a long day of meeting their teachers and learning their schedules, a small group of students walked back to the dorm to get settled in. Man, Midoriya, said Kirishima, I knew you were strong, but not that strong. That got me so hyped watching you turn into those things and perform. Hey, I'm just as strong as he is. I beat him in spars all the time, said Katsuki, with no hint of actual anger in his voice. You just wait and see. I have a feeling that this year we'll see all 3 of us growing way stronger than we thought we could, said Izuku. Don't think I didn't see you blushing after you saw that girl with the gravity quirk, Izuku. You saw nothing. Is that so, eh? How about I go ask her, then? No. Once again, Izuku's alarm started to blare. He slowly leaned up, sleepy-eyed and barely conscious, before reaching over to turn off the alarm. He let out a loud groan. One of the worst parts of school in general is waking up at an awful hour. Izuku, in his sleep-driven stupor, briefly considered faking being sick or something. With his quirk, he probably could do a pretty good job. No, I can't do that, Izuku thought. He didn't work as hard as he did to fake a skip day. That doesn't come until the 2nd semester. Today was Friday, almost the weekend. Izuku just had to survive one more day of school, and then he could relax for the next 2 days with his new friends. Unlike his actual bedroom, Izuku's dorm room was rather empty. He still hadn't taken the time to unroll and put up all of his posters. He briefly thanked the administrators at UA who decided that students wouldn't have to have roommates. That would be rather embarrassing, explaining the sheer amount of hero merch that he had. Barely avoiding tripping on the carpeted floor, Izuku dragged himself out of his dorm room to shower and eat breakfast. Izuku's knee bounced as he sat at his desk, now fully awake. It was first PRD, which meant it was heroics class time. Aizawa, his teacher, walked into the room right as the bell rang, carrying a massive mug of coffee. In fact, Izuku had yet to see his homeroom teacher without his trademark travel mug. Quiet class. Today you'll be doing a battle trial to kick off your basic combat training. The first unit of heroics is combat, so consider this to be the introductory lesson. We start in Gym Delta in 15 minutes, be there or you get a 0. And with that, Aizawa hit a button on a remote on his desk and walked out of the room. On the wall, 12 panels opened, revealing briefcases with their names printed on them in dark, black lettering. A moment of silence was shared among the students before they all bolted out of their chairs to grab their cases. After all, none of them wanted to get a 0 on one of their first graded assignments. Dear reader, if you've never had a teacher give you a bad grade on an assignment, let me tell you, the pain from it stays for a while. Until the teacher is merciful enough. To be quick in grading your next few assignments, you'll be stuck with a 25 or 33 for a long time. Naturally, everyone in Izuku's class knew this already. Everyone has that one teacher that you shudder to remember their name, whether they taught a hard class, just taught a subject you were bad at, or were strict and mean. I would love to share mine, but knowing my track record for luck, she would be recognized by someone. If you know me personally, there's easily enough personal information subtly inserted to trace this back to me. In fact, several of Izuku and Katsuki's cataloged adventures are loosely based on my own exploits. Anyways, each gender hurried off to their respective locker room to get changed. Inside the locker room, Izuku's briefcase clicked open. He gasped and stared at his costume inside the case. Right after he got into UA, he had to submit a costume form, detailing aspects of his quirk and how he wanted to look. He asked them to lean into the theme suggested by his quirk name, Anomaly. Alongside the form, he also submitted a general sketch of what he wanted. It had been done in pencil and left much to the imagination, but clearly, UA's design department knew what they were doing. Because he could shapeshift his clothes, Izuku had previously tried to generate his own costume. In fact, since his awakening, he only wore clothes he made with his quirk. His mom was very thankful not to have to buy him clothes, and he was very thankful not to have to go shopping and try on clothes with her. When he tried to generate a costume, he found that his quirk is rather limited in generating costumes. It got the general outfit right, but it completely skipped all of the accessories he wanted. It also didn't generate the fabric like he wanted it in his costume, being reinforced, fireproof, etc. Izuku loved his costume. The base was a dark green jumpsuit, so dark that you could hardly tell it wasn't black if Izuku was standing in a shadow. He chose that color because he would still be seen as green in the daytime but blend into shadows at night. The shade wasn't constant throughout it. On his chest and his back, the color gradually got darker as it spiraled into the center, forming what looked like a black hole, with the center being completely black. The entire jumpsuit was highlighted by a stark white trim, which ran along his chest, sleeves, and back. Around his waist was a black utility belt, adorned with plenty of pouches for all of Izuku's quick storage needs. Everyone else's costumes look exactly the same BTW. It only took him a few minutes to get fully changed into his brand new costume, and all the while, he couldn't wipe the massive grin off his face. He was wearing his very own hero costume. Izuku couldn't believe it. It even has that new car smell. He thought excitedly. As he exited the locker room, he turned towards a conveniently placed map and started to look for the "You Are Here" marker. Alright class, I've already randomly assigned teams. Take a look at the board and get with your partner, Aizawa said, gesturing to a TV screen mounted on the wall inside the gym. Next to your name is your partner's name, and across from that is the team that you'll be fighting. I'll give you 30 seconds to get organized. Gym Delta turned out to be right next to where the entrance exam had taken place. Izuku's eyes scanned the screen, quickly locating his name and finding it was listed directly next to a person named Mina Ishido. He briefly remembered meeting her on orientation day. She was the pink-skinned girl. Because of this, she was very easy to spot in the crowd. As he approached her, she was still looking up at the TV screen, having not found her name on the list. Izuku hesitantly opened his mouth to greet her. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. You're Mina Ishido, right? You're my teammate for this. The pink-skinned girl quickly whirled around to face him, looking only slightly startled. The two made eye contact, both realizing that the other had an eye mutation that gave them pitch-black eyes. You're like me. You have black eyes too, she said excitedly. Izuku immediately got the impression that she had a very similar enthusiasm to Kirishima, another boy Izuku had befriended at UA. Ishido turned to face the screen again, looking to see who they'd be competing against. Her eyes quickly widened in acknowledgement. We're up against Denki Kaminari and another boy named Mizo Shoji. Before we strategize about them, let's share information about our quirks, Ishido suggested. Izuku nodded, before diving into a brief explanation of his quirk's basic abilities and his transformations. Wow, that sounds really versatile. Anyways, mine's pretty simple. I can secret liquids from my skin and control their basic properties, like viscosity, corrosiveness, and adhesion. Izuku grinned, already having thought of several plans of battle. He wasn't able to take his opponent's quirks into account, so his options were a bit limited. He was also mentally preparing another entry in his quirk analysis notebook. I'll have to buy another one pretty soon with how many new quirks I'm discovering here at UA, he thought. How corrosive can you make it? And how adhesive? Izuku asked, trying to get a feel for her limits. His excitement was clearly leaking out onto his body language. Well, I haven't tested my acid strength to its limits, but it can get sticky enough to stick someone's shoes to the floor. I can't make it sticky and acidic at the same time, though, Ishido said. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't have done much experimentation. With a quirk like that, you could easily damage all sorts of stuff, Izuku commented. He was lucky his quirk wasn't destructive in nature because he loved being able to freely use it. So, I went to school with Kaminari. His quirk is just called Electrify. It lets him generate electricity from his body and shock people. He can also sorta shoot out bolts of it, like lightning, but it isn't very powerful when he does, Ishido helpfully supplied. Gotcha. I can see that Shoji's quirk just gives him 6 arms, so he's probably pretty strong. When we fight, I'll focus on him because I'm most likely stronger, Izuku said, prompting a confused look from Ishido. Are you sure you're stronger than him? I know you can shapeshift, but he looks pretty strong. Trust me, I've got this. Have you ever tested controlling the conductivity of your liquid? I have a plan. The actual trial was rather simple. It was very similar to Capture the Flag because each team had a flag on the edge of the battle arena. The arena itself was a big, multi-story building. It seemed to have a floor plan similar to that of an office because there were small rooms for cubicles and plenty of hallways. Izuku and Ishido were told by Aizawa that they could hide their flag anywhere on the bottom floor of the building and that their opponents would be hiding theirs on the top floor. The goal of the trial was to simultaneously protect your own flag while capturing the opponent's flag. To win, your team had to have both flags at the same time. The two, Izuku and Ishido, were on the bottom floor doing warm-up stretches. They had already planted their flag in a corner room as far away from the stairs as they could find. The building did have windows, but neither of their opponents had any way of climbing down the outside of the building, so they figured it would be safe. They had already put in their communication earpieces. Their plan was finalized. Now all they were waiting for was for Aizawa to start the trial. Go! Rang out through the 4 earpieces, said rather unenthusiastically by Aizawa. Izuku wasted no time in shapeshifting into his dragon form. He felt his body stretch as he gained height, and he felt his back grow heavier as wings emerged from his partially dissolving form. Ishido, having briefly forgotten her part of the plan in favor of staring in shock at Izuku's complete transformation, quickly snapped herself out and ran towards the stairs. Similarly, Izuku ran toward where he was planning on ascending the building. It wasn't the stairs. Dear reader, you might have ascertained by now that Izuku, and similarly Katsuki, function on a ask for forgiveness rather than permission mindset. If Izuku had asked Aizawa if he was allowed to break any windows, it would have immediately given away his plan to his opponents. He just hoped that the shock of him breaking the window with one smooth kick would wear off when Aizawa was grading them. Not really worrying about the glass, Izuku climbed through the window. Any small pricks he got were immediately closed and smoothed over by his nihilium body. He then crouched down, spread his wings, and leaped up. Izuku had found that flight, with his body being as heavy as it was rather difficult. Mostly, he tended to focus on gliding, only flapping when he needed altitude or speed. However, he was trying to fly directly upwards, up to the roof of the building. The exertion of constantly flapping made his head spin and his shoulders ache. Dang it, he was gonna be sore tomorrow. At least it was Friday. He was so close to the weekend. The flight upwards took about 30 seconds, which ended unceremoniously as Izuku rolled over the lip of the roof of the building. He sat and caught his breath for a second, before radioing Ishido to signal that he was in position. Code Dark Orange, over. The eagle has reached the nest, over. A faint laugh was heard from the other side of the comm before Ishido composed herself and responded by simply saying, copy. If the stairwell is on the east side of the building, they probably hid the flag on the side opposite it, Izuku thought. That was their plan, to have Ishido distract Kaminari while Izuku snuck in and stole their flag. Shoji, being an unknown variable, had been disregarded. Taking flight once again, Izuku found a window on the west side of the building. Here goes nothing, he shouted before beginning to fly directly toward it. Izuku tumbled through the window, landing in a forward roll. He quickly got to his feet before looking around the room. Why wasn't the flag here? That was his last thought before a force like a truck slammed into Izuku's side. Fayex was the only sound that escaped his lips before he was tackled through the wall. Latin pretty much has no curse words. The Romans just got really creative with their insults. I'm not gonna do that because most break the content rating of this FIC, so enjoy me trying to make up Latin curse words that roughly translate to English. Izuku looked up, seeing the massive body of Shoji pinning him to the ground. The six-armed boy's 6 arms seemingly were twice as long as they were before. Izuku watched in awe as the fist on the end of one contorted, twisting until it turned into a mouth. "Nice try," it said in a deep voice. A wave of understanding struck Izuku harder than Shoji had. He could shapeshift his arms, explaining his ridiculous strength. Assuming he could form ears on his arms as well, it also explained how Shoji had heard Izuku coming. While he hadn't been loud flying up the building, someone with enhanced hearing would have had no trouble hearing him coming. Izuku grit his teeth, before feeling a small fraction of one for all release throughout his body. Only 5% was the limit he was comfortable using so close to another person, but Izuku didn't feel like now was a good time to risk it. He planted his palms on the ground and pushed, feeling Shoji's body get knocked off. Both boys stood up and faced each other, ferocity flowing through their bodies. Izuku made the first move, dashing towards Shoji. Honestly, their first impact looked more like a sumo wrestle than an actual fight. Both of them knew that the other wouldn't be taken down by simply punching and kicking. Grabbing and using their own weight against them was the best tactic. With his opponent firmly in his grasp, Izuku pushed him away. Taking advantage of Shoji's temporary loss of balance, he delivered a strong punch to the boy's face, noting the hard texture of the boy's face beneath the mask. Recoiling from the strike, Shoji took another step back and regained his footing. He adopted a defensive stance, using his 6 arms almost like a shield. This was going to be a long fight. Ashido was feeling very tired by the time she climbed the 5th flight of stairs. Why hadn't Izuku radioed that he had their flag? Ashido knew for a fact that their flag was still safe. The only way up and down the building, besides Izuku's flying, was the stairwell she was currently in. Because she had yet to pass Kaminari, she knew that he must be above her. Just as she was about to reach the 2nd highest floor, she caught sight of a streak of yellow moving in the corner of her eye. She would recognize Kaminari's hair anywhere. He's planning an ambush, Ashido thought. No matter, he'd have to be sneakier if he wanted to fool her. She remembered back to what Izuku had told her. He had asked if she could control the conductivity of her liquid. She had never specifically tested conductivity, but she could control almost all its chemical properties. When she readied her liquid beneath her skin, instead of focusing on the acidity, she instead focused on the conductivity, trying to make it as insulative as possible. Because of her quirk, she was naturally a fan of studying chemistry. While she didn't have access to a lab, she made do with various chemicals from around her house to test her theories about her secreted liquid. Due to this, she was naturally familiar with terms such as conductivity and insulation. Conductivity refers to a substance's ability to conduct electricity. For example, metal is very conductive while rubber is not conductive at all. Izuku had suggested that she make her liquid be insulative and throw it on Kaminari, thus rendering his electricity ineffective. She would then make a strong glue liquid to immobilize him. She felt the liquid secrete into her hands, forming small globs about the size of a baseball. When she threw them, they would act like snowballs and splatter all over her opponent. With the plan in mind and her liquid at the ready, Ashido let out the deep breath she had been holding all this time and turned the corner. She flung her liquid as quickly as she could, but that didn't stop the sharp sound of the crackling of electricity from reaching her ears. Bolts of lightning shot out from Kaminari's hands, traveling through the air. They stopped whenever they hit a splatter of liquid. She felt the hair on her head start to stand straight up due to the static electricity in the air. "Hey, Sparky," she shouted, filling her hands with the strongest glue she could muster. "You're grounded." She flung the globs with all her might. Back up on the upper floor, the wrestling match between the 2 strongest members of the class continued. Both boys fought to maintain proper footing and position, occasionally letting out a grunt as one of their forceful swings connected. Luckily, Izuku's scaly, tough skin resisted the blows more than Shoji's normal, human skin. That gave him a natural advantage in terms of endurance. However, he could still feel himself slowing down. He couldn't keep doing this for much longer. Izuku started to look for an opportunity to turn the tables. Grappling in the center of the room, both boys pushed off from each other before taking a second to catch their breaths before re-engaging. Shoji formed a mouth on the end of one of his arms. "You're strong, I'll give you that," he said in a deadpan tone. Izuku couldn't read his expression very much, given his mask and glaring eyes. "Thanks," Izuku responded. "You're not bad yourself." With that said, both lowered into a charge before meeting again at the center of the room. This time, Izuku knew that he needed a different approach. While only using 5% of one for all, the match wasn't nearly as one-sided as Izuku had hoped. Izuku grit his teeth, knowing his opening was coming. A few seconds later, Shoji struck him across the face with a vicious punch. Izuku just tried his best to soak in the pain, before dropping into a leg sweep, knocking Shoji to the floor. Diving down onto his opponent, Izuku delivered several strong strikes while Shoji couldn't fight back or dodge. The thing about being pinned by Izuku in his dragon form is that he's extremely heavy. The mighty dragon raised his fist back for one final swing, preparing to end his brawl. He only stopped when he heard Shoji weakly say, "Stop. I yield." The massive teen looked up at Izuku with a determined expression. Looks like Izuku had just found another rival. Ashido watched, hopeful and desperate, as Kaminari lit up the room with his electric shocks. If she was lucky, her liquid would neutralize the electricity. Already, she was feeling tingly all over her body from the small amount of electricity arcing at her. The sound of the bolts was nearly deafening. If Kaminari was using this much of his charge, he was definitely about to short himself out. She held up her hands to shield her eyes from the bright light given off by her opponent. She could barely see his silhouette with all the electricity arcing from his body. Wait a minute, was he getting brighter? The only thing that hit Ashido harder than that realization was the actual shock, flowing through her excruciatingly. Her muscles seized up and she stumbled and leaned against the wall. She had been hit by Kaminari's electric shocks before, mainly him accidentally shocking her when they bumped into each other. But she had never felt electricity like this. And just as quick as it came, it was gone. Ashido slowly felt her tensed muscles relax, while the noise and light in the room dimmed. In front of her laid the unconscious body of Kaminari, completely shorted out by the shock. Her earpiece gave off a rough static sound, before seemingly resetting. "Im wins. Ashido, can you carry Kaminari out of the building?" The deadpan voice of Aizawa seemed slightly distorted over the fried circuits of her earpiece. Ashido stood back up, stretching her muscles. Most of the tension left her body rather quickly, due to the insulative liquid that remained beneath her skin. Ashido had previously read Sun Tzu's The Art of War for fun. There was something about how most of his tactics seemed obvious at first, but how they were truly brilliant beneath the surface, which made the book an extremely entertaining read. However, she now realized that one of his most basic tenets was false. She knew her enemy. She knew herself. But dang it, she totally feared the result of their rematch. She got way too lucky at the end there. If he hadn't shorted when he did, or if she hadn't noticed him at his ambush, she would have been fried. "So how'd you get to be so knowledgeable about chemistry?" Izuku asked Ashido after everyone's fights were over. He had never met someone as learned in chemistry as he was. "Oh, well, my old chemistry teacher back at my previous school, Mr. White, taught me plenty. He let me experiment all the time, and he even asked me to make him a few special liquids from time to time. He's the reason I know everything I know. He disappeared recently, I hope he's doing fine." Time continued to pass as Izuku, Katsuki, and the rest of their class studied heroics. All of them had never been tested so hard by their assignments, both in sheer quantity and quality. Izuku leaned back in his desk chair and let out a long groan. The paper was only 5 pages long, and to keep on pace, it needed to be 8 pages by yesterday. But Izuku just couldn't get himself to write the rest of it. Even with all the research he did on heroic tax write-offs, he still was unable to fill the rest of the paper. Looking back at the digital clock on his nightstand behind him, the time was 1:45 at night. Izuku let out an even longer groan. One of the first things he had invested in for his dorm room was a thick pair of blackout curtains. Dear reader, if you don't own some, I highly recommend it. Sleeping in until 11:30 on a weekend with your room still pitch black is one of the coziest feelings in the world. Maybe a midnight snack will help me focus, Izuku thought as he slowly stood up. For a normal person, sitting down for as long as Izuku did would have at least merited some stretching. However, due to his lack of bones and muscles, Izuku just stood up and walked off. Being careful not to disturb any of the other sleeping students, he tiptoed over to the stairwell and down into the common room. However, when he approached the bottom floor of the building, he could see some light streaming in through the doorframe. I guess someone's already having a snack, Izuku thought. Not wanting to scare them, he began to intentionally walk louder so that whoever was in the kitchen would hear him coming. The clinking of a spoon inside a glass bowl could faintly be heard, so Izuku assumed whoever was up is eating cereal. As he turned the corner, he saw a certain classmate with red hair seated at the table. Kirishima didn't seem like the type to be up in the middle of the night to Izuku. Maybe Izuku's ears weren't adjusted to the silence, but Kirishima somehow hadn't heard him coming. In reality, Izuku is just so quiet naturally that even when he is trying to be loud, he simply doesn't make noise when he walks. Nevertheless, Kirishima didn't seem to be lost in thought or anything. He was just enjoying his cereal. Maybe he'd like some company. He's definitely an extrovert, Izuku thought, walking towards the kitchen to fix himself a bowl too. Hey, it's Izuku. Want some company? He whispered, keeping his voice silent to not jump-scare Kirishima or wake up anyone in the dorm. Kirishima's head quickly turned, not fast enough to indicate surprise, but still fast. He still looked rather calm, so Izuku gave him a small smile. Sure, you can join me, Kirishima responded, equally as quietly. He reached over and pulled out the chair next to him. The cereal's in the second cabinet from the left. Thanks, Izuku calmly responded. Soon, he was carrying a bowl full of cereal over to the table to sit down. He took a bite and dang, that was good. There's something about the middle of the night that makes cereal taste delicious. Some time passed. Both boys just sat in silence, slowly eating. They were both in a rather awkward situation, with neither wanting to break the silence. There wasn't much to talk about anyways, with there being no major combat trials as of late. Their last major test grade in heroics class was the battle trial, which took place about a month ago. Already, all of Izuku's class felt like they could blow their previous scores out of the water with the training and lessons they had been put through. The Kirishima I met back on the bus after the entrance exam wouldn't stay quiet this long, Izuku thought. In fact, there were several situations in class where Kirishima had gone out of his way to break the silence. No, something was definitely bothering him right now. So, Izuku bit the bullet and said, So, how'd you think you're improving? Like with your quirk in heroics class, I mean. Kirishima turned to look at him with an expression that looked way too neutral. Oh, I'm doing fine, I guess. I'm definitely catching up to everyone else. What do you mean, catching up? You're already pretty far ahead of everyone else, Izuku asked, trying not to press too hard. No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean that I'm trying to pass everyone's leg up on me, with their flashy, offensive quirks, like yours and Bakugo's, he said, with a mild hint of sadness in his voice. There it is, Izuku thought. He gestured for Kirishima to continue, wanting to know more of what was bothering him. You know all about my quirk by now. It lets me harden my skin, which is easily the weakest and least complicated of our whole class. I mean, Todoroki can freeze an entire building, Yaoyorozu can create literally anything, and we still have no idea what Shinso's quirk even does. But here I am, already trying to catch up. He sighed and took another bite of his cereal, signifying that he was done talking. Izuku thought for a moment, then said, Yeah, your quirk is totally one of the least flashy in our class, but that doesn't mean it's weak at all. Take it from me, one transformation type user to another, it's easy to think that everyone else's quirk is way stronger than yours. Before mine awoke to its shape-shifting abilities, all I could do was heal myself. For you, you shouldn't compare yourself to them at all. He thought back to an old quirk theory research paper he read a while ago, discussing the potential of quirk awakenings. Transformation types, at face value, tend to be the weakest of the three types. However, they are the most prone to changing when you inevitably have a quirk awakening, Izuku said matter-of-factly. Also, because transforming functions like a muscle, it's the easiest to train. You may start out behind, but you'll quickly pass everyone else, and then some. Just wait and see, trust me, Izuku said with a grin. Kirishima turned to him and smiled. You really mean that? I didn't realize that quirk types had differences like that. Yeah, I do mean that truly. If you ever need any more advice on how to use your quirk, just ask, Izuku said. He turned to take another bite of his cereal, only for his spoon to come back empty. Well, I'm out of cereal, so I'm gonna go to bed now. Good night, he said, standing up to put his bowl in the sink. I'm about done with mine too, good night, Kirishima responded, giving one of his trademark grins. That's more like it, Izuku thought. There's the Kirishima I know. The school year was passing nicely for Izuku's class. Alongside their normal classes, they got to experience tons of fun stuff with heroics. Their schedule was fairly balanced, with heroics as the first class in the morning and their core classes spread throughout the week. For the first year at UA, classes were fixed. Everyone was required to take math, Japanese literature, social studies, English, and chemistry. Only for their second and third years could they branch off and take elective courses, like underground heroics or rescue heroics, to specialize in a type of hero to be. For first years, heroics class was a mix of all the types, so they got an even spread of combat, stealth, reconnaissance, and rescue. Izuku's class even got to go to the USJ, short for the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, to practice rescuing civilians from various disasters. While they were there, they got to meet 13, a hero that specializes in rescue. But now, enough time had passed for UA to deem them ready for their first public appearance. All their training was leading up to their debut as heroes. The sports festival. Kaken, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I hate being on camera. Relax, Zuku. You don't even have to do that stupid speech, Katsuki said, annoyed. You just get to stand here and be a face in the crowd, while I have to go give a speech in front of millions of stupid people. Izuku shook his head. I still feel like I'm melting from the nerves. Izuku turned to look down at his hands, to find out that he was, in fact, melting. Pull yourself together. You can't melt on TV, it's bad for publicity, Katsuki said, as he flipped through his note cards where he had his speech outlined. The duo, alongside the rest of their class, stood inside a tunnel leading into the main arena for the sports festival, UA's annual televised competition for their students to duke it out and make their debuts in the public eye. Each category of students at UA, heroics, support, and general, was organized into their own tunnels so they could make an entrance together as the announcer called out their classes. Because of this, the 24 heroic students, half of which Izuku had never met, were all huddled together, preparing to be seen on millions of TVs around the world. The UA Sports Festival was truly a spectacle for the quirked world. It was popular around the globe because UA was the first to start doing it. Almost every other heroic school has one, but none quite compare to UA's in scale and hype factor. There's just something about watching teenagers beat each other unconscious that just makes really good entertainment. Or so I've heard. Above them, mounted to the wall, an intercom crackled to life, blasting the instantly recognizable voice of Present Mike, a hero that also taught English at UA. He also had a side gig as a radio host, so he was naturally chosen to be the announcer of the festival. Are you ready? He shouted into the mic, hello to everyone in the stadium and everyone watching at home. My name's the voice hero, Present Mike, and it's my job to be your commentator. Through the tunnel, Izuku could hear the roar of the crowd coming from the stadium built all around them. Even with the distance between him and the crowd, the sheer amount of noise was deafening. Everyone, put your hands together. That was the signal that they were given beforehand to start walking into the arena. It was now or never. Now was their time to shine. Down in the stadium, you'll see the Heroics Class 1A and 1B. These bright-eyed first years have been training for months to prepare for their debuts, so let's cheer them on. Mike shouted into his microphone, reverberating throughout the stadium via the sound system. If Izuku had thought the crowd was deafening before, it was head-splittingly loud now. The sheer insanity of the crowd seemed to double as soon as Mike had mentioned them. Mike then went on to introduce the remaining classes at UA, the support and general education students, who would be competing too. Although the sports festival was mostly for UA's flagship students, the Heroics kids, the others were still allowed to participate to not single anyone out. Previously, many general education students had used the sports festival to transfer into the Heroics course to make up for their poor performance on the Heroics entrance exam. However, that wouldn't be happening this year as neither class had any openings. Before we begin, it's time for tradition. Will Katsuki Bakugo, our highest scorer on the entrance exam by exactly 1 point, please step up to the stage? Mike asked. All the way up in the stadium, a single voice could be heard shouting louder than the rest. One Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, was currently cheering for her son so loud that everyone around her thought that she had some kind of voice amplification quirk. She doesn't, she's just so proud of her son to have made it so far. Izuku watched, nervous, as Katsuki slowly ascended the steps. He approached the microphone already set up on the stage and tapped it a few times to test that it was working. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let me say this first. Izuku, I win that bet we made years ago, about who would get a higher score in the entrance exam. You owe me 100 yen. He paused for a second while the crowd laughed at what he said, then continued. To everyone else that I'll be competing against, I don't know if I'll win, but I'm going to try harder than all of you combined. Lastly, to all the people watching who want to be heroes, remember to be born with a strong quirk. That makes the whole process way easier. Thank you. And with that he bowed and stepped off the stage. Calling out my own hypocrisy here, for writing an underdog story about someone who currently possesses 2 of the most powerful quirks in existence. The first event of the festival had been decided, an obstacle course. Everyone, including the students, knew that the first few rounds only served to thin the herd down to a reasonable number for the one-on-one battles at the climax of the festival. Each type of student, heroics, support, and general, had 2 classes of 12 each, so there were 72 students in total. Traditionally, the 1v1s only took 16 people. For the first event, the number was trimmed down to the second event, then halved this number down to because the first event was an obstacle course. Only the first 32 competitors to cross the finish line would qualify for the next round, leaving the remaining 40 behind. Shortly after the speech, all the students were led out of the stadium into one of UA's many battlegrounds. Their competition would be recorded via drones and streamed back to the main stadium. When the students entered the battleground, they found another massive model city, much like the one in which they took the entrance exam. However, there was one key difference. Instead of a wide, square arena, the city was only one street lined by buildings on each side. Ahead, many obstacles could be seen, such as a massive pileup of smoking cars. As the students arranged themselves in front of the starting line, each was making a mental plan on how to best traverse the terrain. Izuku was no different, already concocting a perfect plan. All right, listen up. All 72 heads snapped toward the source of the noise, that being one of their teachers, the pro-hero Midnight. She stood on a small podium so that everyone could hear her better. Additionally, she wore a small wire headset microphone, probably so that her voice could be broadcast back to the main stadium for the crowd to hear. The rules for the first event are simple: make it to the end of the course. The first 32 students to pass the finish line will advance to the next round, and any remaining will be eliminated from the competition. Anything goes, apart from directly or intentionally harming one of your opponents, Midnight announced, with an enthusiastic tone. The competitors began to whisper amongst themselves, each student turning to a nearby friend to hopefully come up with a plan at the last second. Oh, and one more thing, Midnight said, looking right at a few particular students. I'd advise against flying over the course. Oh, that's easy. Izuku sighed to himself. There goes his easy way out. He did notice that she never explicitly said that it was against the rules, but knowing Yue, there was definitely something dangerous patrolling the skies to ground any flying students that thought they could just take the easy way out. Nevertheless, he still had a plan. Now that Plan A was dead, he still had 25 more letters worth of plans left. Standing before the starting line, Izuku felt his power flow beneath his skin. The exhilarating feeling that he always felt, right before he was about to change. On your marks. He closed his eyes, not feeling the need to look at the course ahead of him. Get set. The familiar chill of his body turning to nihilium began to flow through him. It almost felt like he was calmly sinking into a cold swimming pool, just there to float for eternity and be slightly moved by the small waves. Go! All at once, the stampede of students shot forward, each one desperate to place as high as possible. Present Mike immediately began giving his play-by-play of the action, loudly announcing everything as it happens. And they're off. Shoto Todoroki of Heroics immediately begins by creating a glacier. Katsuki Bakugo responds by exploding a hole through it. He continued to commentate as the students began to pick up the pace, not noticing that there were only 71 students on the track. Wait a minute, what's that on the rooftops of the fake buildings? Present Mike asked, sounding genuinely confused. Izuku grinned. Plan H was working flawlessly. Immediately after the event had started, he had shifted into one of his forms that he had discovered the day one for all manifested in him, the catkin form. He hadn't really used it until now because his dragon form handled strength and flight perfectly. This time, he needed speed and agility. In terms of looks, he looked sort of similar to his old self, but with green cat ears and a tail poking out. He also had claws on the tips of his fingers and toes, which had, of course, shredded his 17th pair of shoes this month. All of this rapid shapeshifting tends to do that. He was about half a foot taller, in addition to digitigrade legs that made running and jumping far easier. He also had greatly increased balance in this form. All in all, it was perfect for acrobatics and stealth. Dear reader, let me tell you, it's impossible to find a pair of shoes that fit properly when in a situation similar to Izuku's. He knew that the buildings were fake, but UA even went so far as to add window railings and fire escapes to the sides of them, so he assumed that they had regular rooftops as well. Thus, he wasted no time in scaling the side of the nearby building and rolling onto the roof. It was far slower than simply using his dragon form to fly up the side, but he didn't want to risk taking off for fear of Midnight's warning. Feeling his claws slice straight through the concrete and make a firm hold, he began to climb. Already, he was scaling the wall way faster than he anticipated. Maybe shapeshifting into this form also changes my brain to give me some of its instincts, Izuku thought. Wait, no, that can't be it. I don't have a brain. Briefly shaking his head to regain his train of thought, he found that he was already at the lip of the roof of the building. Pulling himself over, he barely felt any of the strain on his body that he should be feeling. He hit the ground running, immediately sizing the gap between the two buildings. His quick footsteps gradually turned into long bounds, before he crouched and leaped as long as he could. While he was soaring through the air, his new sensitive ears picked up the whirring of a nearby drone. The sound was a bit annoying, but he could deal with it for a short time. He decided to risk a glance towards it, to find that its camera was pointed straight at him. He flashed it the biggest grin he could, before turning his eyes back toward the rooftops in front of him. He could still hear the whirring of the drone's propellers following him, so it must be keeping watch on specifically him. Maybe it's time to show off a little bit, Izuku thought. After all, the sports festival only served to introduce the hero students to the world and help scouts find them for internships and work-study offers. On this next rooftop jump, he aimed for more height as he took the jump, pulling off a double backflip as he sailed from rooftop to rooftop. Below him back down on the street, the loud sound of the competitors' quirks combined to form loud background noise. Izuku was glad that he was up here and that they were down there. Emerging from the noise was the telltale and familiar sound of explosions. Izuku sighed to himself, knowing that his victory won't be as easy as he thought it would be. Of course, Katsuki would be keeping pace with him. Katsuki grit his teeth and kept running. After risking a glance up to the rooftops where Izuku was running, he saw that his green-haired best friend was barely ahead of him. He simply refused to lose to Izuku this time around, he was sure of that. After he promised to try harder than everyone else there, he had to win to prove that he was the best. Really, deep down, Katsuki wouldn't care if he had to share the podium with some of his friends, especially Izuku. Although, he trained extremely hard to make it to where he was today, so he wouldn't go down without a fight. His quirk, aptly named Explosion, was fairly self-explanatory. It allowed him to produce powerful explosions from the palms of his hands. It had a few other side effects, but those weren't relevant to the race right now. He held his hands out behind him and began firing off explosions. The powerful blast he produced acted like a rocket thruster, launching him forward. He timed his explosions so that one went off right as he took a step, granting him more momentum as he took longer and longer strides. At this point, he couldn't be considered walking. It looked like a weird combo of long jumping and flying, but he didn't care how stupid he looked as long as he was moving fast. Izuku was still a good 15 seconds ahead of him. Katsuki had to pick up the pace. If he was going to lose, it was going to be so close that they would have to examine the camera footage. However, he had no real way of covering that much ground to catch up to Izuku, and Izuku was still going faster than him. Ahead of him was an absolutely massive pileup of cars. Honestly, he doubted that it was physically possible to get into a wreck 8 cars high. It was wide enough to block the entire street, so going around it wasn't an option. He had to either go through it or go above it. Katsuki had yet to get his driver's license and see how bad some drivers truly are. His keen eyes caught a key detail. Some of the cars had their hoods popped open and were emitting thick, black smoke. He guessed that it was modeled to look as realistic as possible. Wait a minute. I have an idea, Katsuki thought. I know how to catch up to Izuku. No, you idiot, that'll just get you killed. Katsuki's voice of reason thought back. Yeah, but we'll beat Izuku. Katsuki's adrenaline junkie brain thought, already seeming bored with just running. Katsuki finally ran up to the pileup of cars and began to initiate the plan. Without slowing down, he grabbed a hood off of a car that didn't look too damaged and yanked it free. The hood itself was rather heavy, so he mostly relied on his momentum to help him carry it. Not quite running at full speed but still moving fast, Katsuki began to bound up the pileup, using the roofs of the cars at platforms. Occasionally, he used his other hand, the one not holding the hood, to fire off an explosion to propel him up faster. Reaching the top, he quickly located a car with a smoking engine. Any car enthusiasts, please ignore the inaccuracies that you are about to read. I have literally no idea how an engine of a car works. He knew that these cars, if they were producing smoke, had to be real cars. And for that smoke to come from somewhere, these cars had to also have some gasoline in them. There probably wouldn't be too much. UA wouldn't want to risk causing a large explosion and injuring one, but there was just enough to carry out Katsuki's all-out plan. He readied his hands and held the car hood as a sort of shield, and let loose an explosion towards the gas tank of the car. With the hood protecting him from the bulk of the blast, Katsuki shot forwards, propelled by an explosion hundreds of times more powerful than those produced by his quirk. He was still clinging onto the car hood, which he leaned on until it was positioned beneath him for a smoother landing. He knew his landing was going to be rough no matter what, but he at least wanted to ease it as much as possible. Directly in front of him was the finish line. Katsuki could see the end of the obstacle course, and victory was his. Skit Izuku, he shouted as loud as he could, hoping the microphones on the drones weren't sensitive enough to pick it up. Izuku was mid-leap when he heard the loudest explosion he had ever heard in his life. His head immediately snapped back to look for the source of the sound. The noise distracted him and caused him to lose his rhythm, so he hit the next rooftop over a bit rough and lost his speed. He spotted a small blur zipping through the sky, which his keen eyes quickly recognized as his best friend, Kakin. He seemed to be riding a car hood like a sled, having been launched forward by the massive explosion that had distracted Izuku. Even though Izuku had a 15-second lead, the powerful blast was still enough to launch Kakin to first place, leaving Izuku in the dust. And Kakin used the momentum to keep going, meaning he had now gained even more of a lead ahead of Izuku. Izuku grit his teeth and took the next leap to the next building without any tricks. At this point in the competition, all bets were off. I don't believe it. In a bold move, Katsuki Bakugo of Heroics has launched himself with an explosion, taking first place. How is he not dead? Present Mike shouted into his microphone. Ouch, that was a bit of a rough landing there, but he's somehow still going. That's not against the rules, right? There was a pause for a second, then, okay folks, I have confirmation that while that was by far the stupidest thing I have ever seen a first-year do, it is allowed. What's this? Izuku Midoriya of Heroics, our former first place, is picking up speed again. And look at the green blur go. He's just as determined to win this thing as Bakugo is. The finish line is in a few more meters. Bakugo has the lead but Midoriya is gaining fast. I don't think I've ever seen a race as close as this one. We might need to do a photo finish. And they're almost there, just a few more seconds and we'll have our winner. Both are reaching their hands out to reach the end of the course. And the winner is... I have no idea. Let's look at the camera footage, shall we? Mike said, finally drawing a breath after his commentary that would make an auctioneer jealous. Izuku and Katsuki sat in the infirmary after their race. Izuku was pretty much reduced to a puddle on the floor. Even though he hadn't done any rapid shapeshifting, holding a form for an extended time tended to tire him out faster than usual. This compounded with the sheer amount of activity that he had done, running across dozens of buildings and leaping across dozens of alleys. He not only couldn't hold himself into his human form, but didn't even care to try, instead opting to relax as a puddle. On the other side of the infirmary, Katsuki was no better. He was nursing several burn marks peppering his arms and legs alongside having wads of cotton stuffed into his ears to help reduce the pain from being so close to such a loud explosion. Both had received an extremely stern lecture from UA's nurse, Recovery Girl, about pushing themselves too hard and overdoing it to the point of hurting themselves. Yeah, sure. I'll be more careful next time, Katsuki had said, making sure to whisper. He still couldn't properly hear out of either of his ears, so his inside voice was currently out of commission. Non facium. Omnia dolent, said ego iterum facerem mox quam celerime. I won't. Everything hurts, but I would do it again soon as quickly as possible. Zuku, we have no idea what you're saying, Katsuki said, annoyed. Of course, this was a repeated issue for the two, when Izuku would talk in his strange eldritch language and leave Katsuki confused about what he said. Bono. After Recovery Girl had left, the two just sat in silence for a minute or two, nursing their wounds. However, their relaxation was broken when All Might, in his strong form, pushed open the door to the room and walked in, holding a clipboard with some papers on it. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. That was one heck of a race. The results are in, here they are. He turned the clipboard around so that both boys, well, one boy and one puddle, could see. On the paper was a grainy photograph, clearly having been enlarged too many times. It pictured a clawed hand barely reaching over the finish line before a regular one. In a flash, Izuku stood where the puddle once was. Ha! Resorb ID catch! Izuku triumphantly shouted. Ha! SCK Kaken! After such an explosive opening round, the audience of the UA Sports Festival was hungry for more action. I mean, they had just watched 24 teenagers basically fight to the death just to gain entry into another fight to the death. The teachers announced that there would be a 2-hour-long break for the students to recover and eat lunch. The crowd began to vacate the stands, each person searching for the nearest food truck or vendor stand to buy overpriced food. Cementos, one of the teachers at UA, entered the center of the stadium. Currently, it was just a flat, open plain because the first event took place in a gym, not the ring as usual. His quirk allowed him to telekinetically control cement, so he was perfect for the job of shaping the arena into a battleground. Crouching down so that his hands touched the ground, he began to will the arena to shape itself to have a raised platform in the middle, about the size of a basketball court. Steps emerged from the cement, leading up to the elevated platform. After his job was done, he stood up and returned to his nearby post. Man, that was one heck of a match. I'm glad we all passed the second event and made it to the solo fights, Kirishima said, seated at a lunch table with his friends. Course I made it, I'm the strongest one at this whole school, Katsuki muttered, clearly still disappointed about his loss. He still intended to say it aloud, so everyone around him heard. Izuku, Ishido, and Uraraka looked up from their food, which they were each hungrily devouring. Izuku donned one of his trademark grins, saying, "Second strongest, you mean?" I beat you in the first event. Only because of those long fingers you have, Katsuki said. At this point, the two brothers' boys had bantered back and forth about their event that all avenues of argument had been exhausted. Uraraka, Kirishima, and Ishido were loving every second of it, though. With all of them being only children, they were nearly in tears with laughter from seeing the true sibling dynamic in person. Dear reader, as one who is not an only child, let me tell you something. Movies, TV, and books do an awful job of representing true sibling dynamics. My siblings and I can literally go from full-on argument to complete peace at the drop of a hat. Any fellow sibling havers can totally relate to this. So, now that the qualifiers are out of the way, who do y'all think you'll be fighting against? Uraraka asked, finally changing the subject. I hope I'm against someone rather defensive so I can float them out of bounds. Naturally, her eyes flicked right over to Kirishima, who was innocently sitting next to her. He felt the hair on his neck raise, knowing that he was in for a challenge if he was matched against her. He nervously chuckled, yeah, I guess, before returning to his food. Ishido clapped her hands together, grabbing the attention of everyone. So, what do you guys think of our classmates so far? Now that we're a few months in, we should have met everyone by now. Izuku blinked nervously, trying to not draw attention to himself. Katsuki, however, spoke up in his stead, saying, well, Izuku here basically has followed up with no one since our first day. He said this with a teasing tone, trying to exasperate his brother friend even further. I don't know what you're talking about, said Izuku in denial. I have plenty of friends. I'm with Bakugo on this one, Kirishima said. Have you really not hung out with anyone else besides us? You need more than a small friend group, my dude. Altogether, their class was relatively small compared to most school classes. Their roster was as follows. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Uchako Uraraka, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Denki Kaminari, Shoto Todoroki, Tsuyu Azui, Kyokujiro, Mizo Shoji, Momo Yaoyorozu, Hitoshi Shinso. Now, Izuku could definitely connect faces and quirks to each name, but beyond that he knew nothing. What? Ishido exclaimed. We gotta get you in some more circles, dude. Well, hopefully your opponent for the tournament will start it. Suddenly, all of the five felt their phones in their pockets vibrate, the telltale signal that there was something important for them. Since all five felt it at the same time, they immediately checked to find that it was an email from UA. On it was attached a picture of the bracket for the tournament. Each person carefully scanned the list, looking to find where they were located. A few breathed a sigh of relief, while others let out a sharp gasp of worry. Izuku wondered what would elicit such a reaction, so he re-examined the list. Oh, that'll do it. Uraraka was facing Kirishima in the first round. Well, Uraraka said with a confident smirk, I should go start warming up. Kirishima gulped. Ijiro knew the crowd was going crazy. However, he couldn't hear it at all. All he could hear was his heart pounding and blood flowing a mile a minute. He was standing in the tunnel, about to enter the stadium and fight in the first round of the tournament. His opponent would be none other than Uraraka, his classmate whose quirk was literally a perfect counter to his. Couldn't tell whether his mind was racing at a mile a minute or whether it was completely motionless. It seemed as if all his senses had been erased besides his sight. He didn't know this, but Uraraka was feeling the exact same way, across the arena in the opposite tunnel. He blinked a few times to zone himself back in and slapped his cheeks a few times to keep him there. It's just one fight, how bad can it be? Well, really bad, he thought. My quirk is useless against her. All Uraraka needs to do is touch me and I'm done for. He felt a bead of sweat drip down his back. This would be his toughest fight yet. Usually, his strategy was to use his quirk to tank hits before counterattacking when his opponent left an opening. However, when Uraraka can grab him, neutralize his gravity, and throw him out of bounds, he needed a new plan and fast. Ijiro thought back to Midoriya's encouraging words that night, when the two had had a midnight snack together. When Izuku had changed how he thought about his quirk. He grit his teeth and smashed his fists together. There rushed the feeling that drove him for most of his life, the rush of adrenaline that was synonymous with hype for him. Next up, Ochako Uraraka vs Eijiro Kirishima. If Eijiro was gonna lose, Uraraka would have to drag him out of the arena. Eijiro walked towards the arena and climbed the steps. There was no turning back now. In front of him stood Yura. No, she was his opponent now. The enemy. In this fight to the death, only one of them can leave the arena alive. Even with the copious amounts of adrenaline flowing through Eijiro's body, the nervousness he was feeling still made him exaggerate the rules slightly. He faintly heard the referee say something, but he was too focused to hear what she was saying. Probably some rules, but those didn't matter too much. Anyways, suddenly the ref's voice became several times clearer, in time to hear her start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fight! Eijiro rushed forward, desperate to end the fight quickly. He hoped to use Uraraka's small stature to his advantage by using his weight advantage to push her out of the arena before she could neutralize his gravity. She also darted forward, expecting the match to end quickly. Her right hand was outstretched as she reached out for him. Because of his longer legs, Eijiro met Uraraka more toward her end of the arena. Time to end this quickly, Uraraka shouted, stretching her arm out even farther. I just have to get an opening and then counterstrike, Eijiro thought. He ducked under her outstretched arm and wrapped his hands around her, being careful to bind her arms in a manner where she couldn't touch him. With a grunt, he lifted Uraraka up before slamming her back down onto the ground. Dazed from the impact, his opponent quickly got to her feet and hurriedly took a few steps back. Eijiro did the same. That was too close. He would have to be more careful next time. Uraraka rolled her shoulders to recover from the impact, before wordlessly charging straight at him again. Eijiro had no choice but to hope that he was strong enough to dodge this attack too. Knowing that it wouldn't matter anywhere else, he hardened his forearms and hands to make his punches hit harder and lowered his stance. As his opponent drew closer, he tried not to make his actions more readable. He noticed that Uraraka's outstretched hands majorly offset her center of mass, so her balance would be off. At the last second, he took a large leap back, hoping to take advantage of her skewed balance with a powerful punch. His hopes were luckily confirmed when she slowed down slightly before giving chase. She slowed down, Eijiro thought. She might have almost stumbled there. She clearly isn't accustomed to people dodging her attacks like this. With his arms crossed in front of him, he planted his feet and prepared to strike back as she again grew closer. Only this time his plan went a bit wrong. It seemed Uraraka knew that he was expecting her to charge at him again, so at the last second, she lowered her hands and started to slow down so Eijiro couldn't use her momentum against her like last time. Eijiro's eyes widened. He reached out again, trying to grab her hands before they touched him. At the last possible second, Uraraka dove forward, fingers reaching out. Eijiro felt 5 distinct points of contact on his chest. "It's over," Uraraka whispered. When she dove, her momentum crashed into Eijiro, who was now completely weightless. But he wouldn't go down so easily. He had his hands reached out for a counterattack, so he wasn't completely out of options. As he felt his body begin to float away, he wrapped his hands around her forearms, clutching on for what felt like his life. From his basic understanding of physics, every force has an equal and opposite reaction. Eijiro pulled himself forward using Uraraka's outstretched arms as an anchor. Because Uraraka had leverage on the ground, he easily shot himself toward her with almost no effort. Eijiro hardened himself right before the two spectacularly crashed together. Eijiro knew that Uraraka's quirk didn't make an object weightless, it just neutralized the force of gravity. Uraraka grunted as the two collided and released the effect of her quirk on him, causing Eijiro to unceremoniously fall to the ground. There was absolutely no way that Eijiro could pull off such a risky stunt like that again. That was way too close. But the way that he slammed into the ground gave Eijiro an idea. A crazy one, but it was his only option to somehow emerge victorious. Uraraka, having recovered once again, looked right at him and saw his weakness. Eijiro knew that he was almost down for the count. Once again, she began to run right at him. Having learned from her mistakes, this time she would make sure that Eijiro couldn't grab her. He felt his hardening right beneath his skin, all over his body, before channeling as much of his energy as he could onto his feet. He slammed his feet into the concrete floor, using it almost like the bit on a jackhammer. It made a small divot in the concrete, which his foot was already lodged into. This just might work, Eijiro hesitantly thought. At this point, it was too late to think of a backup plan. It was this or nothing. He drove his other foot right down into the concrete, fully securing his body down. He barely felt the contact at all. Uraraka reached him once again, and Eijiro didn't bother defending himself from her. Instead, he opened himself for her touch and prepared a counterstrike. When it inevitably came, he was ready. As he felt the pull of the earth leave his body, Eijiro felt his feet anchor him to the ground. Uraraka, with her hands still planted firmly on his chest, tried pushing him out of the arena again. Instead, she found it was like trying to push a tree over. With his feet firmly rooted in the ground, Eijiro was immovable. He saw Uraraka begin to move back, her plan of hitting and running continuing. However, he was already poised to strike back. Because he had already prepared for an attack, all it took was for him to swing it forward and deliver a devastating strike right to Uraraka's face. She slowly stumbled back, seemingly dazed and confused. Curiously, Eijiro felt his gravity return to him as she shook her head and righted herself. Uraraka lifted her hand to her head, finding her nose was already dripping blood. But as her hand touched her face, she also felt an unexpected texture on her skin. Right where Eijiro's fist had struck her, her skin was hard as a rock. She frowned, wondering what is happening. Well, she tried to frown. Given that half of her face was hardened, she couldn't move the muscles on the left side of her face. For a moment, they both just stared in shock. Eijiro looked at his hands, repeatedly hardening and unhardening them. Was it his quirk that did that? Midoriya did say that transformation-type quirks like his are prone to evolution. Maybe he could now transform others with his quirk? Well, whatever. Think later, fight now. Pressing the advantage, Eijiro turned the tables and charged forward, striking Uraraka on her right arm and letting his newfound power flow through him. Just like before, the telltale jagged lines spread up her arm, locking its movement in place. When it reached her shoulder, she couldn't move her arm at all anymore. Strangely, he couldn't harden his body now. It seemed as if the muscle that he flexed to use his quirk felt too exhausted to harden him, even a little bit. Uraraka took a step back, raising her non-dominant arm up to guard her against Eijiro's continued barrage of blows. The fight was his now. The ball was in his court, and he was wise to press the advantage as much as possible. Before long, Uraraka's arms were completely frozen in place. She took her final step backward, leaving her on the other side of the line. Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. Eijiro Kirishima wins, the announcer exclaimed. And what a match that was. I thought Kirishima had lost there. His oppo? No, she was just Uraraka now, looked down, disappointed. Eijiro felt his body relax now that the battle was over. With that, he also saw the hardening on Uraraka's body recede and return motion to her arms. Uraraka looked at him with a fierce expression. You owe me a rematch soon. I won't lose that one, she said, taking her loss in stride. You got it, Uraraka, Kirishima said happily. Call me Ochako. You've earned it after such a hard fight. Sure, only if you call me Eijiro. Izuku watched from the stands as the two combatants shook hands before exiting back into their respective tunnels. Dang, that was one heck of a match, Katsuki said. I didn't think Eijiro had it in him to pull that off. Yeah, totally, replied Izuku. And his new quirk ability is amazing. I can't wait to see it in action next round. The two sat back in their chairs as their respective fights weren't for a while. Both of them were on opposite sides of the bracket, so the only way they would be meeting in combat would be in the final, and they both knew it. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else in the crowd. Your attention please, the time has come. Mike, the announcer, said over the speaker system. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. The final battle between Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo is starting right now. The crowd quickly began hurrying back into their seats. While they did that, both aforementioned boys were preparing in their respective tunnels. Izuku leaned against the wall, eyes closed. He had mentally prepped his strategy for the fight, but he still had to keep calm and collected to give it his best. There was nothing he could do now but wait for the fight to start. He had trained hard during the months leading up to this, he had already stretched, and he had done everything he needed to make sure this was the best fight he had ever done. Katsuki and he had sparred before, but their spars on the beach had them both holding back. Neither one was going for a knockout or ring out then, only for the other to yield. And Izuku had no intention of yielding. He felt his quirk flow beneath his skin, his new special move that he had prepared in secret just itching to be used. Oh yeah, he was ready. Just like in his previous fights, Izuku could barely hear any of the sounds around him as he walked out onto the battlefield. Izuku would have blamed his brain for being faulty, but of course, he doesn't have one. He guessed he must be subconsciously imitating an old feature of brains. Honestly, you mere humans with your inferior senses. With just a thought, his normal hearing returned to him, as his quirk returned his senses to him. This happened just in time for him to hear the announcer introduce them. On the left side, like an alien with a body as dark as the night sky, "It's Izuku Midoriya," rang the intercom. The crowd responded by giving an ear-splitting cheer. They knew what was coming. On the right side, the boy with sticks of dynamite for arms, "It's Katsuki Bakugo." The crowd once again loosed a roar almost loud enough to shatter glass. They had watched these two boys fight their way through the bracket, showcasing all of their powers to the fullest extent. Now that the two unstoppable forces had finally met, they all knew that they were in for a showdown fit for the history books. Both of these amazing combatants are from our very own Class 1A of the Heroics course. I don't know what goes on in their classroom, but it must be pretty fierce for almost all of 1A to make it into the individuals bracket, Present Mike spoke. Izuku turned around and waved to the crowd, sporting the biggest grin he could. Once again, the crowd went nuts. Izuku knew that the intent of the sports festival was to get the heroic students' names out there so that they could find internship opportunities, but that didn't stop him from basking in all the glory that came with making it to the finals. "Fighters ready?" Mike called, preparing to start the match. "Hey Izuku. I said I was gonna win, you can't stop me," Katsuki called fiercely. "Oh yeah? Speak for yourself," Izuku shouted back. The crowd held their breath. 3, 2, 1, fight! Izuku charged forward, shifting his form as he shot forward. Before a second passed, he was being propelled forward by his two mighty dragon wings that had just sprouted from his back. He looked forward and saw his opponent shooting himself forward utilizing his explosions, using them almost like rocket propulsions. Since the explosions gave Katsuki a bit more acceleration, Katsuki reached Izuku first, meaning Katsuki controlled more ground of the stadium. The two had fought so many times that they could probably both do it with their eyes closed, what with knowing each other's attack habits and whatnot. This time, both were determined to be unpredictable. But they both knew that the other was anticipating them to be unpredictable, so that would be predictable. So Izuku decided to be predictable, thereby making him unpredictable, and charged forward with his normal strategy. He was mostly banking on his scales and regeneration being able to tank most of his enemies' explosions, then once he was worn down going in for the win. Using an explosion to propel his arm forward, Katsuki struck first with a vicious swing with his left hand. His fist nearly clipped Izuku's jaw, and the dragon responded by swinging a hook of his own. It firmly connected to Katsuki's side, causing the boy to stumble back a bit, before launching another quirk-propelled strike. The crowd was roaring when they saw the boys begin trading hits. Thanks to their extreme training, they were both able to take quite a few hits from each other, but today, Izuku knew that Katsuki wouldn't be pulling his punches back by even an inch. He jerked his hand outward and caught Katsuki's fist with both of his hands. Before Izuku could take any action, Katsuki brought his other hand forward and let loose a massive explosion right in Izuku's face, causing him to stumble back. Izuku took a few steps back, letting his quirk reform his exploded face, before grinning and charging right back forward. This cycle continued for some time, with both boys meeting in the middle of the arena and trading blows for a bit before one was forced to back off. Izuku was landing strong blows on Katsuki, so he was gaining ground slowly but surely. After a minute or two, Izuku backed off and called to Katsuki, "What you say we make this more interesting?" Despite his many bruises and blood splatters, Katsuki donned a ferocious grin. I was thinking the exact same thing. Izuku grinned, showing off his rows and rows of sharp teeth. That was exactly what he wanted. He spread his mighty wings and took off. Well, it was more of a tall leap than a takeoff. He arced towards Katsuki and fell right towards him. Katsuki looked up and raised his hands. I've got you now, Izuku. He began to brace his arms to let loose a massive explosion and lowered himself into a square stance. He grit his teeth, knowing that a large enough explosion would basically wipe out all his energy. Not quite, Izuku thought while he was falling. He shut his eyes, bracing for the pain that was about to hit him. Manus tenebra, he shouted. No real definite translation here. Tenebra is in what's called the ablative case, so it needs a preposition before it, such as among or away. The proposition is inferred from the context, but there isn't a sentence here. I intended for it to be read as, hands from darkness. All the audience had to look away for a second, and most couldn't see for a few seconds due to the purple eye floater things because of the bright light. When everyone's eyes returned to the arena, they didn't quite see two boys. Instead, they only saw the blonde-haired one standing in a massive puddle of black matter. Present Mike shouted over the announcement system, "Wow!" Midoriya exploded and his body turned to liquid. Don't worry folks, he's perfectly fine. Katsuki looked around, wondering where Izuku was going to strike next. He knew that Izuku had practiced in secret with his nihilium, so he was completely in the dark here. Briefly, his mind wandered back to the day Izuku evolved his quirk when the two were relaxing and playing Minecraft. That had been their last peaceful day since. He remembered coaching Izuku to reform his body out of the puddle on the floor. Izuku had barely managed to form a simple hand. Katsuki felt a weird tugging on his foot, bringing his attention back to the fight. When he looked down, he saw the exact same thing he saw that day. He saw a hand made out of Izuku's nihilium grabbing his foot. He lifted his foot to kick it off and crush it, but another shot out of the nihilium. Together, the two hands held his foot to the ground. Confused, Katsuki raised his other foot, preparing to stomp Izuku's plan. However, he failed to account for several more hands rapidly sprouting from the nihilium below him, holding him down. Okay, now Katsuki was getting a little afraid. He struggled as more and more hands shot out of the darkness, grabbing his legs and pulling on him. As they reached higher and higher, Katsuki swore he saw several with multiple elbow joints. He even saw a few that had multiple hands sprouting from a singular arm. Before long, he could barely move his legs. All he could do was struggle while the hands crept higher and higher. Well, not quite. You see, while Izuku had trained his new move in secret, Katsuki hadn't been doing nothing. Instead, he had been working on one of his own. And luckily, it would work perfectly for a situation like this. However, Katsuki could feel his forearms starting to ache like never before. With every explosion, the recoil was transferred and absorbed primarily through his arms. Regardless of Katsuki's strong arms, he was still slowly being worn down. Now was a really bad time for Katsuki to be attempting this move. But when is there ever a good time to push past your limits? Katsuki took a deep breath. Ground zero, he shouted, before charging his body with the biggest explosion he had ever made. You see, Katsuki's quirk primarily has two parts, his explosive sweat and spark generation. Through a convoluted system, his sweat is naturally explosive. Due to the sparks he can make from his palms, he can produce explosions. But his explosive sweat isn't just limited to his palms. In fact, through the whole fight, Katsuki has been building up tons of sweat all over his body, just waiting for a spark to ignite it. And Katsuki gave it just that. The referee shielded her eyes as one of the competitors let UT the biggest explosion she had ever seen the boy produce. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought about the sheer power that he was able to output if he can make an explosion this big. Seriously, this is easily enough to topple a building if placed nearby. She was thankful for her hero training, which allowed her to not get blown away from the sheer force of the blast. Everyone nearby in the audience got a massive blast of hot wind right to them, and several in the front row were nearly blown over. A massive cloud of smoke was obscuring the field. Midnight guessed that it was just airborne particles blasted away from the concrete stadium. She approached slowly to find a massive crater several feet deep where the arena was. Midnight, do you see them? What's the ref's call? Mike asked over the announcement system. He was awaiting her call as to who was the winner so that he could announce it for all the crowd to hear. As the smoke cloud began to clear, two distinct silhouettes began to emerge. There were 3 ways to win a battle in the sports festival, each one less likely than the last. Firstly, there was the most common one, pushing your opponent out of the arena. This is mostly because heroic students aren't strong enough to deliver a knockout blow to their opponents, so they resort to pressuring them and pushing them out. Secondly, there was a win by yielding. If someone was immobilized, or if they knew they couldn't fight any longer, they could yield and take the loss. Lastly, and by far the most uncommon one, knockout. This seldom happened, and for good reason. If they had the stamina and the control to not get thrown out of the arena, most tended to yield instead of taking enough blows to be knocked out. When Midnight saw the 2 silhouettes, she noticed one thing immediately. One was standing up while the other was lying down on the ground. Those darn kids, she thought. Always pushing themselves too far. Now all she had to do was wait for the smoke to clear enough to identify who was who. After about 10 seconds of the audience holding their breath, this was finally made possible. Midnight turned to the announcer's booth, where she knew that Mike was watching her, and gave a signal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Katsuki Bakugo is our champion of the UA First Year Sports Festival. Katsuki stood in the arena, breathing extremely heavily. He showed no indication that he even heard what Mike said. The audience, on the other hand, went absolutely insane. If Midnight thought their roars at the beginning of the festival were loud, she was blown out of the park by their sheer volume. Suddenly, Katsuki's motionless form began to sway. Midnight, Mike, and everyone in the audience turned their attention toward him. The crowd quickly fell to complete silence. He fell to his knees, still not even saying a word. His muscles sagged, and he fell forward onto the concrete floor in a heap. Katsuki Bakugo had fallen unconscious. She looked towards Izuku Midoriya, the other competitor. He was lying on the floor, face down. It seemed he had overused his quirk far more than he should have, as he had reformed back into his normal, human form. His arm twitched. Midnight's eyes widened in shock as she watched Izuku's body return to life again. Slowly but surely, with his teeth grit, he stood up. He first got to one knee, and then pushed himself back up to be standing. He looked towards Midnight, who was staring in complete and utter shock. She then turned back toward the announcer's box and gave another signal to Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. We have a correction. Katsuki Bakugo has fallen unconscious and Izuku Midoriya has stood back up. Izuku Midoriya is our winner. End of part 2. The following is an excerpt from one of Izuku's recent updates to his hero analysis for the future notebooks. Kirishima. Quirk, hardening, allows him to harden his body, allowing for great defensive capabilities. Recently, he discovered he can harden other surfaces. Further study required. How does he harden his skin? Is his skin organic matter that transforms into inorganic? Or is his skin a substance that can change its rigidity? How hard can he get? His limits have nearly doubled since the beginning of the school year. Strength duration can be trained like a muscle? How can he harden other objects? With touch contact, he can control the rigidity of another object, much like his own skin. Works on both organic and inorganic objects. Does he increase the density of the object's molecules? Unlikely, unless the molecules are duplicating to accommodate the static size. Potential additional moves. Binding cloth like Eraserhead? Could wrap opponents in it and harden it, trapping them. Would take a lot of skill and training, but doable. Ishido. Quirk, substance production, allows her to produce a substance and control its chemical properties, such as corrosiveness and adhesiveness. What is the substance she produces? Is it one substance that she can control the properties of? Or multiple of varying properties? Likely just one substance because she can't control the color of it at all. What other properties can she control? Flammability? Combo move with Kakin? Toxicity? What could go wrong with me swallowing some? Potential additional moves. Tornado. Spins in a circle, uses centrifugal force to propel acid farther than normal. More moves to come with creative applications of other chemical properties. Eraserhead Aizawa. Quirk, Erasure, allows him to erase the quirks of those he looks at. Does it work through glass? If so, he could make thicker goggles to shield his eyes. He could make his goggles airtight and climate-controlled on the inside, to keep his eyes wet for longer. His quirk doesn't work on mine for some reason. Experiment on that as discreetly as possible. What about quirk side effects like Kakin's explosive sweat? Also needs experimentation. How does his capture weapon work? What material is it made out of? It looks like a carbon fiber alloy, but somehow extremely flexible? Likely some sort of carbon-reinforced fabric woven into thick strips. How does he have such precise control over it? It's not part of his quirk at all. Likely decades of intense training. The days following the sports festival were rather calm. The festival itself was strategically placed on a Thursday, and the students were given the following Friday off from school to give them all time to recover. Most of the students were currently sporting bruises at the very least. Almost everyone was extremely sore. Since their teachers had been gracious enough to not assign them any homework, everyone was hanging out in the living room of their dorm. About an hour earlier, Izuku and Katsuki had met up there to play video games on the TV. Just a few weeks prior, a brand new fighting game had just released. Both of them were massive fans of the series, so they both pooled money to buy a copy. In fact, they were currently playing on the very same console that they were using back when Izuku had awoken his quirk. The two were finally on speaking terms again after their match. Recovery girl, Yue's nurse, had been shocked to enter the medical tent to find them threatening to go for round 2 to decide the real winner. No takebacks this time. Zuku, what happened right at the end? I barely remember any of the very end of the fight. I know for sure that I won, though, Katsuki said, with a slight slur in his voice from the strong painkiller he was on. Stultus est, volo exulter? Izuku cleared his throat, recognizing that he wasn't speaking Japanese at all. It was getting harder and harder for him to focus on speaking properly when he was tired, thanks to the growing strength of his quirk. He began to speak again. Oh Kakin, you don't remember the end because you passed out. Izuku said with glee. My super move was too strong for you to handle. Katsuki shot upwards in his hospital bed to look over at Izuku. His muscles screamed in protest as he sat up and moved so quickly, but putting his brother in his place was top priority right now. What did you say? He asked with a ferocious look. Izuku only smiled, relishing in his victory. With the promise of an eventual rematch, the two had re-established peace. However, both wholeheartedly believed that they deserved the victory. The loud sounds of the game quickly attracted a few of their classmates to see what was going on. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina entered, and upon seeing Izuku and Katsuki sitting on the couch, joined them to watch them play and hopefully steal a turn. Is this Ultimate Hero SmackDown 6? Kaminari asked. I've heard about this series. Is it any good? He waited a second for a response, but one didn't come. Both boys were too focused on proving which of them was better. The two competitors and 3 spectators watched in awe as Katsuki pulled off a long string of attacks, not giving Izuku any chance to escape the combo. Finally, Izuku's health hit 0, and the digital voice announced Katsuki's victory. Normally, this would have resulted in copious amounts of anger and discourse, but both boys were too tired to raise their voices beyond even a normal shout. Katsuki finally turned to Kaminari. Yeah, I guess it's pretty good. Zuku and I have been fans of the series for a few years now. Anyways, I'm gonna refill my drink. One of you guys can take my controller. He slowly stood up, stretching his legs. Katsuki let out a groan as he shifted his weight from the couch to his feet. Out of all the students at the sports festival, none had pushed themselves harder than Katsuki, not even Izuku. Since his quirk was physical, he strained his body far more than Izuku, who didn't even faint at the end of his match. He tossed his controller onto the couch, leaving the 3 to scramble for it. Do any of you even know how to play? Izuku asked, navigating the game to the character's select screen. Eventually, Mina ended up with the controller, after promising to pass it off after one game. "I've played another game in this series at my cousin's house," she said. "I was pretty good, but I'm out of practice." Izuku nodded. "'Kay, I'll let you warm up at the beginning. I won't hold back though." After they both had picked their favorite characters, they quickly chose a stage and progressed to the actual match. The digital voice started the countdown, leading both players to run directly towards the other, opening with rapid blows to each other. Izuku stared at his controller in disbelief. "How did I get crushed that badly?" Ashido, from the other side of the couch, made a finger gun and pretended to blow the smoke off of the barrel. "Never, and I mean never, underestimate me in Ultimate Hero SmackDown 6, she said. It's already been a long day for Izuku, and it's barely even 11 in the morning. He woke up early, barely had time to eat anything more than a granola bar for breakfast, and forgot to pack most of the stuff he needs for his trip in his duffel bag. The bus rattled as it drove over the gravel road, causing the cloth seats of the bus, and their unfortunate occupants, to JRK up, down, left, and right for the remainder of the ride. Despite Yue's insane amount of disposable money, the bus didn't even have an air conditioning system. The summer heat beat down on Izuku and the rest of Class 1A like a hero pummeling a villain after a long fight. Looking over at his seatmate, Katsuki's shirt clung to his body, covered in sweat. It seemed like the rest of the class was in the same boat. Well, except for Izuku. Not having any kind of circulatory, respiratory, or any other fancy system also caused his fortunate lack of sweat glands. He could still feel the heat blasting into his body, though. They were only partways to their destination, Yue's summer training camp, where boys became men and hero students became actual heroes. Izuku's class had been fatefully told a few weeks prior that this camp was specifically designed ahead of time for each of them to cause as much pain as possible. The owners of the camp, a rescue hero group called the Wild Wild Pussycats, believed in a simple motto: suffer faster. Quite simply, the quicker you went during your suffering, the quicker it was over and done with. Each student would also be receiving a complimentary keychain with said slogan engraved on it, as a grim reminder of the hardest week of their lives. Izuku really should have brought something to do on the bus. Even a book of crossword puzzles or nonograms would be preferable to staring at the same tree line as their bus driver, their homeroom teacher Mr. Aizawa, drove curves to confuse anyone who happened to be tailing the bus. They were so deep in the woods at this point that out of every window, the only visible thing was the trunks of trees. He checked his watch. 11:17 a.m. They weren't estimated to arrive for another several hours. Izuku let his eyes shut and his body drift off into sleep, comforted by the hum of the engine and the bumps of the road. Izuku awoke abruptly as a hand unceremoniously shook his shoulder back and forth. He sluggishly opened an eye to see his brother best friend Katsuki. "Wake up, Izuku. We're here, everyone's getting off the bus. Come on, or all the good bunks will get taken." Katsuki then turned and began to exit the bus, a noticeable speed in his pace. Izuku groaned before tiredly climbing to his feet. His still half-asleep legs threatened to give out on him, but they barely hung on. When he exited the bus, he took a second to let his eyes adjust to the light around him as he drank in his surroundings. Just to his right was a large amphitheater area, likely for bonfires and mealtimes. There were picnic tables strewn about as well as several rock slabs that were the perfect height to sit on. In front of him, inside a large clearing of trees, was a large array of cabins. On the end, one was noticeably bigger than the rest, which Izuku quickly deduced was the staff's cabin. But the most noticeable was the massive, sparkling blue lake, situated just behind the aforementioned amphitheater and cabins. Altogether, the scene was absolutely gorgeous, a caricature of a perfect summer camp vacation. Of course, life had other plans for our dear Izuku. And the rest of his class. They would be suffering. "Hey there," an excited voice called out. Izuku turned to recognize Mandalay, one of the pro heroes who ran the camp. "Y'all finally arrived. Grab your bags from the bus and follow me to your cabins. Boys on the left, girls on the right." With that said, she turned on her heel and started to walk away. Pretty soon, the entire class quickly discovered what Yue's definition of an intense training camp truly meant. They all knew full well that they weren't in for a typical camp experience. Nizu had carefully provided them with very little information about the training camp. His machinations were unknown, and many theorized that he just enjoyed knowing that his students were suffering dozens of miles apart. With what little information they were given, it was pretty clear that they wouldn't spend much time doing ordinary summer camp activities, like kayaking or hiking. A few had theorized that they would be training their quirks here since the camp was far enough away from civilization that they could safely not hold back. This was true, as they were far enough away from the nearest town that none of them had cell phone service. In a sense, this was true. But none could have predicted the sheer intensity that they would be training. Katsuki had been given one goal by the camp counselors: maintain flight for at least 1 minute by the end of the day. He didn't remember which counselor told him that, nor did he care. He already could move with a flight of sorts, but only under specific circumstances. Such as during the sports festival when he was launched by the car, he could fly only if something else provided the move. For that flight, he only fired a few explosions down and to the sides to orient his path. But this was a completely different beast. Simultaneously producing enough force to lift his body off of the ground while also maintaining enough control to not shoot off to the side was extremely taxing for him. Luckily, he had been given a set of steel bracers for his arms, to help his bones absorb the impacts of his explosions better. Since they were so far from the nearest town, and therefore hospital, the counselors wanted to avoid as much unnecessary risk of injury as they could. They were all trained in first aid, but a student breaking a bone would nonetheless be extremely bad. Katsuki quickly decided that the easiest method of accomplishing his task was to mimic the methods that baby birds also used: jumping off of high places until something stuck. This mindset repeatedly found him on top of roofs and small cliffs that he would leap off of, and fire as strong of explosions as he could to at least slow his fall. So far it wasn't working too well. Naturally, he was able to slow himself down enough to not take damage from falling off of the high places, but he wasn't nearly strong enough to stop, let alone fly. The main problem was the explosive nature of the, explosions. Since explosions naturally are cone-shaped, most of the force of the explosions propelled outwards to the sides and was useless to Katsuki's goal of flight. He knew, in order to fly, that he would have to find a way to focus the force into a better shape. Well, there was no better way than to try again. With that, he jumped off again. Izuku's training regimen was a bit different, but still very challenging. The counselors had taken one look at his footage from the sports festival, and all unanimously decided on what he needed to improve. This resulted in him standing in a field, rapidly trying to dissolve his form and reform as quickly as possible. He dissolved again. The feeling of weightlessness that came with his body liquefying into a puddle clung to his entire sense of being. Back in the beginning, it used to feel unfamiliar. Now it felt like greeting an old friend. Izuku's senses barely had time to register the feeling of the grass and dirt on his puddle body before his mind already urged his body to reform again. It ached as it did so, obviously not used to being pushed so hard. In his head, he was picturing Anomaly, his own quirk, and One for All, the quirk he inherited from All Might as one hybrid quirk. In the past, he had found that doing this helped him imagine One for All's vast ocean of power turning the water wheels of Anomaly, making his powers easier to use. He was currently feeling the benefits of this mindset, as Anomaly on its own would have collapsed hours ago. Now reformed back into his normal human form, Izuku gave himself a second to rest, bending down to put his hands on his knees and panting. Even though his body couldn't sweat, he could imagine exactly what it felt like. The hot sun felt like SLV driver, mercilessly cracking its whip upon Izuku's body by sending its rays down to boil him alive. He walked over to the nearby water cooler and grabbed his bottle, desperately seeking a reprieve from the sun's relentless lashings. The cold water did wonders in revitalizing his body and mind. His concentration renewed, and he walked back to his spot on the field and resumed his training. Before camp, his time was about half a second. Now, it was just over 1/3 of one. His goal was to get it down to 1/10, a near instantaneous shift. Originally it seemed impossible, but he was almost halfway there. He dissolved again. Izuku looked up towards the sky. It was painted with brilliant streaks of red and orange, fading into black as the sun was setting. He had been going for several hours now, and he had been feeling the ramifications of doing that for the latter end of his training session. In terms of his goal of being able to dissolve in 1/10 of a second, he was very close. He felt that he just needed to push himself a bit harder to reach it. But now, he could feel his body aching, his very quirk itself denying its use to him after so much exertion. His senses were betraying him, his head felt like it was full of helium and his body felt like it was covered in cement. But the sound that pushed its way through the ringing in his ears was the crackling of a megaphone somewhat nearby, signaling the end of their training day and the start of their dinner time. Izuku silently bowed his head, praying a prayer of thanks to whoever was listening. That had easily been some of the worst pain he had ever experienced in his entire life. His feet felt like they were magnetized to the ground itself as he trudged back to camp. The food was absolutely delicious. The counselors, Izuku couldn't make himself care enough to remember their actual names, had told them that they were being served their meals tonight, but they would have to cook for themselves for the rest of the camp. Largely, everyone was alright with this. All of them had learned to cook for themselves, with Yue's dorm system forcing them to leave their homes and live there. His classmates and he all sat at a long picnic table, having grabbed their plates of food. Izuku could see a small wisp of steam coming off of the curry that was prepared for them. Everyone didn't wait for everyone else to sit down to dig in. The next day, everyone enjoyed a day off from their activities. The counselors, Izuku still didn't remember their names and was too embarrassed to ask, admitted that the first day was extremely harsh on purpose to scare them all into working as hard as possible. A wave of murmurs swept over the crowd, with everyone questioning their life choices that led them to being dozens of miles away from actual civilization, working themselves to the bone when they could be enjoying summer elsewhere. Y'all seem to be questioning your decisions to even sign up to come to this camp, the lead counselor said as if reading their minds. Izuku surmised that she likely had to do this explanation every single year, so it was pretty routine for her. Our actual schedule of activities alternates between work days and leisure days, to keep y'all from getting too sore and burning out. Don't get us wrong, we would love nothing more than a week of torture for y'all, but we also understand the importance of pacing oneself. Today, y'all are free to explore the campgrounds as long as you stay safe and make it back in time for meals. A beat of silence. Then an ear-splitting cheer burst from the crowd of students, each one already fantasizing about what fun activity they'll do. Some turn to their friends and make plans, and others are already running off, hoping to claim the first turn on whatever activity they want. Izuku, Katsuki, and a few others decide to go rock climbing. After the counselors properly let them go, they walked over to the rock climbing wall. It was an actual small cliff face, without any handholds drilled into it. At the top was a standard safety system, with a pulley and a counterweight that they would have to harness into to ensure their safety while climbing. Even hero students know to take proper safety measures. While they were walking over, Izuku noticed that Uraraka was wearing open-toed shoes. He loudly shouted, "Stop!" and threw his arms out to the sides, keeping everyone from advancing. "Uraraka, you aren't wearing proper footwear. It's unsafe," he exclaimed, in the most passionate voice he could. Everyone else just looked confused, while Katsuki closed his eyes and nodded. "Wait, why does it matter?" she asked. "These shoes stay on tight enough, and I'll be careful anyways." Now it was Eijiro's turn to be confused. "Wow, I never knew you were so intense about safety," he said, already seeing a new side of Izuku that he had never seen before. You see, during their training days earlier that year, Izuku had always acted extremely irresponsibly. When you have a quirk that pretty much makes you immune to most forms of damage, you tend to forget a lot of safety rules along the way. Eijiro himself had seen Izuku jump off of roofs easily 20 feet up in the air in a perfect swan dive, only to splatter and reform on the ground a few seconds later. You see, Izuku began to explain. A few years ago, someone here once went rock climbing in Crocs, fell off the wall, and broke both of their legs, he said while eyeing Katsuki. This particular someone couldn't train for months while he healed. He didn't even have the strap on the back of the Crocs. A murmur of, "Who would do such a thing, and why would you so recklessly endanger yourself?" swept through the small crowd of friends. Izuku nodded in solemn appreciation. "Well, at least he learned his lesson," he said, looking down at Katsuki's OSHA complaint boots, suitable for operating heavy machinery. "Fun fact about me, the author, one of my personal friends did this. The moron went and broke both of his legs in the middle of nowhere, hours away from the nearest cell tower while we were at camp together. And this was a few weeks before the Grand Championships for our swim team, so he couldn't compete and left his spot on the relay open to someone much slower than him. As you can see, I'm still a little bit upset about it. And so is Izuku. After Uraraka was successfully bullied into running back and changing shoes, the group continued to the rock wall. While at the wall, they had a competition to see who could climb the highest. Of course, they were instructed by their counselors to not use their quirks at all while using any of their equipment to not damage it, as all of them had very destructive quirks. Also, they knew Uraraka could just cheat and float herself to the top of the wall with no effort. After climbing for some time, they found that Ishido had a knack for climbing. Katsuki could consistently get pretty high, being completely without a fear of heights that the rest had to some degree. Ishido, however, was able to get over her relatively small fear of heights and even ring the bell at the top of the wall. After everyone was finished rock climbing, they all decided to go put on their swimsuits and go kayaking in the lake. It was a rather hot day, so they were all sweaty from being out in the sun all day, save Izuku for obvious reasons. After walking down to the shorefront and finding some kayaks and oars, they all climbed in their own kayak and pushed off. Soon, an all-out war of splashing ensued. Alliances were made and later broken as their entire friend group, as well as a few others of their peers who wanted to join in, fought by splashing water in each other's faces. Everyone was having a ton of fun today on their day off. They were also silently dreading what would come the next day. Their next day of the hardest training they had ever faced would greet them before the sun even rose the next day, when they would all be roused from their bunk beds and led off to the training ground. But they would still be doing something that evening after all of their training was finished. The test of courage. The students of 1A all gathered around their campfire, each one now knowing a new definition of soar. That day, they had all been given new training assignments and subsequently worked themselves as hard as possible to meet them. Their counselors were ruthless, and so were their methods. More than one of 1A's members were sporting small wounds or other issues from their training. Nothing they couldn't handle, but painful nonetheless. But they now had something new to painfully look forward to. The thing that they all were dreading. This particular game was featured front and center on the pamphlet that Aizawa had handed out towards the end of school. It featured smiling, happy kids all over it, each one joyfully using their quirks as they ran around and played on the lush campground. Izuku didn't realize that the counselors had Photoshop. The actual camp was nothing like that. Don't misunderstand, it was still gorgeous out here, but exactly 0% of the students were doing any smiling or playing on training days. After unfolding the pamphlet, Izuku had noticed a picture of a few kids holding flashlights, hesitantly walking through a dark forest. The picture had a brightly colored caption that read, "Brave the test of courage," in big letters, but no one really knew what the test really was. They had just found out a few minutes earlier. You see, it was intended to be a competition between classes 1A and 1B. First, the students of 1B entered the forest and made plans and prepared traps to utilize their quirks to scare the living daylights out of all of the members of the opposing class. 1A waited, giving 1B their allocated 5 minutes to prepare their traps in the forest. Each student sat with varying levels of nerves, from a little nervous, Katsuki, to absolutely terrified, Izuku. You see, despite being a being of complete darkness himself, Izuku really can't bear being stuck in the dark alone. He can totally do it, totally 100%, he just chooses to have a nightlight and keep the door cracked as he sleeps. At this point, all that he could do was assure himself that the test of courage would be over soon. Even if those 5 minutes of waiting felt like they were stretching longer and longer. Finally, 1A were given the signal that they were free to enter the forest. The counselors smiled and waved happily as Izuku walked alone into the forest. Every sound rang out around Izuku like a gunshot. Every leaf crunch, every twig snap, every sigh of the wind crashed over him like a lightning bolt. Even his own breathing was like a hurricane's mighty wind. Of course, Izuku didn't need to breathe. He had known that ever since that day when he was examined by the doctor following his quirk fully manifesting. Not after he received One for All, but when he was in middle school. He still took breaths out of habit, but he often performed his party trick of holding his breath for minutes on end, leaving the shocked onlookers confused about how he wasn't passing out. Sometimes, to spice things up, he used his shape-shifting powers to turn his face varying colors of blue and purple, to appear as if he was asphyxiating, which added to the effect. His flashlight shone in front of him, giving him a small window into the darkness. He had triple-checked that it had plenty of power. The last thing that he wanted now was for it to go out, leaving him defenseless against the shadows. The smell of ashy smoke filled the air around Izuku. He began to smell the air around him, recognizing the burning scent. We're in a forest. Shouldn't a burning smell be a bad thing? He thought, concerned about forest fires. But no, it's probably just someone from 1B that has a fire quirk. I haven't learned all the quirks of 1B, so one of them likely has a quirk that I don't know about. If someone from 1B had a fire quirk, then they definitely would be able to completely control it. Forest fires won't be a concern, he thought to himself. But that smell did mean that Izuku was growing closer to a group of 1B students. He began to walk more carefully. The forest seemed to grow darker. Had it always been this dark, or was the moon moving behind a cloud? Was there even a moon tonight, or was it a new moon? Izuku had so many questions about his situation and no one to answer them. Suddenly, he felt another foreign presence press itself up against his mind. Undoubtedly someone's quirk, but strange nonetheless. UA students. Villains are attacking the camp. Seek shelter immediately. The voice rang out. It didn't have any discernible tone or anything, so the broadcaster was a mystery to Izuku. Izuku remembered this feeling. One of the counselors had a quirk that let them telepathically speak to people across great distances. The feeling was exactly the same, he realized. So there were villains here now? How did they find out where the camp was? It was supposed to be a deep secret. Now, in addition to the test of courage and the pain from working out, Izuku had to deal with villains too. Wait a minute, Izuku said aloud. Didn't someone in 1B have a copying quirk? Oh, yeah, that made a lot more sense. Well, they didn't account for Izuku being too smart to fool with dirty tricks like that. He was one step ahead. Izuku continued onward, still careful of any traps but excited that he had outsmarted 1B. Again, a change in the air made itself known to Izuku. Just like the smoke, it was imperceptible to the eye. Luckily, Izuku's heavy breathing made the change noticeable to him. The addition to the heavy odor of ash and soot now carried an even more overpowering smell of sulfur and mustard, the condiment. Izuku felt confused. Why did it smell like that? Well, Izuku reasoned, it could just be a strange quirk from 1B. I don't know all of their quirks, so there's a chance one of them can create condiments or something like that. He continued, none the wiser to the attack raging around him. Still, no one from 1B had encountered Izuku in the woods. Honestly, that made the whole experience scarier for Izuku. Not knowing when someone was bound to leap out of a nearby bush or tree, screaming like a monster. The suspense weighed on his entire body and he didn't know when he would snap from the tension. Strange, he pondered. Shouldn't my flashlight draw them to me? They can see the beam, so they know where I am. He stopped, flicking the flashlight in a circle around him. He did this to illuminate all the trees and foliage around him, to make sure none were occupied. But as his back was turned, he heard a rustling in a bush directly behind him. Izuku whirled around like a tornado, already feeling his body tensing with fear. A glint of a knife was the first thing that he saw. The young, teenage girl holding the knife looked manic, like a single rational or sapient thought hadn't crossed her mind in years. She had long, ragged hair and bright yellow eyes with slits in them, like a cat. She looked to be about the same age as Izuku. Izuku instinctually leaped backward, out of range of her knife. He stared at her, noticing her heavy breathing and weary posture. This definitely wasn't someone from 1B. "Who are you?" he hesitantly asked. "Name is Toga," the girl slurred. "You've got blood." "Wait, what?" "Common misconception. I actually don't have any blood," Izuku said, matter-of-factly. What was a random girl doing in the camp? Maybe she was in a plane crash? That would explain her ragged appearance. Living in the woods would also explain her being feral. She likely hadn't seen another human in a long time. The girl pet her head at Izuku's statement. "You don't have blood? Let him see." With that, she lunged forward faster than Izuku could see. The large kitchen knife in her hand sheathed itself directly into Izuku's chest, leaving nihilium to splatter out from the wound. Just as quickly as she moved forward, Toga pulled the knife out and returned to her original position. Izuku barely even batted an eye at this. His regeneration already kicked in, perfectly sealing the gap. Because his current clothes were products of his shapeshifting too, the fabric cleanly stitched itself back together again. In a new record time, Izuku was completely healed. Toga, without moving her amber eyes off of him, raised the nihilium-covered knife to her lips and licked it clean, expecting to taste delicious blood. Toga awoke. Why was she holding a knife? She looked down at it, noting that it was perfectly clean. What was that weird taste in her mouth? The taste that simultaneously tasted like nothing and everything at the same time? The chilling taste of the void of space? She looked in front of her and noticed a boy that looked to be her age. He had dark green bushy hair and completely black eyes, like the night sky. "Where am I?" she asked, confused. You're in the forest." "You just stabbed me," the boy said, as if that sort of thing just happened every day. "Oh shoot, did I? I must have lost control of my quirk again." Speaking of her quirk, where was her hunger? The insatiable feeling of hunger in her core that, even while she was actively feasting on blood, always screamed at her to find and drink more. Why was it gone? Did it have anything to do with the strange taste in her mouth? "You seem lost. I'm a hero in training, and we're doing a training exercise here. Want me to lead you to my teacher?" "He'll know what to do," the boy asked, extending a hand towards her. "My name's Izuku Midoriya, by the way." "Sure," Toga said. Maybe this hero teacher could help her. Aizawa ran around the main clearing of the camp, desperately hoping to find more of his students. How this had happened didn't matter to him. The only thought that crossed his mind now was making sure that everything played out all right for everyone involved. He leaped from rooftop to rooftop of the cabins, getting better vantage points of the woods. A few raging fires shone off in the distance, belching massive clouds of smoke straight into the air. An invisible cloud of deadly poison gas floated around the forest. Aizawa could only hope that no more of his students got caught in it. A bush rustled off to his left. Aizawa shot off, hoping to catch whoever was in it, whether student or villain. From the bush emerged a viridian head of hair, which he immediately recognized as Izuku Midoriya, the last student to emerge from the woods. But as he climbed out of the bushes, he looked back and pulled another person out behind him. Aizawa's eyes instantly narrowed into a fierce glare. Midoriya was being held hostage by the brutal serial killer Himiko Toga. If he swung his capture weapon from the left, he would have a perfect window to incapacitate her. Aizawa, weathered under decades of hero work, wasted no more time thinking before he shot off into the space between them, desperate to protect his student from harm. He no longer cared about stealth. Izuku's head snapped towards him, a look of happy surprise on his face. "Mr. Aizawa, I found this random girl in the woods. She stabbed me, but I'm fine now. I think she was in a plane crash." Aizawa stopped. "Midoriya, step away from that girl. That is Himiko Toga, a serial killer with hundreds of victims." The girl looked a little surprised. "Wait, hundreds? I barely remember a single thing from the past 5 years." Izuku nodded. "I think the plane crash gave her amnesia." "I've never been on a plane my entire life," Toga said. Izuku turned to look at Aizawa, wide-eyed. "See, she's delirious. She must have a concussion. She needs first aid right now." Well, Aizawa definitely wasn't winning this one. "Midoriya, the camp is under attack by villains. Didn't you get the telepathic message?" "Yeah, I got the message. Did 1B put you up to this to scare me? Izuku asked, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. It's true, Toga said. I faintly remember coming here with some villains. They told me there would be blood. Izuku stared, gears turning in his head. 1, 2, 3 seconds passed. Oh, that explains a lot, he said, as all the evening's previous events recontextualized themselves in his head. You know, it made a lot more sense that the camp got invaded than him forgetting about 3 members of 1B. With a worried tone, Izuku asked, Is everyone all right? Aizawa sighed. He had been dreading this. At least he didn't have to negotiate in a hostage situation, but he still had to deliver the news. Midoriya, some of your classmates returned with bad news. The villains took Bakugo. The world shattered. Nothing really mattered anymore. Izuku's senses reported thousands of sensations across his body, from the sterile smell of the air around him to the plastic-like feeling of the bedsheets. But they were just that, sensations. He couldn't feel anything going on around him. He knew that his throat was hoarse from not speaking for several days and that somehow his tear ducts should have been emptied by now. How long has it been since the camp was attacked? Honestly, to Izuku, it feels like it hasn't happened yet. He feels like his memories of everything that happened that night didn't really happen, that it was just a what-if scenario of everything going wrong. He knows that that sounds ridiculous, but bear with him. The hour hand on the clock has fully revolved 6 times, going on 7 right about now. Izuku's been keeping track of it. It's not like he has much else to do. A little voice from the back of his head tells him that his classmates are somewhere too and that they probably want to see him. But they don't matter right now. Why should he even wake up in the morning? All of his classmates fought villains and barely survived at the camp. He on the other hand strolled through the forest, without a single care. Some of his best friends could have died and he would have watched it happen, thinking it was some kind of trick or trap. What kind of friend does that? Izuku sighed, before letting his eyes close again. Maybe waiting here for a few more spins of the hour hand would help. Ochako knew something was off. At the attack, she was one of the lucky ones that hadn't suffered any major injuries fighting any villains. She made it out of her fights almost completely unscathed, save for emptying her stomach twice over. And as far as she knew, Izuku didn't have a scratch on him. Well, even with his regeneration, he didn't take any damage. At the hospital, each student was given their own room for privacy reasons. The nurses insisted that she stay in bed until they know that she is absolutely all right. There's still a chance that she was hit by a villain's quirk unknowingly that has a delayed reaction. She'd texted Izuku several times from her room, trying to end the boredom of waiting in her practically empty room. For the first time ever, he hadn't responded to a text message. Usually, he took at most a day to get back to someone, but taking 3 whole days was completely out of character for him. She had texted Eijiro and Hitoshi to see if either of them had gotten any news regarding Izuku. None of them had anything. Maybe it was time to hatch a plan. Hitoshi received Ochako's text message and grew into a feral grin. Operation Save the Saver is a go. Well, calling it an operation was kinda exaggeration. The 3 of them were literally just sneaking into Izuku's room to check on him. After all, with Katsuki gone, he had nothing better to do than stare at the wall for all the time he was trapped in the hospital. They waited until the cover of the night when most of the day shift nurses went home. Now, only the night shift nurses patrolled the hallways, like prison guards trying to catch escaped convicts. Eijiro had suggested the 3 dig a tunnel to Izuku's room to avoid sneaking through the hallways of the hospital and getting in trouble. Ochako objected, saying that life was more fun with risks like that in it, especially if it was for a friend. Hitoshi had helpfully pointed out that digging a tunnel wouldn't work because the building was built on concrete and they only had about an hour to get to Izuku's room. Thankfully, the 3 all had rooms near each other, so sneaking into Izuku's room wouldn't be too much of a challenge. They silently greeted one another as they met up just outside their rooms, ready to begin. Right in front of them was a corner in the hallway. The 3 each poked their heads around the corner, one stacked on top of the other. Luckily, the hallway was completely empty. In this way, the improvised trio stealthily crept across the hospital to Izuku's room, where they threw open the door to find him reclining on his bed. "Izuku!" called Ochako. "Get up. We're going to go rescue Katsuki. This snapped Izuku out of his trance. His head whipped towards the three, and he quickly gestured for the trio to enter the room. Ijiro, the last to enter, carefully shut the door behind him. Toshinori was worried. 3 days ago, almost all of the first years were rushed to the hospital following a villain attack on their training camp. At the hospital, each one was given their own room, even if they hadn't been badly injured. Something about trauma, according to one of the doctors. Standing outside the door where his successor is recovering, his hand trembles as he grips the doorknob. The nurses had told him that Izuku wasn't ready to see anyone yet, that he was going through something extremely traumatic and that he needs to be left alone for some time. The handle felt like ice against Toshinori's hand, freezing itself to his skin. He was unable to let go of the handle, lest he turn back now and let go of all the courage that brought him to the threshold of this door. He twisted the handle and entered. Izuku's head snapped towards him, his vibrant galaxy eyes staring into him like the twin barrels of a shotgun. "Have you heard anything about Katsuki?" he asked, trying to sound stoic. His voice cracked halfway through, breaking the illusion. Toshinori sighed. "No, not yet. Me and as many pros as we could gather are performing a raid on where we think he's located tonight. If he's there, you'll be the first to know." Thankfully, a small amount of color returns to Izuku's face. This left Toshinori confused. Couldn't his successor change the color of his skin at will? Or was he subconsciously mimicking a mannerism that was impossible for him to have naturally? Izuku shut his eyes. "That's good," he said. Toshinori smiled and started to exit the room. He had expected Izuku to be a bit more concerned about the whole thing. He must just be tired, after all. Nothing tires Toshinori quite like a villain attack. But what Toshinori didn't know was that Izuku was already involved in a plot of his own. "You call that discreet? Have you ever been out at night before?" Hitoshi stared at Izuku in disbelief. More specifically, at his outfit. "No, Hitoshi, I've never snuck out to go rescue my best friend in the dead of night. What did you expect?" Hitoshi sighed and put his palm on his face. "I at least expected a bit more subtlety," he said with a chuckle. He was right, Izuku's clothes completely lacked subtlety. In fact, they had been created with the purpose of attracting attention. As a joke, Izuku had used his quirk to create a brightly colored shirt that says, "Not up to anything," in big, bold lettering on the front. Everyone rolled their eyes while Izuku chuckled to himself. He closed his eyes for a second, concentrating, and shifted his clothing into a black hoodie with dark jeans. That way, he blended into the darkness of the night around him. Thus, the group of 4 continued into the depths of the Kamino ward, hoping to at least help out the heroes trying to save Katsuki from the villains. To find out the location of the raid, they had listened in on the heroes' meeting, where they discussed the plans of attack and where they knew the hostages were being held. The GPS on their phones read that their destination was still a ways away. The address was for a tall, nondescript warehouse building, which the Maps application said was closed permanently and uninhabited. They were sure that Katsuki was in this particular building. Not knowing when the heroes were beginning their assault, they continued to head through the city to the warehouse. All Might wasn't worried about his time limit. Currently, he could only hold onto the remaining fragments of One for All for about 3 hours. He had saved all of his energy for this moment, knowing that his final showdown with his nemesis may go on for several hours. It would take all of his power to finally put that demonic man 6 feet under where he belongs. Before him stood All for One's stronghold. To All Might's honed heroics instincts, the whole site of the building screamed, "Supervillain base," for all to hear. What kind of idiot purposely left a building to rot on the outside? If it had legitimate owners, they definitely would have at least sold it to someone who cared about the real estate instead of letting it rot. All Might could feel the tornado of One for All within him, swelling for the occasion. It picked up the shards of his nervousness and launched them far away, making him feel confident and ready. The only thing on his mind was finally ending this showdown that was 2 centuries in the making. He slowly approached the front door, gave 2 knocks, then kicked the door down. The squad of heroic students had long since turned off their GPS. Why, you may ask? Well, as soon as the crashes started to ring out, they immediately knew where to look for their building. Even from the 2 blocks away that they were, they could all pretty much picture the fight in their heads, as clangs of steel and shatterings of glass rang out and echoed through the empty city streets. On the street itself, a small legion of police cars were parked, so Izuku and the others would have found the building even without the sounds of battle around them. They slowly approached the warehouse from behind, knowing that they would be spotted if they approached from the front. On the outside, there was no indication that Katsuki was anywhere within the walls. But Izuku still held out hope that his brother was somewhere in there. He didn't know what he would do if he wasn't. Suddenly, an extremely loud smash rang out around him. Just a few feet from where they were hiding, the unconscious body of a villain smashed through a wall, landing right next to them. Shocked, the 4 all peered through the hole, making eye contact with All Might inside the building. The unconscious villain seemed to be the last one, as All Might stopped to stare at them. "What are you all doing here?" he asked angrily. "This is a dangerous mission." Izuku stood up and stepped through the hole. "I know," he said solemnly, "but I'd rather brave the danger than go another minute without my brother. As a hero, I can't let teenagers participate in a villain fight. As your mentor, I order you all to leave right now or I'll—" A demonic laughter cut through the air, stopping All Might in his tracks. A gale-force wind erupted from seemingly nowhere, shaking the earth. All Might had heard that voice before. All for one. Himiko sat in the interrogation room and the detective sat across from her. She knew that this wasn't an actual interview, not a criminal investigation one, at least. The bright light on the table was switched off and she wasn't chained to the table at all like in a usual interrogation. The detective, a tall man with black hair wearing a suit, opened a manila folder, revealing a few blank sheets of paper for taking notes on one flap of the folder. The other flap held a profile of her, complete with a few grainy pictures of her. "My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I'm legally required to inform you that my quirk is called Lie Detector. I can identify if you are trying to deceive me when you talk. Although this will go far smoother for both of us if you stick to the truth. In reality, this is only a formality," he said, keeping eye contact with her. After he said that, he grabbed a small black box from inside his jacket, pushed a button on it, and set it down on the table. "I'm also legally required to tell you that this is a voice recorder. Everything you say, and my readings on the validity of your statements, will be recorded. Is that clear?" Himiko nodded. She didn't feel nervous at all. "I'm sorry, but I need a verbal response for everything from now on," Tsukachi said kindly. Her eyes widened in apology for a second, before going back to normal. She cleared her throat, then said, "Of course. Yes, everything is clear." "Truth," the detective said aloud. He looked down towards the folder and pulled out a pen from his coat pocket. "Tell me everything you remember from the attack on the summer camp." Himiko furrowed her eyebrows, trying to recall what had happened that night. "Well, I remember being hungry. You know that feeling like when you wake up in the morning and you're absolutely starving? Like when even drinking water makes you more hungry?" "Yes," Tsukachi cautiously said. "Well, I remember a lot of that. I have very hazy memories of the events leading up to the attack itself. I can't remember anything that I did, just that I wanted to cure my hunger." "Truth. No deception," the detective said without breaking eye contact. As she talked, Tsukachi scribbled on the papers to take notes. He didn't say anything, so Himiko took it as a signal to continue. "While I was there, I hazily remember finally getting to drink from 2 students. I got some blood from the first, but they fought me off and fled before I could drink my fill. After that, I ran into that green-haired kid and attacked him. And after that, woke up, I guess." "Truth. About the hunger, do you feel it now?" Himiko looked down at her stomach. She had eaten some food earlier this morning, but she hadn't had any blood since the camp attack 3 days ago. But her hunger was beginning to rear itself again. "Yes. It's not as bad as it was though. Whatever's going on with that green kid, his blood must be really nourishing to my quirk if it kept me satisfied for as long as it did." "Truth." Tsukachi pondered what she was saying. Her quirk obviously requires her to consume blood and she must have gone crazy from not getting enough blood. Neither of them knew exactly why Izuku's nihilium was able to cure Toga, and no one would ever truly discover the exact reason. The real reason as to why lies in the chemistry of Izuku's blood. Most scientists agree that quirks generally disobey the laws of physics. Previously, all physicists could universally agree that force equaled mass times acceleration, always and forever. But now, one could go out on the street and find multiple people whose quirks allowed them to completely break the established laws of physics with a mere thought. Dear reader, there's probably a reason. Emphasis on probably. It's just, I can't tell you. I also can't tell you why. It's classified. Moving on. The detective finished writing. Ms. Toga, you've told me everything I need to know to prove your innocence. Thank you for your cooperation. And with that, he calmly picked up the folder and the recording device and exited the room. Back at Kamino, All Might stood in the warehouse, having just regained his bearings after the earthquake shook the building they were in. Immediately, All Might's mind ran to his successor and his students just outside the building. A quick glance at the whole proved that they had run away. With that confirmed, All Might turned his attention back to the sound that he heard. That laugh. The maniacal cackle that he thought he would never have to hear again, for the man who held it was dead. Oh, I'm not dead, far from it in fact. The voice rang out again, seemingly reading All Might's thoughts. Can you feel it, old friend? All Might turned around in circles rapidly, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. There was no doubt, this wasn't a recording or a quirk that could replicate voices. This was All for One, the demon of the underground, alive and in the flesh. All for One continued, I certainly can feel it. I can feel my quirk humming. It's finally time to end this centuries-long battle of ours, one for all. Where is he? All Might thought, panicking. I can't fight him if I can't see him. That was the one major drawback of One for All. It was a melee-only quirk. Yes, All Might could make shockwaves by punching the air, but that still required aim and took a significant portion of his energy to do. He couldn't just punch the air and expect to hit his target. But a hero always looks strong, no matter what. All for One was undoubtedly relishing in All Might's current panic. His current state would only harm his performance in the eventual fight. He had to appear strong, even if that meant bluffing a little. He suddenly quit turning and fixed his eyes dead ahead, towards the center of the warehouse. He tried to imagine All for One's figure standing in the middle so he could pretend that he had discovered his opponent's tricks. I agree, All Might said confidently as he took a stride forward. You really want to rematch that badly that you came back to get another beating, old friend? You shouldn't have. Drawing upon his extensive banter training, All Might tried to banter. The mental battle building up to a fight is just as, if not more, important than the fight itself, All Might remembered. The fourth law of heroics once again held true. Suddenly, as if a haze in the air was lifted, All Might no longer had to imagine his opponent standing there in the center of the warehouse. The menacing figure stood there, wearing a fancy black jacket and pants, with a dark mask on his face with tubes coming off of it. I should have known such a simple trick wouldn't fool you. Yes, I couldn't get enough of your fighting, Toshinori, the man said. I'm going to miss our fights. Always so theatrical and flamboyant. You don't get that kind of performance from other heroes. I commend you, All Might. My compliments to the woman who trained you, although you've far surpassed her. All Might couldn't believe his luck. Had he really just guessed where his opponent was standing? Or had some higher power intervened and nudged him in the right direction? Either way, he had to focus. All Might clutched his fists and began mentally kindling the sparks of One for All remaining inside him. The sparks quickly recognized their mortal enemy and sprang to life as a car with the ignition turned. All it needed was the proper key to fit into the hole, and all of All Might's power roared to life. He shot forward, raising his fist back to strike at his opponent. He felt his arm muscles tense as they hadn't experienced this kind of power in a long, long time. Quicker than an eye blink, All Might reached his target and delivered a powerful blow. And thus, the fight began. All the meticulous planning All for One had done leading up to this moment contrasted sharply against All Might's surprise, but All Might's raw power far outclassed any one quirk that All for One could throw at him. They continued fighting, blow for blow, blast for blast, for what seemed like an eternity. In actuality, All for One had subconsciously activated a time dilation quirk, stretching the minutes around himself and All Might. There's one major difference between both fighters here. All Might has trained his whole life practicing a single quirk, honing its abilities and mastering its intricacies. All for One, on the other hand, has never trained a day in his life with any of his quirks. He simply has so many that they make up the difference. After all, why would you waste time training a single strength quirk when you had 17 more just waiting to be activated? All for One was cocky. He believed that all his quirks together would give him a great edge over All Might. But to quote Bruce Lee, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." This didn't result in the battle being one-sided in All Might's favor, far from it. It just meant that All for One's advantage quickly crumbled in the face of All Might's sheer power. After what felt like years, both jumped back to put distance between themselves. Both panted heavily as their bodies were being pushed to the limits. Both had blood streaming down their bodies and both had torn clothes, though All for One's wounds were slowly healing, with his fast-healing quirks having been either given away or already exhausted. The warehouse around them had been razed from its foundations. Now they stood merely in a heap of rubble. All of the heroes who had helped with the raid had fled, taking the captured villains with them. "I must admit," the demon of the underground said, "you're putting up a much stronger fight than I expected you to." All Might shakily drew in a breath, then responded, "Thanks, although I can't say that I expected to fight you today. You don't look a day over 200. Closer to 300, actually. And I have no intention of stopping when I can live on for generations to come. Speaking of generations, my spies tell me you have a successor. Where is he? I'd love to meet him over tea," he said with a hint of humor in his voice. "Keep your filthy hands away from my successor." All Might snapped a little too quickly. All for One knew that he had struck a nerve. "Oh ho, protective, are we? Maybe I'll hunt him down after I'm finished with you," he tested, threateningly showing a smile. All Might just glared, not even bothering to muster up a response. "I wonder how little Izuku will react to me personally informing him that his predecessor is dead. I wonder if he'll even miss you. I wonder if I could pull some strings and make him my successor instead." All for One trailed off. The faint sound of rubble shifting could be heard, but both men ignored it. "You keep Izuku out of this. He'll never turn his back on heroism. My son is one of the strongest and most righteous people I know." All Might finally burst. He wouldn't let his opponent threaten his family like that. The crunch of concrete and rebar rang out, but again, both men were too focused on their conversation to hear it. "Thanks, Dad, I didn't know you thought of me that way," Izuku said, emerging from the rubble piece that he was hiding behind. Both All Might and All for One turned towards the source of the sound, each with an expression of shock. All Might had thought everyone had run away and All for One hadn't expected All Might to have backup. "Izuku? What are you doing here?" All Might asked incredulously. "You were supposed to flee. Don't you remember your heroics training?" Izuku shrugged. "I don't know, I just felt a really strong pull from my quirk that I should be here. Everyone else ran away." All for One began to cackle maniacally. "Truly poetic, isn't it? The reunion between All for One and One for All. But I detect another quirk within you, young man. A powerful one indeed." All for One shot towards Izuku with barely a second of anticipation. Neither All Might nor Izuku had any time to react despite their training. Dextrum pecto Izukuni's colosset ut extra hat. He placed his hand on Izuku's chest and Hic est finus partis uni inanes spatium supra. End of part 1 of the finale of The Empty Space Above. All for One placed his hand on Izuku's chest and pulled. The wind blew around them, accentuating the tense silence. All for One stared at Izuku, wondering what was happening. When he pulled on the boy's quirk, he only felt One for All. He had never been able to steal that blasted quirk, but he knew that All Might's successor held another quirk. Why couldn't he steal that one? Izuku smirked at him. "What? You thought you could steal my quirk? All Might told me about that, how you can't steal One for All. You'll have to pry it from my cold, dead hands." At All Might's previous fight with All for One, the one where All Might got his injury, He had tried to steal his quirk. Of course, it didn't work because One for All can only be transferred willingly. All for One stepped back in confusion. What about your other one? You're shapeshifting your birth quirk. I didn't feel it at all. What kind of trickery is this? Now, Izuku allowed himself to slip into the plan he had formulated while he was hiding under the rubble. While he waited to make his entrance, he had an idea. It was kind of a Hail Mary throw, but it had to work. Somehow, Izuku's smirk got even bigger. He even used his quirk to allow his smile to stretch far wider than a normal human one can, greatly unsettling both All Might and All for One. Oh, my shapeshifting? You mean that? Oh, that clears up everything. It all came down to this. He had to deliver this line in a perfect deadpan to make it even a little bit believable. It's not a quirk, Izuku said, in what he hoped was a believable tone. Both All Might and All for One stared, both trying to wrap their heads around what Izuku was saying. Izuku had been mentally cooking up this plan since he saw All for One emerge. He knew what the man could do, and he had thought of the perfect way to trick him. What do you mean, boy? All for One spat. Obviously it's a quirk. Stop your nonsense, I've seen you shapeshift on live TV, he said disdainfully. Here goes nothing. No, I'm serious, Izuku said. I've been able to do that since I was born. I never knew my dad, so I always knew I was some kind of alien. All Might nearly coughed up blood at that. This was when he realized that his successor was trying to trick All for One. Hopefully, this works, All Might thought, because I'm completely out of ideas if it doesn't. Seeing All for One wasn't convinced yet, he added, there was no other logical conclusion for that. If you've stalked me like I assume you have, you know that I don't legally have a father. That's because he left Earth. I never got to meet him. Fair enough. All for One's expression became like a pair of thrown dice. As they roll around the table, a die's outcome can be glimpsed but cannot be predicted at all. In the same way, his expression wasn't outright unreadable, but the outcome was basically indeterminable. He kept opening and closing his mouth like he had something he wanted to say but kept deciding against it. After a few seconds, he finally settled on one concrete emotion. Snake eyes. Well, I guess that would explain as to why I can't steal your quirk. In all my centuries of living, I've never encountered a single way to stop my quirk from working. Izuku gave a small, almost imperceptible smirk. But that doesn't change anything about our battle here. Like I promised my brother those thousands of years ago, I would end his line of successors eventually. He let out a small chuckle, knowing that his centuries had all culminated in this one moment. Within the hour, history would be made. Not the kind of history that is directly written into the books, but still the kind that shapes the course of the world as we know it. All Izuku and All Might could do was watch as All for One's menacing and deadly energy gathered, swelling to a new, never-before-seen height. He threw his head back, and just like a classic supervillain, let out a battle cry. Yoichi, he yelled. Brother! It's time to send your damned spirit to Erebus where it belongs. And with that, faster than Izuku's eyes could see, he launched himself toward All Might, drawing his fist back to deliver a strike with enough force to condense a large star into its critical mass. Of course, All Might reacted in time, with his decades of heroics experience. Just like their previous exchange, their contact sent back powerful shockwaves, blasting away even the remnants of the warehouse. Now, it had gone on for long enough that reporters were beginning to arrive. Since the raid was originally kept completely secret, the media had virtually no coverage of it. Now that the raid was pretty much over, trucks were beginning to arrive to get the story of what was happening. The surrounding area had already been destroyed by the two titans. Apart from the warehouse itself, a radius of about 2 blocks had been almost completely razed by the sheer force of the blows and from a few stray blasts from All for One's arsenal of quirks. Thankfully, they were in an industrial area of Kamino and it was the middle of the night, so there were no civilians in the surrounding area to be caught in danger and need to be rescued. Not like they could be anyways because no one could get close, not even the rescue heroes. Because of the blow, Izuku let his quirk flow over his body like it always has and transform him into his dragon form. Sustained by his great strength and the power of One for All, he was able to withstand the blasts. At the eye of the storm, both titans pulverized each other with the force of generations behind their fists. All for One with the thousands of quirks that he had stolen, and All Might with the generations of past users cheering him on. All for One had abandoned keeping his distance with ranged attacks. Now, having equipped as many strength and enhancement quirks as his body could handle, he fought toe-to-toe with All Might. All for One had a calm and serene expression on his face, such as the expression you have when you're engrossed in one of your favorite activities or when you've just finished a project you've been working on for a long time. His blows were careful, precise, and calculated, striking All Might in the precise, down to the millimeter locations where they would do the most damage to his already failing body. All Might, on the other hand, clearly had no plan. Like a berserker, he was letting the tsunami of One for All pump through his cells. His teeth were grit and his eyes were fixed into a glare, determined to win at all costs. He knew what losing would mean for him and the rest of the world. When these two titans clashed, it was almost impossible for any onlooker to discern who was winning. Imagine you are watching a chess match with no idea how any of the pieces move or the roles they play on the board. A random move would look just as planned as a grandmaster's calculated gambit that would guarantee victory in 14 turns. More so, the slight differences in skill between two world champion grandmasters would be completely invisible. This was Izuku's perspective on the fight. As much as he thought he had grown as a hero in the past few years, with all his endless days of training and lessons, he still was a mere civilian compared to these two. But, to keep with the chess metaphor, All for One was setting up a gambit. He was the one looking 14 moves into the future and planning every move. Of course, he had decades of doing nothing but planning under his belt. He liked to consider himself an expert in the field. He knew about All Might's injury. After all, he was the one who put it there. But he had carefully decided to avoid attacking it. Due to the crippling nature of the wound, All Might entered the fight prepared to defend it. He knew that one strong enough blow to it at the right angle would be enough to decide the fight. By drawing All Might's attention to his attacks from other angles, All for One drew his defenses away from his most critical weak point. He moved his queen to the edge of the board and patiently waited for All Might to move his pieces away and expose the king for a full-on frontal assault. Katsuki wondered what time it was. The gray walls of his holding cell gave him no indication of what was going on in the outside world. He had tried pounding on them and exploding them with his quirk a while ago and neither had worked. His explosions might have been able to break through and free him, but he couldn't channel his quirk to activate them. There must be some kind of quirk suppressant in this cell, he thought. That's what's making me feel like this. For someone who had never gone a second without his quirk at his fingertips, it was pretty disorienting to be unable to use his explosions to calm himself. To occupy himself, he liked to create small pops in his hands as a sort of fidget method. Now, he could still feel the muscle that he had to flex to use his quirk, but he couldn't muster the strength to use it at all. Of course, it wasn't a literal muscle, but it felt like a perpetual state of quirk exhaustion. Like the feeling after you've just finished a race or other athletic event and can't even bring your body to walk. Reminds me of the sports festival, he thought. That event felt like it had happened so long ago. Even though it was a mere handful of months in the past, he felt like a completely different person. Through heroics training, and that hellish camp, he had grown so much. Totally could crush Isuku now. He's gotta spring me so we can have our rematch next year. A while ago, he had awoken in the prison cell without any clue as to why he got there. The cell itself was completely barren, even lacking standard prison cell amenities such as a cot or a toilet. He assumed that meant whoever captured him wasn't planning on holding him here for too long. Whether they had another long-term cell prepared for him elsewhere or if they had other, more nefarious plans, he did not know. Katsuki stood up from where he sat in the corner of the cell. Extremely faint sounds reached his ears from above, reminding him of his punching bag back at home. It sounded like something was sustaining strong impacts from someone. Was that the heroes coming to rescue him? He sat back down. There was nothing he could do for now. He better save his strength. All for One could clearly see it. All Might was getting tired. He had been keeping a careful eye on the man for decades now. His performance was carefully monitored and recorded every time he so much as breathed within the line of sight of one of All for One's spies. Every single appearance of All Might on TV was painstakingly recorded and documented, all with the hopes of discerning his strength on a graph. And this painstaking documentation revealed some crucial information. A small misstep here, a missed blow there, and All for One had a fully mapped-out graph plotting All Might's weakening power. As stated earlier, he was leading All Might into thinking the fight was looking favorably for him. By letting a few swings connect that he could have dodged, All for One allowed All Might to gain some ground in their fight. Yes, the blows were extremely painful, but All for One was more than capable of withstanding a few hits. And it was time to set up the checkmate. After about 5 minutes of their all-out brawl, he planted his right foot behind him and relaxed his forearm muscles held in a block. To All Might's trained eyes, this would appear as if All for One's defensive posture was finally breaking. A perfect opportunity for one strong move to finish the fight. All Might's eyes widened almost an imperceptible amount. Was this his chance to defeat All for One? Had he finally done it? He was so tired he almost didn't think he had done it. Phew, you're not making it easy on me, are you, All for One? The pause. But it's time for me to put all those souls to rest. The worst part was All for One couldn't even smirk, lest he give away his plan. All Might drew his fist back and began to gather all his power into this one final swing. The literal purpose of his quirk was about to be fulfilled. Hopefully, his mentor and the rest of the past holders were watching from heaven and looking down on him. Detroit! All for One shifted his foot placement. Smash! And with that, he shot his fist forward with the speed of a bullet train. But All for One was already moving out of the way. Not quite. These souls still have some vengeance they need to enact. Swing and a miss. All Might's full power move completely whiffed. He was launched off balance, expecting his fist to meet the body of his opponent. And All for One, now standing behind an off-balance All Might, launched a full power attack of his own. Historians would say that the impact of this hit and the sound of All Might crashing into the nearby debris could be heard from thousands of feet away. Glass shattered on the nearby buildings and All for One's fist emitted a small trail of smoke from the friction against the air. Detroit smash. Not quite. These souls still have some vengeance they need to enact. These two sentences reached Izuku's ears about a second apart from each other. Coincidentally, this is exactly how long it took for the following swing to be heard as well. Suddenly, the wind that was pushing him back from the two completely stopped. He squinted his draconic eyes, desperately trying to see through the dust that was obscuring the center of the debris-ridden warehouse. A few agonizing seconds later, he saw it. All Might, covered in more blood than should be possible, lying against a piece of debris on the ground. And All for One standing triumphantly above him. He gasped, shocked to see his seemingly invincible mentor be proved to be all but that. "You know, All Might, I think I'm going to miss fighting you," the demon of the underground said. "After all, once you're immortal, it's necessary to have a few things to look forward to, or else you'll go insane. However," he said, completely changing tone, "I am going to enjoy ending this little rivalry. I hope you realize that you were nothing more than a piece on my chessboard." All Might coughed. All for One stopped his monologue to allow his enemy to shift his position on the floor to try to retort back. "But," he said, with blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth, "you'll never truly be able to kill me." "But of course I will. Once I tear your head from your body and hold it for the world to see, they'll know that their champion has fallen. No, even if my body dies, even if you somehow DMN my soul forever, no matter what you do to me, the hope I represent to the world will live on. Unless you murder every single person on this planet, you cannot kill me." He yelled the last sentence with more resolve than he had ever used before. It may have been a trick of the light, but it even looked like his eyes were glowing as he spoke, fueled by the dying embers of his quirk. All for One stared in shock for a few seconds. "Well then, let's see your hopes slowly fizzle out when I kill your successor," he spat. And with that, quicker than the eye could see, he turned around and launched himself at Izuku. He didn't even bother using the same amount of power that he had used against All Might. No, he might never use that level of power again. It was beneath him. Izuku's body ripped apart, with the boy barely even having a millisecond to react. His tar-black nihilium splattered against the entire area. A second later, All Might's spiraling mind finally processed what had just happened. At the sports festival, Izuku exploded just like this. But this time, there was easily 3 times the amount of nihilium left behind. With the strength of the explosion, the nihilium painted the surrounding area completely black. All for One looked down at where Izuku had stood. Weaking, he spat, before turning to face All Might again. How is your hope faring now that I have killed that alien you called a successor? Admit, I thought an otherworldly being would be able to put up a bit more of a fight than that. All Might couldn't even muster the strength to reply. All for One started to walk closer to him. But to answer what you said earlier, he said as he leaned in close, I would be more than willing to wipe out this entire planet if it meant ridding the world of hope. It's been quite the thorn in my side, you know. The nihilium began to coalesce and undulate gradually behind All for One. But I don't intend to kill it. I intend to torture it. By killing you, I'll set hope on a downward spiral. What you say is true, I'll never be able to kill it. An amorphous blob began to grow behind All for One. But that'll make it even more satisfying having a torture victim that cannot die. 2 eyes formed out of the blob and winked at All Might. Every day it'll come closer as my reign destroys more of the world. But I will only watch as the smallest little ember remains, awaiting me tomorrow. All Might let out a wheeze that was intended to be a laugh. More blood trickled out of his lips. What's so funny about that? Has death finally rendered your mind broken? No, not that, old friend, All Might said, barely whispering. All the nihilium coagulated into a humanoid figure behind All for One. However, it still hadn't grown skin like Izuku usually did. It remained black, like the night on a starless sky. You forgot one little detail about hope. As soon as the nihilium reached a human shape, color began to blossom throughout its body. But not human colors. An infinite number of stars dotted the figure, each one orbiting a central mass. It looked like a picture of a galaxy from an astronomy textbook. Even if there is one little ember left, no matter how small. The stars continued to orbit as the central mass grew brighter and brighter, before exploding like a neutron star, bathing the area in light. Hope will still find a way to burn brighter than a supernova. And Izuku channeled all of One for All into his body. Finally, he was able to handle the full strength of it, in a desperate moment like this. Maybe he was even able to tap into more power than All Might had ever been able to. He launched himself towards All for One and struck. An ear-splitting crack rang out, as the cells in All for One's body were vaporized by the heat. All matter that composed his body was annihilated in the supernova. The molecules that once composed his body returned to the universe, where they would maybe become a part of something again. All Might civit iam decorum haeres elegis. All Might knew that he had chosen the right successor. Hic est finis inane spatium supra. End of the empty space above. 7 years later, the public still remembers what happened on that day. They didn't find out what really happened for several days, because everyone involved needed time to recover and they didn't want to cause a panic. Rumors and theories spread, containing barely a grain of truth in them. The public believed everything from a sudden earthquake to an alien invasion. Of course, the truth was eventually disclosed in a press conference. There the public found out that the destruction they witnessed on the news was caused by All Might's final fight against his nemesis, who was now dead. All Might himself, albeit in his greatly weakened state, made a brief appearance too. While on air, he stated that he's officially retiring from heroics. Normally, this would have caused a mass upset in the world, as the strongest man alive was no longer strong enough to protect them. Analysts had theorized that All Might's eventual retirement would catapult the world into a new dark age, where villains would be empowered by the lack of his protection. Luckily, the predicted dark age lasted all of a handful of seconds, as All Might wasted no time in naming Izuku Midoriya, the boy who was seen alongside him, as his successor. Due to his injuries in the fight, Izuku himself was unable to appear at the conference. In his stead, All Might spoke about his many heroic deeds and how he had trained him for the past year. Overall, the public was satisfied with the passing of the torch. They recognized the name of the boy who had won the sports festival. And they would continue hearing about said boy for many years to come. 7 years after the attack, a debate rages between almost every citizen. Brother on brother, friend on friend, almost as dividing as pineapple on pizza. Almost. Sources are cited and arguments are made, but neither side seems to be able to make a grab for victory. Of course, the debate is between who truly is the number one hero. Some people say that Izuku Midoriya is the number one hero because he has better stats in civilian rescues. Others say that Katsuki Bakugo is on top because he has more villain apprehensions. On the official leaderboard, they're perfectly tied, both sharing the pedestal of #their fans hate this, as the friendly competition to have a symbol of peace can't stand two people sharing the podium. But the heroes themselves don't care. In fact, they welcome this friendly competition. It means that they're both motivated to keep working harder and harder to keep their hands on their spot at the top. They still take days off and have fun, but their competitive rivalry moves at a breakneck pace that none other can match. The ranking problem isn't helped by the fact that they often work as a team on major events like natural disasters and villain attacks. This means that they both are awarded the same number of points for the event, so their tie stays perfectly consistent. Together, they are worth far more than the sum of their parts, because they can save far more people when working together. Their analysts insist that they never find a way to break this tie, as this has brought about a new era of peace never before seen in all of Japan. Not even during All Might's reign as the number one hero. One way they both agreed that they could continue to help people is to mentor hero hopefuls, just as All Might had mentored both of them. This is what found Izuku out patrolling, flanked by two teenagers who desperately wanted to attend UA when they were old enough. Both had transformation-type quirks just like Izuku did. These two interns were only there to observe him as he worked, to gain valuable experience from watching him. He had a clear idea of which one to transfer one for all to once he was ready. In fact, the two kids were in a situation just like the one he was in with Kakin all those years ago. This was their first ever patrol, so both students were rather nervous, choosing not to talk. Izuku didn't care, they would get used to being out in public sooner or later. The three walked down the street, with Izuku waving at civilians as he passed them. I'm glad the city is so peaceful now, he thought to himself. It was thanks to the work of the countless heroes all over the nation that the Age of Peace was holding. He looked over to his left and saw a sprawling beach. The water rolled on and off the spotless sand and dozens of families were having fun on its shores. It was the very same beach that he cleaned during his training. During that split second when Izuku allowed his mind to wander, he thought back to those amazing days, when he and Kakin worked hard to accomplish their goals and had so much fun while doing so. Those days were gone, but they were replaced by even more fun days in the present. He smiled, knowing that the beach would stand forever as a memory and a gift to the city. He turned his head back to the right, away from the beach. And immediately, a crash could be heard not far off. Instincts honed over years kicking in, Izuku spoke towards his interns. That sounds dangerous. Follow me, let's check it out. Shortly later, the three arrived at the intersection of a busy road in the city. At the center of the four-way, two cars had collided with each other and lay smoking. One was tipped over on the side with a thick plume of black smoke billowing from its engine. Atop the upright car stood an armed man whose face was contorted in a manic grin. In each hand he held a pistol. One was raised towards the sky, while the other was lowered and pointed at a civilian fleeing from the crash. Her clothes were torn and covered in smoke, implying she had been inside the flipped car. Luckily, she was running toward where Izuku was standing. He wasted no time in running in front of her, right as the villain fired. Around them, faint murmurs could be heard, each one in awe at seeing the famous number one hero. They all watched in amazement as the bullet holes in his body sealed themselves shut. He calmly turned around to face his interns. "Well, kids," he said, "it's time for a little demonstration on how to take down an armed attacker." He again turned to face the villain, whose tone had changed considerably. The manic grin had long been replaced with one of horror. Horror for his unavoidable fate of pain, capture, and prison. Izuku tilted his head to the right and the left, to mimic cracking his joints. The villain's terror was magnified tenfold as Izuku's head rolled considerably farther than a normal one should be able to. And with that, Izuku sprinted forward.